Even a five-clawed divine dragon had very limited blood essence in the body. There was only a total of 10 drops. Before this, Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, had already ignited 1 blood essence to cast the innate secret tactic exclusive to five-clawed golden dragons. Only then was he able to overpower the 3 four-clawed divine dragons. If it was not for the appearance of the Dragon Clan's enforcement elder, Elder Shui, the 3 four-clawed divine dragons would have died. Diju, are you threatening me? Elder Shui's voice was filled with rage. Although he dreaded going against Diju, who was willing to ignite his blood essence to cast the innate secret tactic, he was not afraid at all. However, if Diju really ignited all his blood essence in his body, he would become a sinner in the Dragon Clan. Diju was one of the 2 five-clawed golden dragons in the Dragon Clan. The other five-clawed golden dragon was the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan. If there was no accident, Diju would become the next clan leader after a few thousand years. If Diju died, it would be a loss to the Dragon Clan. Currently, apart from him, Diju, and the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, there were another 5 five-clawed divine dragons in the clan. Now that Diyong, Diju's son, had died, it meant another five-clawed divine dragon would be born soon. However, it was uncertain if that five-clawed divine dragon would be a five-clawed golden dragon or not. Even if it was, it would not be able to grow up in time to become the successor of the current clan leader. Elder Shui, you can take my words as a threat. No matter what, I won't go to the enforcement hall today. Diju replied resolutely. You only have 2 choices. You either bring my dead body with you or let me avenge my son. After I've avenged him, I'll go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. At that time, if you want to add the crime of me trying to escape punishment, I'll admit to it as well. How long do you need? Elder Shui asked. It was obvious he had decided to take a step back. He had no other option apart from that. He believed that even if the clan leader of the Dragon Clan was here, he would have done the same. Diju was not an ordinary five-clawed divine dragon. He carried the duty of leading the Dragon Clan in the future. I have no idea. Diju was not surprised that Elder Shui decided to take a step back. It was because he was confident about this that he had used his life to threaten Elder Shui. Humph! I'll give you 100 years. After 100 years, no matter if you've avenged your son or not, you must be at the enforcement hall. If you don't show up, I'll capture you personally. Elder Shui snorted coldly. His eyes gleamed as 2 streaks of red light shot out. It solidified as it flew toward Diju. Diju did not dodge. He allowed the sharp ray to enter his body. He knew Elder Shui was leaving a mark in his body. No matter where he went, Elder Shui would be able to find him using this mark. 100 years is more than enough. Diju nodded his head in reply. If he still could not find the killer of his son and avenge his son after 100 years, he would be too embarrassed to continue living in this world. Elder Shui, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Elder Shui, Diju's true form emitted another ray of dazzling gold light before he transformed into a golden-robed middle-aged man. This was his human form. He did not stay any longer. Instead, he disappeared in the horizon as he transformed into a golden ray of light. Currently, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to find his son's murderer and slaughter him and his clan. Currently, he was heading to the southern district of Dao Marshal Saint Land. After Diju left, a huge ancient figure emerged in the sky near the five-clawed blood dragon. Clan leader. The five-clawed blood dragon lowered his huge head in front of this old man with a big build. I let Diju go. Please punish me, clan leader. I've already learned about the ins and outs of the matter. You've done nothing wrong. Why would I punish you? The old man with a big build was the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. He looked at the direction where Diju was headed and muttered, with Diju's personality, if we don't let him go, he would have really killed himself since he had said so. It's because of his personality that we kept quiet for so many years even though we suspected his son. Diyong was still alive and merely prohibited him from leaving. When the clan leader of the Dragon Clan reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. For so many years, we've sent many people to investigate, both openly and secretly, but we still couldn't find Diyong. This is enough to prove that Diju had hidden him well. However, he was still killed by someone in the end. Perhaps this is his destiny. Even if our dragon clan didn't take any action, he still did not survive. The clan leader of the dragon clan added. Now that the five-clawed devil dragon is dead, the crisis the dragon clan faced is now gone. Elder Shui heaved a sigh of relief as well. Duanling Tian was unaware that currently an extremely strong five-clawed golden dragon had left the Dao Martial Saint land in rage and was heading to the south, straight to the Half-Moon Island of the overseas Saint Island. The Half-Moon Island was the island that Di Yang, the five-clawed devil dragon, had ruled previously. Currently, it had become the Ling Tian sect. At this moment, Duanling Tian was cultivating in the outer court of a seventh-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint land, the Moon Illumination sect. He was trying to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Huh? Isn't that senior brother Feng? Near the independent courtyards in the outer court, many outer court disciples' attention were focused on a green-clad young man who was walking to an independent courtyard. Almost all the outer court disciples knew to whom the independent courtyard belonged to. An outer court disciple who had entered the sect more than a month ago lived right there. The green-clad young man was also well known in the outer court. He was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. Moreover, he was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage and also a reputable powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances. This was because he was one of the few people from the Moon Illumination sect who was in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list ranking the most outstanding martial and Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. Those who were ranked there were remarkable mortal shedding stage powerhouses. Even the weakest among them possessed strength that was on par with martial and Dao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. The strongest one could even defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. The green-clad young man was called Fengfan. Apart from ranking 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, he was also ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. There was a total of 100 people in the Earth ranking. Although Fengfan was at the bottom of the Earth ranking, one must not forget what the Earth ranking was. It was a ranking of all the remarkable mortal shedding stage powerhouses in the 9 sect alliances. It was undoubtedly a great honor to enter the ranking. There were many martial and Dao cultivators in the 9 sect alliances that regretted not being able to enter the Earth ranking when they broke through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. Fengfan had an ordinary appearance with a medium build. He would not have stood out in a crowd at all. Currently, he had arrived in front of an independent courtyard. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, a thin paper appeared when he raised his hand. Swish! When he raised his hand, the thin paper flew out and wedged itself in the crack between the door and the frame of the door. It fluttered for a while before it finally stilled. See, that's a dual invitation? Many outer court disciple could not help but gasp when they saw this. I can't believe even senior brother Fengfan could not endure it and is trying to challenge senior brother Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian's performance is just too amazing. Not only did he single-handedly overpower senior brother Xingxi, but he even managed to defeat senior brother Lin Fu in just 2 moves. Many of our brothers said his strength is sufficient for him to enter the top 10 in the outer court. Even if he enters top 10, he still won't be a match for senior brother Fengfan. Right? Of course. It's impossible. Senior brother Fengfan is a reputable powerhouse in the Earth ranking. He's one of the top martial cultivators at the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. 6 months ago, senior brother Fengfan had a battle with his senior brother at the early Saint Rudiment stage from the inner court. The match ended in a draw. In some ways, his strength has already surpassed the strength of those at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Senior brother Duanling Tian can overpower his enemy, but so can senior brother Fengfan. Due to this reason, I vote for senior brother Fengfan this time. A group of outer court disciples discussed frantically. Most of them were confident that Fengfan would win, while a small number were slightly hopeful Duanling Tian would win. This was not due to their confidence in Duanling Tian's strength. Instead, it was because of his previous 2 performances. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was someone who excelled at creating miracles. An outer court disciple came from afar. After hearing the discussion of this group of outer court disciples, he chimed in unhappily. Huh? You guys are talking about it already? I saw senior brother Fengfan went to look for Elder Huang. and I thought I was the only one who knew he was going to issue a duel invitation. TSK. Senior brother Feng Fan has already issued the duel invitation. We even saw it with our own eyes. Many people looked at him disdainfully. Wait a minute, you said you saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for Elder Huang? Are you sure he looked for Elder Huang to place his thumbprint on the duel invitation? An outer court disciple said solemnly at this moment. This outer court disciple was here since the beginning. Of course. The outer court disciple nodded and said confidently, I personally saw Elder Huang placed his fingerprint on the duel invitation in senior brother Feng Fan's hand. I'm definitely not mistaken. But when I went past Elder Chio's place earlier, I saw senior brother Feng Fan had gone to look for him as well. Moreover, he had also asked him to place a fingerprint on the duel invitation, the other outer court disciple said with a frown. Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell me senior brother Feng Fan is going to issue 2 duel invitations? Well, if he wants to issue 2 duel invitations, there's no need for him to look for 2 different elders, right? Both duel invitations can have the same fingerprint anyway. The moment their discussion reached here, it suddenly came to halt without any warning. See, could it be? The duel invitation senior brother Feng Fan issued is. Soon after, the group of outer court disciples gazed at each other, at a loss. They could see the shock in each other's eyes as they all came to a conclusion. Death duel invitation. In the outer court of Moon Illumination sect, an ordinary duel invitation would only need the fingerprint from 1 elder or 2 outer court deacons before it was considered valid. Only a death duel invitation would need the fingerprint of 2 outer court elders to be valid. Judging by how Feng Fan went to look for 2 outer court elders for their fingerprints on the duel invitation, one could easily tell what kind of duel invitation it was. There was no doubt it was a death duel invitation. I've heard nothing of senior brother Feng Fan and Duan Ling Tian being mortal enemies. Isn't this death duel invitation a little too sudden? Perhaps some enmity exists between them that we're not aware of. Otherwise, why would senior brother Feng Fan issue a death duel invitation to a stranger who had just recently entered the sect? You must be right. Soon after, the news of Feng Fan issuing a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian spread in the outer court, causing an uproar. Whether it was Feng Fan or Duan Ling Tian, both were famous in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. However, the former was a senior in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. The latter, on the other hand, had just entered the Moon Illumination sect just slightly over a month ago and became famous after 2 battles. Although Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated extraordinary strength in his 2 previous duels, most people were on Feng Fan's side. They felt that Duan Ling Tian could not compare to Feng Fan at all. This was not because Feng Fan was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, but it was mostly because he was a powerhouse ranked in the Earth ranking. The influence of the Earth ranking was just too strong. Apart from the 9 great sects, the 9 sect alliances also included countless cultivators without a sect or from other forces. Among these people, there were many powerhouses who were at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, in the entire alliance, only 100 powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage were qualified to enter the Earth ranking. These 100 people all had the ability to fight with someone at a level higher. Those at the top of this ranking could even defeat an opponent with an even higher level. It was not easy to battle with someone at a higher level. Although the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage was only a step away from the early Saint Rudiment stage, the gap between the two was as different as heaven and earth. Once a person had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage, the number of Saint veins inside the body of an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would grow even if they did not have any special technique yet. The Qi, on the other hand, would grow to the size of a small crock to contain true energy. Due to this reason, almost all of those who made it into the ranking was at the true peak of the mortal shedding stage. It was precisely because of this most people felt Feng Fan would win when he and Duan Ling Tian fight. Duan Ling Tian had only risen to the top a month ago. There was no way he could compare with Feng Fan in regards to their foundations. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will accept the death duel invitation that senior brother Feng Fan issued. Many outer court disciples were skeptical. Although Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his strength twice previously, both duels were ordinary battles with no risk to his life at all. However, this time, Feng Fan, a powerhouse from the Earth ranking, actually issued a death duel invitation to Duan Tian. With the threat of death looming over him, it was uncertain what kind of choice he would make. It's fine even if the other party refuses to accept the death duel invitation. However, he would have to be taught a lesson by the person who issued the invitation. I think it's very likely Duan Tian will refuse senior brother Feng Fan's death duel invitation. I think so too. In the outer court, many people felt it was highly impossible Duan Tian would accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Naturally, this was only their speculation. On the other hand, more people were looking forward to seeing what kind of expression and choice Duan Tian would make when he sees the death duel invitation. Would he accept it, or would he ignore it? Due to that, many outer court disciples stood outside the independent courtyard Duan Tian was residing in, waiting for him to come out. They could not wait to get their answers. In the outer court, inside a small wooden house in the wooden house district, 2 people were cramped inside. One of the sturdy young men snapped loudly, "That damn Feng Fan! He must be Lu Huan's man." This man was none other than Xiong, who came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City like Duan Tian. Currently, both Xiong Hu and Ling Yun had found out Feng Fan, who was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer sect and 99th in the Earth ranking, had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Tian. It's a death duel invitation. Moreover, it's issued by an Earth rankings powerhouse. Looks like Lu Huan's men really intend to kill senior brother Duan. Ling Yun muttered as his eyes gleamed icily. Both Ling Yun or Xiong Hu were certain Feng Fan was Lu Huan's man. If he was not Lu Huan's man, why would he issue a duel invitation to Duan Tian? They knew Duan Tian's origin very well. He came from the distant mortal continent and barely knew anyone in the Dao Martial Saint land. How could he have enmity with anyone here? If there was someone who wanted to kill Duan Tian, it would be that devil cultivator Yiman who had entered the Moon Illumination sect with them. However, the person who issued the death duel invitation to Duan Tian was not Yiman. Besides, they had deliberately paid more attention to Yiman during this period of time, and they did not see any relationship between Yiman and Feng Fan. They were certain the reason Feng Fan issued the death duel invitation to Duan Tian had nothing to do with Yiman. After pondering for a while, there was only one possibility. Feng Fan was that inner court elder, Lu Huan's man. Only Lu Huan's man would want to kill all of them who came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. No. We must warn Duan Tian. Xiong Hu clenched his teeth. This is not the first day you met senior brother Duan. Do you think he's someone who would act impulsively? Ling Yun chimed in nonchalantly. That's right. Senior brother Duan is much smarter than I am. Xiong Hu chuckled as the worries in his heart lessened. I believe senior brother Duan knows how to deal with this matter. Whether he accepts or refuses the death duel invitation, he'll know what's the best course of action to take. Ling Yun had faith in Duan Tian. Right now, I just want to raise my cultivation as soon as I can. I'm afraid Lu Huan's men are going to shift their target to us soon. Now that you've mentioned it, I've also begun to feel an impending danger. I'm going back to cultivate now, Xiong Hu replied before he left Ling Yun's wooden house immediately. Both of them no longer bothered with the commotion outside. Their thoughts were fully focused on cultivating now. They believed Duan Tian would know how to deal with the matter. At the stone house district in the outer court, inside a stone house that was a lot bigger than the wooden houses, Yiman muttered as a ferocious smile bloomed on his face. Feng Fan from the Earth ranking has issued a death duel invitation to Duan Tian? Duan Tian. Oh, Duan Tian, you really have a lot of enemies. Perhaps you'll die before I even make a move. If someone was here, they would be able to see the dissatisfaction in the depth of Yiman's eyes if they looked closely. He was dissatisfied that Duan Tian was stronger than him. Due to his obsession that was caused by Duan Tian, he had fallen into the devil Dao. Ever since then, his cultivation base had a spurt of progress. Initially, he had thought his strength had already surpassed Duan Tian's. However, it did not cross his mind that when he encountered Duan Tian again in the Moon Illumination sect, he was even stronger than him. He could tell from Duan Tian's battle results when he defeated the 2 outer court disciples who were ranked the top 100 in the outer court. Duan Tian, I hope you'll escape death this time. Your life belongs to me, you man. An appalling devil aura began to surge out of his body. When he spoke, his voice was extremely cold. It has already been more than a month since I entered the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect. Today, it's time for me, Yi-Man, to take my spot in the limelight. Yi-Man muttered confidently as he left the Stone House district, heading straight to an independent courtyard. He went to look for the outer court disciple who was ranked 90th in the outer court. Before the other outer disciples even realized what was happening, he had already locked on to his target. Remember, I'm called Yi-Man. After glancing indifferently at the outer court disciple that he had defeated, he walked into the independent courtyard he had just taken over. This belongs to me, Yi-Man, from now on. Although the outer court disciple who was defeated was furious, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be so weak? Instantly, the news of another outer court disciple who had just entered the sect entering the top 100 spread in the outer court. That outer court disciple's name is Yi-Man. More importantly, he's a devil cultivator. I can't believe that the outer court disciples that the sect recruited this time are so outstanding. First, there's Duanling Tian, and now there's Yi-Man. Humph. He's a devil cultivator, so his cultivation speed is naturally faster than others. How's he worthy to be compared to Duanling Tian? That's right. Duanling Tian is not a devil cultivator. He doesn't use the crooked way. Many outer court disciples were quite disgusted with devil cultivators. In their opinion, these people were opportunists and dishonest, only thinking of taking shortcuts. However, this did not prevent Yi-Man's fame from spreading in the outer court. Soon after, many of the outer court elders, including Dong Chong, came knocking on Yi-Man's door, trying to take Yi-Man as a disciple. This left many outer court disciples tongue-tied. This Yi-Man actually created such a huge commotion. Even the outer court elders were shocked and wanted to take him as a disciple. They thought Yi-Man would accept one of the elders as his master so he can rely on his power to roam freely in the outer court. However, something happened and surprised them. I don't plan to stay here for long, so I have no intention of accepting a master for now, Yi-Man said coldly to all the outer court elders. Naturally, there were a few sentences he kept in his heart and did not say out loud. Do you think all of you outer court elders trash are worthy to become my master? I'll give it 3 years at most before I'm able to step on all of you. This was Yi-Man's real thought. It was confident and arrogant. In the Stone House district of the outer court, Xiao Zhui's expression darkened after he heard the news about Yi-Man. Damn it. Other than that freak Duanling Tian, there's someone else stronger than me in this district controlled by the Moon Illumination sect. When he was still in Luojiang City, he was at least the strongest young powerhouse in the peripheral area. However, he had suffered continuous setbacks the moment he arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. First, Duanling Tian had defeated him before the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam even began, causing him to feel displeased. After he entered the Moon Illumination sect, the displeasure in his heart vanished instantly when he realized that Duanling Tian's strength had far surpassed his imagination. What a joke! When Duanling Tian had first entered the Moon Illumination sect, he had defeated 2 famous people in the outer court one after another. His strength was not something he could compare to. He had no regrets being defeated by someone like that. However, this Yi-Man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and indirectly suppressed him. This elicited a feeling of dissatisfaction in his heart that was stronger than before. Humph! Wait until I break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple. I'll be able to ask to see Elder Lu Huan then. I believe he'll take care of me for my master's sake. Xiao Zhui snorted. At that time you, Yi-Man, will be underneath my shoes. As for Duanling Tian, it's uncertain if he'll even be able to make it into the inner court alive. The moment Xiao Zhui thought of Duanling Tian, a cold smile appeared on his face even though he still felt dread in his heart. Somebody had issued a death duel invitation to Duanling Tian. When he found out about this matter, the first thing that appeared in his mind was Elder Lu Huan's men finally made their move. Xiao Zhui was the disciple of Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, and Luo Yi was Lu Huan's follower when he was still an inner court disciple. Due to this reason, Xiao Zhui knew about the enmity between Lu Huan and Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duanling Tian, you really don't know how to differentiate cheese from chalk. How dare you reject Elder Lu Huan's offer? Xiao Zhui sneered. He had said such words because he felt that Elder Lu Huan must have wanted to take Duanling Tian as a disciple but had been rejected. Due to this reason, he must be trying to disrupt Duanling Tian's plan. He did not know that from the beginning until the end, Lu Huan had not heard anything about Duanling Tian at all. In fact, he was completely unaware of his existence. Lu Huan had not left his mansion and was focused on training Su Qi, the disciple he had taken a liking to, in the mansion. As for his other direct disciple, Shou Qi, he seemed to have forgotten all about him. In the middle of the night, inside the house of an independent courtyard, two young men stood across each other. Senior brother Qi, even if Duanling Tian doesn't accept my death duel invitation, I'll still cripple him. My master will definitely be able to keep me safe from the consequences. Feng Fan smiled as he looked at Zhou Qi. If he dares to accept my death duel invitation, well, the day he accepts the invitation will also be the day he dies. Junior brother Fan, I feel grateful to you. Zhou Qi expressed his gratitude by cupping both of his hands in front of his chest. Although Feng Fan was an outer court disciple, Zhou Qi did not look down on him at all. It was not just because he was a powerhouse ranked in the Earth ranking, but it was mostly because Feng Fan's master was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. In fact, Feng Fan's master's position was even higher than his own master, Lu Huan, in the inner court. Even his master, Lu Huan, had to address him as senior brother when they meet. Naturally, not many people in the Moon Illumination sect knew that Feng Fan had an inner court elder as a master. In fact, no one in the outer court knew about this at all. Even the outer court elders and deacons did not know there was a highly respected inner court elder supporting Feng Fan. If they found out about this, they would understand why Feng Fan had declined to become their disciple. What a joke! He already had an inner court elder who was well respected in the sect as his master. How could he possibly take a liking to the outer court elders, let alone the outer court deacons whose position was just slightly higher than ordinary inner court disciples? As for the reason Feng Fan's master did not expose Feng Fan's identity to the public, it was to train him. Senior brother Qi, is there a need for you to thank me? When I was training outside previously, I would have died if you didn't lend me a helping hand. I'm indebted to you for saving my life. This is just a small matter, and I only need to lift one finger. It's not worth mentioning at all. Feng Fan shook his head in reply. Upon hearing Feng Fan's words, a fake smile appeared on Zhou Qi's face. No matter what, I'll have to buy you drinks after this matter is dealt with. Haha, I'll wait for your invitation then. Feng Fan laughed loudly. After chatting idly for a while, Zhou Qi finally bid goodbye to Feng Fan and left. Under the cover of the night, he quietly left the outer court and returned to his master, Lu Huan's mansion in the inner court. I can't believe my spontaneous plan last time would come in handy during a critical moment. That Feng Fan still feels indebted to me until now. When Zhou Qi returned to his own little courtyard, a prideful expression could be seen on his face. At that time, he saw Feng Fan training outside and had purposely lured a fierce beast over to attack Feng Fan. When his life was hanging by a thread, Zhou Qi killed the ferocious beast and rescued him. Due to this reason, Feng Fan felt indebted to him and regarded him as his life savior. Until now, Feng Fan remained unaware of the fact that Zhou Qi was the one who had deliberately lured the ferocious beast over to him. Now that Feng Fan's going to make a move, this Duanling Tian will definitely be crippled even if he doesn't die. At that time, even if Master finds out about him, he'll get angry and punish me at the most. However, Duanling Tian will never be Master's disciple and sit on my head. In Zhou Qi's opinion, this trade was worth it. However, Zhou Qi seemed to assume Duanling Tian would definitely agree to become Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple if he was asked. It did not cross his mind that Duanling Tian might reject his master since he was only thinking from his own point of view. He would not have rejected it if he was Duanling Tian. Moreover, if the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect wanted to take him as a disciple, he would definitely betray his master without any hesitation and go to the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. To him, whoever would benefit him most would be his boss. Time continued to pass quietly. When a radiant and contented Duanling Tian opened the door and walked out, 2 months had already passed since he had entered the Moon Illumination sect. Huh? Another dual invitation? When Duan Ling Tian opened the room door, he heard a faint sound. He casually reached out and grabbed the special paper that was falling to the ground. Look! Senior brother Duan Ling Tian finally came out from his closed-door cultivation. He finally came out of his cultivation. I've waited here for 20 days already. TSK, you only waited for 20 days? I've waited for 22 days, okay. So what if you waited for 22 days? I've been waiting here since the day senior brother Feng Fan issued the dual invitation. Duan Ling Tian merely skimmed through the special paper in his hands to confirm it was a dual invitation. Before he had time to read it properly, he heard the commotion outside. It seems like newly opened Saint veins are connected to the ears. My hearing seems to be several times better than before. They're so far away, but I can still hear their discussion from here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. A small excited smile appeared on his face immediately. Oh! However, the smile on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth froze soon after. Not only that, but he even furrowed his brows. This was because he heard the outer court disciples mention the words, death dual invitation, through his remarkable hearing. It seemed like they were talking about the dual invitation in his hands. Death dual invitation? When Duan Ling Tian opened the dual invitation again, he finally noticed it was a death dual invitation. There were 3 fingerprints on it. Feng Fan, when he saw the name of the person who had issued the death dual invitation, his frown deepened. Is he Lu Huan's man? Duan Ling Tian finally learned about the matter through the discussion of the group of outer court disciples standing outside. Feng Fan is an outer court disciple who's ranked 5th in the outer court. He's even ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. In terms of strength, he's comparable to someone at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Ling Tian finally gained some information about the person who had issued him a challenge. I can't believe there's someone like that among Lu Huan's men. Duan Ling Tian smirked as his eyes gleamed coldly. In the next instant, he walked out of the independent courtyard and revealed himself to the group of outer court disciples. Everybody's eyes were trained on him. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian picked up the death dual invitation. As senior brother Duan Ling Tian is trying to tear the dual invitation? As I expected, senior brother Duan Ling Tian doesn't dare to accept the invitation. That's a death dual invitation after all. Would you dare to accept it if it were you? Moreover, with senior brother Duan Ling Tian's age, naturally he would not dare to look for trouble with someone in the Earth ranking like senior brother Feng Fan. Many outer court disciples whispered to one another. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian was going to tear and reject the death dual invitation that Feng Fan issued him. Due to the new saint veins he had opened up that were connected to his ears, Duan Ling Tian could hear the whispers of the group of the outer court disciples outside, even though he had yet to cultivate his hearing to the clairaudience stage. Reject! Duan Ling Tian snorted in his heart. Maybe he would reject it if this happened a month ago. However, right now, in the next instant, the outer court disciples whispering to one another were stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian's action. They were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Ling Tian placing his fingerprint on the death dual invitation instead of tearing it up. His movement was as smooth as flowing water. The death dual invitation was valid now that it had the fingerprints of the challenger, the one who was challenged, and the 2 outer court elders. As senior brother Duan Ling Tian accepted the death dual invitation that senior brother Feng Fan issued him? I didn't see wrongly, right? No, you didn't. I saw it as well. He really accepted the death dual invitation. Is he just really confident, or is he seeking death? It's hard to say. But he doesn't seem like someone who would seek death. Perhaps he doesn't know about senior brother Feng Fan's background. The group of the outer court disciples in the distance broke into an uproar when they saw Duan Ling Tian placing his fingerprint on the death dual invitation. Hints of disbelief and shock could be seen in their eyes. It was apparent this was out of their expectations. When Duan Ling Tian strode away and disappeared before the group of outer court disciples' eyes, they finally snapped back to reality. The matter of Duan Ling Tian accepting the death dual invitation issued by Feng Fan took the entire outer court of the Moon Illumination sect by surprise like a typhoon. Regardless if it was the outer court elders or disciples, all of them broke into an uproar. This result was out of their expectations. He accepted my death duel invitation? When Feng Fan received the news, he was momentarily stunned. It did not cross his mind that Duan Tian would accept the death duel invitation. Humph. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Fan snorted. 3 days later. Let's fight to the end in the training field, Feng Fan said. Half an hour did not even pass when his words spread to the entire outer court. I'm happy to keep you company. Duan Tian's response to his words was simple. Duan Tian responded to Feng Fan and went to the Saint Stones distribution area in the outer court to receive his Saint Stones. He had received 2 months' worth of Saint Stones ever since he had entered the Moon Illumination sect. The Saint Stones received by the outer court disciples of Moon Illumination sect could be accumulated. It was different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The 100 outer court disciples staying in the independent courtyard receive 100 7th grade Saint Stones and 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones every month. This is equivalent to 2,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Duan Tian had received 200 7th grade Saint Stones and 2,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Currently, apart from the 5th grade and 4th grade Saint Stones Xuanai had given him previously, he possessed a total of 12,000 7th grade Saint Stones and 10,000 8th grade Saint Stones. The 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones were given to him by Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City and also his teacher. As for the 8th grade Saint Stones, he had obtained them when he was in the latent dragon camp. Now that he became Fang Hui's disciple, he could return to the latent dragon camp to receive his monthly 8th grade Saint Stones. Naturally, the 8th grade Saint Stones that he would receive would not be this little. The remaining 8th grade Saint Stones had been given to the little girl ZZ when he was still in Mound Hill City. He had told her to inform Hongyu, whom he had acknowledged as a brother, about this matter in the future. The reason he had done this was due to Hongyu's stubbornness. After he had taken the Saint Stones once, he was unwilling to accept them anymore after that. The death duel will take place 3 days from now. I wonder if anyone will start a betting game in the outer court during these 3 days. Duan Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Tian realized there was indeed someone who had started a betting game. Moreover, the person who started the betting game was not an outer court disciple but an outer court deacon. The outer court deacon's name was Deng Wei. Duan Tian was stunned the moment he saw Deng Wei. He recognized this outer court deacon. He was none other than one of the 2 outer court deacons who had followed behind the outer court's elder Dongchong during the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam 2 months ago. The betting game that Deng Wei started was ridiculous. Those who wagered Duan Tian would emerge as the winner were given a 1 to 5 betting odd, while those who wagered Feng Fan would win were given a 100 to 1 betting odd. In other words, if those who wagered Duan Tian would win bet 1 7th grade Saint Stone, they would win 5 7th grade Saint Stones if he won. On the other hand, if those who wagered Feng Fan would win bet 100 7th grade Saint Stones, they would only win 1 7th grade Saint Stone if he won. Isn't the betting odds a little ridiculous? We won't earn much if we bet on senior brother Feng Fan. This is normal. Who is senior brother Feng Fan? He's a powerhouse in the Earth ranking. In my opinion, senior brother Feng Fan is guaranteed to win the death duel. Due to this reason, I'm going to bet 300 7th grade Saint Stones that senior brother Feng Fan will win. I also bet 500 7th grade Saint Stones on senior brother Feng Fan. Don't look down on the small number of Saint Stones. As long as senior brother Feng Fan wins, I'll be able to obtain an extra 5 7th grade Saint Stones on top of my capital. There's no suspense at all in this battle. I also bet senior brother Feng Fan will win. The group of outer court disciples went to place their bets with Deng Wei. All of them bet that Feng Fan would win. Although the betting odd was 100 to 1, it was just as the outer court disciple had said, don't look down on the small number of Saint Stones. Deng Wei remained unmoved initially when he saw how everyone in the outer court had bet Feng Fan would win. However, his face began to turn grave as time continued to pass. Similar to the outer court disciples, he was certain Feng Fan would win the duel that was set to happen in 3 days' time. Initially, he had thought that by setting the betting odds to 1 to 5 for Duan Tian, many outer court disciples would take a risk and try their luck. However, he did not expect that nobody would bet on Duan Tian at all. Why don't you guys bet on Duan Tian? The betting odds for Duan Ling Tian are 1 to 5. You know? Deng Wei told the group of outer court disciples in front of him, trying to bait them into betting on Duan Ling Tian. TSK. Won't it be like us handing over our money to you freely if we bet on Duan Ling Tian? 1 to 5. There's no suspense in this death duel. The temptation is too small. I bet 1,000 7th grade Saint Stones that senior brother Feng Fan will win. I also bet 800 7th grade Saint Stones that senior brother Feng Fan will win. No matter how Deng Wei tried to tempt them, the group of outer court disciples seemed to have made up their minds to bet on Feng Fan. None of them even considered betting on Duan Ling Tian. Nobody has faith in me at all? Standing from afar, Duan Ling Tian went unnoticed by the others. He chuckled and mocked. It seems like all of them think I'll die. At the same time, the voice of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Due to the reason that there are just too many people betting on Feng Fan, the betting odds for Feng Fan will change to 200 to 1 now. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Deng Wei, who was acting as the banker. Although the previous betting odds for Feng Fan were only 100 to 1, almost everyone had bet that he would win. If this continued on, he would definitely lose money. Due to this reason, he quickly changed the betting odds. Deacon Deng, don't you think you're a little unfair? Previously, those who bet on senior brother Feng Fan were given the betting odds of 100 to 1, but now we're given a betting odds of 200 to 1. That's right. Deacon Deng, you're being unfair. Many people were furious that Deng Wei had suddenly changed the betting odds at the last minute. Only a short time had passed, but the betting odds for Feng Fan had been increased to 200 to 1. Was this not similar to a deception? Silence. Deng Wei did not expect just one sentence from him would cause the scene to go out of control. I've yet to finish my sentence. Yes, the betting odd has changed. However, this doesn't only apply to Feng Fan. The betting odds for Duan Ling Tian will be changed as well. All of you were present earlier when the others placed their bets on Feng Fan winning. You're all going to place your bets on Feng Fan as well. Did you think that I, Deng Wei, started this betting game just to lose and not earn any money? Why would I go to all these troubles for then? After Deng Wei explained himself, the outer court disciples on the scene nodded their heads. They found Deng Wei's explanation reasonable. Then, what are the betting odds for Duan Ling Tian now? Many outer court disciples asked. The betting odds for Duan Ling Tian now is 1 to 10, Deng Wei said through clenched teeth. Since he did not think Duan Ling Tian would win, it did not matter to him even if he set such a high betting odd. Moreover, he believed more people would take the risk now that the betting odds were so high. Soon after, Deng Wei chuckled. Just as he had expected, those who placed their bets later no longer bet on Feng Fan alone. Some of them had begun to place their bets on Duan Ling Tian. Although not many people bet on Duan Ling Tian, the number of Saint Stones that these people bet was enough for him to turn his deficit into a profit now. 1 to 10. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel tempted when he heard his own high betting odds. In just a few strides, he walked over. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is here. Is he here to place a bet as well? That must be it. Many outer court disciples noticed Duan Ling Tian and opened up a path for him in unison. If I were him, I would take a leap of faith and gamble everything I have. After all, I'll either die or survive. What's the point of having assets if I die? However, I'll be able to reap a great reward if I live, an outer court disciple whispered. You're right. I'm indeed here to take a leap of faith, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at the outer court disciple who made that comment, causing the latter to turn pale. Deacon Deng, I'll bet 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones on myself, Duan Ling Tian announced when he arrived before Deng Wei. 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones. Deng Wei had originally turned glum due to Duan Ling Tian's appearance. However, when he heard his words, the glumness on his face instantly vanished and was replaced with a smile instead. During the sex entrance exam 2 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had caused the failure of his nephew, Deng Yu, to enter the sect. Due to this reason, he could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian apart. It was also because of this that his expression had turned ugly when Duan Ling Tian appeared. However, since Duan Ling Tian was here to give him 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones, He was delighted and bursting with joy. Duan Tian would be killed by Feng Fan in 3 days' time. At that time, it could be said that Feng Fan had indirectly helped him to avenge his nephew, Deng Yu. Moreover, he would be able to obtain 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones. Deng Wei was beside himself with joy. Duan Tian, it seems like you're really confident about yourself. After taking Duan Tian's 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones, Deng Wei issued a written pledge and placed his fingerprint on it. If you win 3 days later, just bring this written pledge to me in exchange for 110,000 7th-grade Saint Stones. Then, I'll look for you again when I win, Deacon Deng. Duan Tian smiled at Deng Wei as he put the written pledge away. I'll wait for you. A fake smile appeared on Deng Wei's face even though his heart was filled with disdain. We'll talk about it only if you're still alive after 3 days. Senior brother Duan Tian took out a lot of Saint Stones. 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones. Although I'm an outer court disciple from the Stonehouse district, I only get 100 7th-grade Saint Stones every month. 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones. Even if I don't use my Saint Stones, I'll still need to save for more than 8 years to have that number of Saint Stones. It seems senior brother Duan Tian is from one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect's command before he entered the sect. Moreover, the city governor must have taken a liking to him. This is very obvious. The atmosphere turned even more lively when Duan Tian placed his bet. Many of the outer court disciples' bets turned higher as well. Naturally, the majority of them still bet that Feng Fan would win. Even so, Deng Wei still had a delighted smile on his face. There were many people who bet on Duan Tian as well. In his opinion, those who bet on Duan Tian, including Duan Tian himself, were basically giving their money to him. From now on, other than Saint Stones, you can also use your merit points to bet, Deng Wei announced loudly. The moment his words left his mouth, he looked at Duan Tian who was walking away and smiled. Duan Tian, your master must have given you quite a number of merit points before you entered the Moon Illumination sect, right? Merit points! The moment Deng Wei opened his mouth, the entire scene burst into an uproar. Merit points were even more valuable than Saint Stones in the Moon Illumination sect. No matter how many Saint Stones one offered, not many people would be willing to exchange their merit points for it. In the Moon Illumination sect, merit points could be used to borrow and read the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactics and exchange for human rank prominent Saint weapons or earth rank primitive Saint weapons. Naturally, one would need more merit points to exchange for an earth rank primitive Saint weapon. In the outer court, only the outer court elders and deacons possessed the earth rank primitive Saint weapons. Even if the earth rank primitive Saint weapons were not inscribed with any Saint inscription, one would need to use tens of thousands of merit points to exchange for it. Those that were inscribed with Saint inscription were even more valuable. Apart from the earth rank primitive Saint weapons, merit points could also be used to exchange for high-grade Saint grade pills and formidable Dao talismans. Merit points! Duan Tian knew that Deng Wei had his eyes on his merit points as soon as he heard his words. Indeed, he had a lot of merit points. Before he left Mound Hill City, his teacher had transferred 100,000 merit points to him. Naturally, not all of the 100,000 merit points belonged to him. He was given 50,000 merit points. The remaining 50,000 merit points were split between Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. 30,000 were given to Ling Yun, and the remaining 20,000 were given to Xiong Hu. However, the merit points were temporarily looked after by him. In the Moon Illumination sect, an outer court disciple would only obtain merit points once every 6 months. On top of that, even an outer court disciple living in an independent courtyard was only given 1,000 merit points every 6 months. As for the outer court disciples from the Stone House and Wooden House districts, the merit points they obtained every 6 months would be even fewer. In the Moon Illumination sect, the method of accumulating merit points did not rely on the merit points that were given every 6 months. Instead, one would have to rely on all sorts of methods like completing various tasks and contributing to the Moon Illumination sect to earn merit points. Soon after, an outer court disciple gritted his teeth and told Deng Wei, "I bet 1,000 merit points that senior brother Feng Fan will win." In the next instant, He obtained a written pledge and transferred 1,000 merit points from the crystal card he brought along to Deng Wei. As long as Feng Fan emerged victorious 3 days later, he would be able to obtain an extra 5 merit points. Just as someone had said earlier, don't look down on something because of its minuscule amount. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw people began to use their merit points to bet. He looked at Deng Wei, whose attention was focused on him, before saying nonchalantly, Deacon Deng, although I have many merit points, I don't intend to play with you anymore. You must be lacking guts then. Deng Wei mocked, Duan Ling Tian, as the saying goes, during birth we bring nothing with us. During death we take nothing with us. If I were you, I would bet all my merit points on myself and take a leap of faith. Lacking guts. Duan Ling Tian chuckled. I didn't say I don't want to play. I said I don't want to play with you anymore. I plan to play on my own instead. What do you mean? Deng Wei frowned. At once, the group of outer court disciples also shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. They were confused. They did not understand his words. Everyone. I plan to take a leap of faith and be the banker. Since I'm the banker, I'll only accept those who bet on Feng Fan winning, and I'll only accept merit points. I myself will bet with all of you. However, my betting odds will be much higher than Deacon Deng. Duan Ling Tian announced. The betting odds for Feng Fan winning the death duel are 30-1. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. As it turned out, this is what Duan Ling Tian meant when he said he would play on his own. He would be the banker. Not only would he exclusively accept bets on Feng Fan winning, but the betting odds were 50-1. In other words, if one bet 1,000 merit points on Feng Fan winning, one would be able to obtain 30 merit points if he won. Many outer court disciples' eyes lit up immediately. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll bet 900 merit points. Senior brother, I'll bet 700 merit points. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll bet 1,200 merit points. The group of outer court disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian and placed their bets one by one. With Duan Ling Tian as the banker, the betting odds for Feng Fan winning were 30-1, but it was only 200-1 on Deng Wei's side. Those who were not fools would definitely know how to choose. At once, nobody placed their bets with Deng Wei anymore. Humph! When Deng Wei saw how the group of outer court disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian to place their bets, he snorted before his voice that contained true energy sounded like thunder. Why don't you guys think about it? He only accepts bets of Feng Fan winning. However, does he have enough merit points to compensate all of you? The moment these words left Deng Wei's mouth, many of the outer court disciples calmed down immediately. He was right. Although the betting odds of 30-1 were high and favorable to them, the amount Duan Ling Tian needed to repay them would be high as well if so many of them placed their bets. Duan Ling Tian, are you trying to deceive us? Deng Wei mocked. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. He only took out his crystal card in the face of Deng Wei's mocking words and the outer court disciples' skepticism. After he had infused his true energy into it, the balance of the card was immediately revealed. 100,000 merit points. The moment the group of outer court disciples saw the merit points in Duan Ling Tian's crystal card, their eyes turned red with envy. How badly they wanted to snatch Duan Ling Tian's crystal card away. With these 100,000 merit points, it's more than enough for me to take on 3 million merit points of bets if we go by the 30-1 betting odds. Do all of you still doubt me and think I don't have enough merit points to compensate you? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked around his surrounding. Not at all. The group of outer court disciples shook their heads instantly. What a joke. With these 100,000 merit points, senior brother Duan Ling Tian would be able to take bets up to 3 million merit points. However, I only have these 100,000 merit points in hand. Due to this reason, please place your bets quickly. Once the bets hit 3 million merit points, I won't accept any more bets. Duan Ling Tian seized this opportunity to strike the iron while it was still hot. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I want to make a bet. 2,000 merit points, please. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I want to make a bet too. 1,500 merit points. The group of outer court disciples instantly scrambled to place a bet with Duan Ling Tian. causing him to momentarily struggle to cope. Queue up. Line up one by one. Every time there was a transaction of merit points in his crystal card, Duan Ling Tian would give out a written pledge and place his fingerprint on it. Deng Wei's face turned even glummer when he saw his words failed to affect Duan Ling Tian but served to help him instead. Duan Ling Tian, first you caused my nephew to have no fate with the sect. And now you actually cut off the source of my wealth. Fuck you. Deng Wei's eyes turned bloodshot. He wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Put aside the fact that he was just an outer court deacon, even if he was an outer court elder, he still would not dare to kill as he liked in the sect. Otherwise, he would be sentenced to death according to the sect's rules. Due to this reason, he could only put up with it. Deng Wei's body began to tremble violently from his fury. 3 days later, I'll watch with my own eyes as Feng Fan kills you. Deng Wei glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly and clenched his teeth. That's right. His brows twitched a little before a sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth as though he had thought of something. Duan Ling Tian, you keep saying you'll only accept bets on Feng Fan winning, but if Feng Fan really wins, you'll be dead. At that time, who's going to help you with the payout? How are you going to pay everyone their merit points? Deng Wei's voice that contained true energy resonated once again. It exploded thunderously by the outer court disciples' ears, shocking them and waking them up. That's right. If senior brother Feng Fan wins, won't senior brother Duan Ling Tian be dead at that time? How is a dead man going to fulfill his promise? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, what do you have to say? The group of outer court disciples discussed among themselves before they looked at Duan Ling Tian. I hope you can give us an explanation, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, we can only take back our merit points and no longer place any bets. That's right. You must give us an explanation. If you lose 3 days later in the death duel between you and senior brother Feng Fan, you'll die. At that time, what will happen to our bets? The group of outer court disciples scrambled to ask. There's no need for all of you to worry about this. After Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and the group of outer court disciples fell silent, he smiled and replied nonchalantly, I'll look for Elder Dongfang, so that he can be the witness to our bet. Apart from that, I'll pass my crystal card to him. If I die 3 days later, the crystal card will automatically remove its ownership. At that time, you can take the written pledge in your hands and look for him to receive your winnings. Elder Dongfang? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the group of surrounding outer court disciples was consumed by shock. There was only one Elder Dongfang in their outer court district. Was there not? Not only that, but he was also the Grand Elder of the Outer Court who was in charge of the entire Outer Court. In the Moon Illumination sect, Elder Dongfang's position was even higher than some of the Inner Court elders. PSSST. Deng Wei burst out laughing. Duan Ling Tian, I think you're merely spouting nonsense. Who do you think you are to actually ask Elder Dongfang be your witness and guarantor? At the same time, the gaze of the group of outer court disciples by the surrounding was also filled with skepticism. They did not really believe Duan Ling Tian's words. Although Elder Dongfang was the outer court grand elder who was always at the outer court district, he was someone who was very secretive in his movement and whereabouts in the outer court to the point that many of the outer court disciples who entered the Moon Illumination sect for the last 5 years had never even seen him before. Yet, right now, Duan Ling Tian, this outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for barely 2 months, actually said that he would ask Elder Dongfang to become the witness and guarantor for the bet that he was setting up. For a moment, almost nobody believed in him. It looks like all of you are still filled with doubts. In this case, at this time tomorrow, I'll go to the training field again to set up the bet. Before that, I'll invite Elder Dongfang to make an announcement. In the face of the group of outer court disciples' skepticism, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by their reaction. As for those of you who've already placed their bets with me, if you still want to take your wager back tomorrow, just bring your written pledge in your hand to change it. After Duan Ling Tian finished his words, he turned around and retreated, leaving a group of outer court disciples who stared at each other at a loss behind, and also Deng Wei, who had a cynical expression. Asking Elder Dongfang to become the witness and the guarantor of this bet? This Duan Ling Tian really knows how to boast. Deng Wei sneered. He originally thought that the bet that he set up would be able to continue now that Duan Ling Tian had left, but he quickly realized that the group of outer court disciples no longer had the mood to place any bets with him. Do you really think that senior brother Duan Ling Tian would be able to get Elder Dongfang to become his witness and guarantor for his game? I don't think so. I don't think so either. However, senior brother Duan Ling Tian's tone seems to be filled with confidence. Don't tell me that Elder Dongfang has actually taken senior brother Duan Ling Tian as his disciple in secret? It might be possible, although Elder Dongfang is always secretive in his whereabouts. As the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, I'm sure he knows about what has happened recently in the Outer Court. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is more than enough to arouse Elder Dongfang's interest. I think it's impossible. Why? Why don't you think for yourself? If senior brother Duan Ling Tian really is Elder Dongfang's disciple, do you think he'd let senior brother Duan Ling Tian accept the death duel invitation that was issued by senior brother Feng Fan? You have a valid point. In the midst of the discussion, the group of outer court disciples continued to leave one by one. Nobody had the mood to place any bets with Deng Wei anymore. I'm kinda looking forward to tomorrow now. Yeah, we'll find out about the results tomorrow. If senior brother Duan Ling Tian can really invite Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor, then I won't hesitate to go all out. By that time, I'll bet all of my merit points on senior brother Feng Fan. After the outer court disciples left, they still had not stopped their chatter. Not long after that, the entire outer court district had also found out about the bet that Duan Ling Tian set up, and the fact that he claimed to have asked Elder Dongfang to become his guarantor for his game. Most of the people felt that Duan Ling Tian was bragging. I kinda hope that what he said is true. If Elder Dongfang really becomes his guarantor, I'd place a bet too. Me too. Duan Ling Tian has basically zero chance of winning. Is he just trying to give out his wealth to us before he dies? Just as the outer court was bustling, Duan Ling Tian, who was the party in action, had gone to a secluded area of the outer court district. It was so secluded that nobody would go there. Of course, the reason nobody would go there was that this was the forbidden area of the outer court district. Soon, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he came to a vast, standalone mansion. This must be the place. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian walked to the mansion in front. The mansion door was wide open and not a trace of anyone could be seen. However, just when Duan Ling Tian walked near the mansion door, two huge figures suddenly blocked in front of him like two towers. Little guy, don't you know that this is a forbidden area? You're just an outer court disciple. How dare you break the outer court's rules and enter the forbidden area? What punishment do you think you deserve? Two towering burly fellows snarled at Duan Ling Tian one after another. Facing these two domineering burly fellows, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, I want to see Elder Dongfang. Humph. Do you think Elder Dongfang is somebody that you can easily see as you like? The two burly men moved a step forward with an imposing manner as though they were trying to coerce Duan Ling Tian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Despite their imposing manner, Duan Ling Tian continued to stand there with an unchanged expression without moving an inch at all. Please pass a message on my behalf that I, Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple, have something to ask for from Elder Dongfang. Under the surprised gaze of the two burly men, Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands in front of his chest and continued neither humbly nor arrogantly. You're Duan Ling Tian? Upon hearing this, the two men were taken aback at first before starting to scrutinize him from top to bottom. Other than having a handsome face, I don't really see what other advantages you have. Have you really defeated the top 100 of the outer court, although you just entered it? And after a month of entering the sect, you've defeated another person who was ranked 47th in the outer court. Interesting. It was apparent that the two burly men had heard of him before too. After knowing that this purple-clad young man in front was Duan Ling Tian, their attitudes toned down a little. One of them even shook his head and said, Duan Ling Tian, if you're here to just ask Elder Dongfang to revoke that death duel invitation, then I'm afraid your efforts will be in vain. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, as long as he was able to grow up, he would definitely become an eminent person in the Moon Illumination sect. Even if it were 100 years later, it was not impossible for him to become the main pillar of the Moon Illumination sect. You can reject that death duel invitation yourself. What? Do you feel that rejecting it yourself is so embarrassing that you want to look for Elder Dongfang so that he can pressure Feng Fan to revoke that death duel invitation instead? One of them asked indifferently. Revoking the death duel invitation? When Duan Ling Tian heard what he said, he was stunned. Could it be that these two fellows still had no idea about the fact that he had already accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation? As a matter of fact, he had guessed it correctly. Although he had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation early this morning and this news had spread out to the entire outer court district, the news had yet to arrive at this corner of the court yet. I think there seemed to be a misunderstanding, Duan Ling Tian chimed. Since I came out of my cultivation just now, I've already accepted the death duel invitation that Feng Fan issued. 3 days later, I'll have a battle of life or death with him on the training field. If you two are interested, you may check it out too. Without a doubt, Duan Ling Tian's words had taken the two burly men by surprise. You've accepted it? It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian would actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. In fact, before this, they were almost certain that he would reject it since they knew about Feng Fan's background. However, reality seemed to have played a joke on them. The two of you, please pass a message on behalf of me, Duan Ling Tian added again. Right now, the duo no longer dared to look down on him. No matter whether the act of Duan Ling Tian accepting Feng Fan's death duel invitation was because of his confidence or for other reasons, this courageous side of him was enough to elicit deep veneration from the others. Please wait for a while, said one of the men before he entered the mansion. Duan Ling Tian, you actually dare to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Do you know who he is? The remaining man could not suppress the question from rising. He even thought that the reason Duan Ling Tian had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation was that he did not know about Feng Fan's background at all, and was just merely consumed by a sudden impulse. Just like me, he's an outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian replied straightforwardly. Do you know that he's different from other ordinary outer court disciples? The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched violently. Listening to Duan Ling Tian's tone, he thought that he might really not know about Feng Fan's background at all. An outer court disciple who was ranked 5th of the outer court, Duan Ling Tian replied again. Just as an expression that said, just as I thought, appeared on the burly man's face. Duan Ling Tian added again. Oh yeah, he seems to be ranked 99th on the Earth rankings or something. You know that he's an Earth rankings powerhouse, yet you still dare to accept his death duel invitation? The burly man's eyes bulged. Seeing how casual Duan Ling Tian was, the man smiled wryly and asked, do you know what the Earth rankings represent? It represents the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. Those who are ranked at the top of the Earth rankings can even defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength is even comparable to intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. As for those who are ranked behind, they can have a battle with an early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivator to decide the draw. Duan Ling Tian replied as though he was memorizing a textbook. You know about this, and yet you still dare to accept the death duel invitation that an Earth rankings powerhouse issued? Duan Ling Tian's answer was beyond the burly man's expectation. However, he was even more perplexed. Was this Duan Ling Tian really not afraid of death? Don't tell me that he's actually confident that he can beat Feng Fan? A thought suddenly appeared in the burly man's mind, but very soon. He suppressed it again. Impossible. This is impossible. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian has impressive innate talent, but he has only entered the Moon Illumination sect for 2 months. His cultivation base is most likely not even on the paramount mortal shedding stage yet. The burly man thought to himself. Seeing how Duan Ling Tian stood right there waiting quietly, free of arrogance and impetuosity, the burly man's heart was taken aback. This young man seemed to possess a maturity that was beyond his age. This went beyond his expectations. Although I have no idea why you're here to look for Elder Dongfang, I have to warn you that Elder Dongfang might not want to see you. It'll only be his loss if he refuses to see me. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the burly man frowned and snorted, Humph! I really wonder where you get your confidence from. After 15 minutes, The burly man who had left just now finally returned. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Dongfang has already been waiting for you. Follow me. He's agreed to it? The burly man who had stayed with Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. It had never crossed his mind that the man that he had served for so many years would actually agree to meet such an unfledged boy as Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps Elder Dongfang has taken a liking to his innate talent. This was the only plausible reason that the burly man could think of. From the moment that Duan Ling Tian entered the mansion of Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, until he left, the entire process had only taken 15 minutes. As for what had happened inside Dongfang Quan's mansion within these 15 minutes, nobody else other than Duan Ling Tian and Dongfang Quan knew. After leaving Dongfang Quan's mansion, Duan Ling Tian returned to his courtyard and entered his room before entering the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. 3 days inside the pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. The span of 3 days was enough to allow him to cultivate the techniques of the Saint-grade martial tactic. In actual fact, in the past month, he had remained on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 months. When the second month ended, he had already made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As for the last remaining month, he had used it to cultivate the techniques of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Among them, he had made the fastest progress in the defense technique Silver Shirt. Right now, his Silver Shirt had already been cultivated close to the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage in the Saint-grade martial tactic, and it was also the highest stage. The Silver Shirt itself was a defense technique that devoted attention to merging one's true energy into one's body. If the body was stronger, the merging would be even simpler. After going through 2 transformations, Duan Ling Tian's body had now reached a formidable stage. As stated by the Elder Hua, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon, even a 6-clawed divine dragon that had the same level could not compare to the current Duan Ling Tian in terms of just the body's tenacity alone. Duan Ling Tian's body's tenacity was on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon now. Of course, there were no 6-clawed divine dragons at all in Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone a 7-clawed divine dragon. In the dragon clan of Dao Martial Saint Land, the 5-clawed divine dragon was a member of the dragon clan that had the highest bloodline. The 6-clawed divine dragon did not exist there at all. At the very least, from what Duan Ling Tian learned from Xuan Ai, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon at all in Dao Martial Saint Land. As Duan Ling Tian's entire body was shining in a silverish light, he muttered to himself, I keep having a feeling that I'll be able to obtain some special opportunity in these 3 days' time and cultivate my Silver Shirt to the impeccable stage in one fell swoop. Just as Duan Ling Tian was in his closed-door cultivation, another shocking news took the entire Moon Illumination Sect's outer court by surprise like a stone that was thrown into a calm lake. Elder Dongfang has released a statement saying that if Duan Ling Tian dies by the hand of Feng Fan in 3 days, he'll repay the merit points in Duan Ling Tian's crystal card to those who have won the bet against Duan Ling Tian. In addition to taking the group of outer court disciples by surprise, this news also stunned each and every outer court deacon and elder. Since when does Elder Dongfang gives a care about such petty matters? It's unbelievable. Elder Dongfang actually announced a statement and is willing to take care of Duan Ling Tian's post-duel arrangement after he's killed by Fangfu. Duan Ling Tian actually let Elder Dongfang carry out such a small petty matter for him. Don't tell me that he's actually a disciple taken by Elder Dongfang in secret? Impossible. If he's Elder Dongfang's disciple, Elder Dongfang would never have let him accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation in order to protect him. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian had used facts to respond to the doubts from the group of outer court disciples and Deng Wei, the outer court deacon. How is this possible? When Deng Wei learned about this news, he was completely baffled by astonishment. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to invite Elder Dongfang to become his witness and guarantor for his bet. However, soon, a sneer crept up upon his face. So what even if you have Elder Dongfang to be your witness and guarantor? In the end, you'll still die by Feng Fan's hand. Inside a little standalone courtyard in the outer court, sitting in front of the stone table, Yiman twirled the wine glass in his hand and muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you won't die in the hands of Feng Fan in 3 days. Your life is mine, Yimans. In his eyes, a chilly brilliance flashed across like a meteor that disappeared as soon it appeared in the night sky. On the second day, the training field of the Outer Court District was extremely lively. Each and every of the Outer Court disciple was lining up to bet with Duanling Tian. They were betting on Feng Fan in the death duel that would take place 2 days later with their merit points. By that time, if Feng Fan won, they would be able to get a payout of 1 to 30. In just a few days' time, they would be able to get 31 merit points by just investing 30 merit points. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was basically just giving his merit points away to them, making them feel bad if they did not take it from him. Of course, it was not that they had never thought about the consequences if he won. However, they felt that it was impossible. If it were just an ordinary duel, then Feng Fan might work together with Duanling Tian and fake a loss in order to share the merit points with him. However, the duel that would take place 2 days later was a death duel. The death duel would never end unless someone died. Once the death duel was valid, nobody was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, he would be sentenced to death. This applied to even the inner court elders and even the vice sect leader. A rule was a rule. Other than the few most powerful saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the Moon Illumination sect leader, all of the other people had no right to break the rules, let alone ignore them. In just 1 day, the balance of the merit points in the crystal card in Duanling Tian's hand had gone up to a shocking amount of more than 1.6 million. Of course, 100,000 of these originally belonged to him. In other words, in just a day, he had already received a total of over 1.5 million merit points through wagers. If he won the death duel in 2 days, all of these wagers would belong to him. I can see that today on the training field, the outer court deacons and elders were tempted to join the betting game that I set up. Yeah, I'll just continue tomorrow. After returning to his standalone courtyard, Duanling Tian thought to himself, perhaps each of them feels that the person who will die 2 days later will be me. The moment he thought about this, he looked at the crystal card in his hand as a brilliant smile crept up upon his face. However, it's also thanks to this. Otherwise, how else could I earn so many merit points? But those outer court disciples are quite rich. In just 1 day, I've already gotten over 1.5 million merit points. Duanling Tian continued to show up on the training field the second day, and the bet continued to go on. That day, the outer court disciples who came to make their bets were less than the day before. Yesterday, almost all of the outer court disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation and the few who found it to be risky and did not just follow blindly like sheep had already made the bets. Senior brother Duanling Tian, I've already made my bet using my merit points. Can I use my saint stones too? One of the outer court disciples who felt it was still not enough asked Duanling Tian. I'm sorry, I only accept merit point here. Duanling Tian smiled apologetically before looking at the figure not far away. But you can go to find Deacon Deng. He seems to be accepting saint stones as a wager. The betting odds with Deacon Deng is just too low. The outer court disciple shook his head and left. Oh! Suddenly, Duanling Tian noticed that Deng Wei, who was standing not far away, had suddenly walked towards him. He advanced all the way until he reached in front of him. Yes? Are you still doubting me now, Deacon Deng? Duanling Tian asked. Humph. I'm here to make a bet. Deng Wei snorted. A bet? Duanling Tian was stunned. Since you're so generous in giving your wealth away to everybody, then I won't be modest anymore. Here are 120,000 merit points on Feng Fan winning the death duel tomorrow. Deng Wei took out his crystal card nimbly and declared, 120,000 merit points? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. He had never expected Deng Wei to be this rich. However, soon, he eased down again after giving it some thought. No matter what, Deng Wei was still an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect, just like his teacher, Feng Hui. Although he was not as amazing as his teacher, he was still an outer court deacon no matter what. It was quite normal for him to have 120,000 merit points on hand. Deacon Deng, I think it's better for you to make a smaller bet. I'm sure these 120,000 merit points isn't quite a small amount for you, Duanling Tian advised with seemingly good intentions, narrowing his eyes. With so many merit points, it was basically impossible to say that he was not eyeing them at all. As for his advice with seemingly noble intentions, in truth, that was just also because he had a clear insight on Deng Wei's psyche. He knew that the more he advised him, the more Deng Wei would refuse to listen to him. As it turned out, Duan Tian was correct. What? Are you scared now? Take out your crystal card. I'm betting 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing Duan Tian advising him, Deng Wei thought that Duan Tian was merely feeling guilty, and at once he added on another 30,000 merit points. The 150,000 merit points was basically all he had. Now that he had given all of his 150,000 merit points out, he was only left with several thousand merit points in hand. However, he was not concerned about it at all. He believed that after tomorrow, the 150,000 merit points would be returned to his crystal card with both capital and interest. With the betting odds of 30 to 1, 150,000 merit points would get him a whole 5,000 merit points. The moment he thought about how he was able to earn 5,000 merit points in just one day, Deng Wei became lightheaded. Earning so speedily is much faster than how I usually earn my merit points. Seeing how his merit points had already been transferred to Duan Tian's crystal card, Deng Wei, who took the written pledge, swept a cold glance at him. Duan Tian, I'll inform my nephew about your death tomorrow. Your nephew? Duan Tian was baffled. Humph. Don't tell me that you've already forgotten how you actually passed through your entrance assessment to become a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect? Deng Wei sneered. You mean, Deng Yu? Is he actually your nephew? Duan Tian finally pieced the puzzle pieces together. It was no wonder that when he went to place the bet with Deng Wei 2 days ago, he felt that Deng Wei seemed to have a great hostility towards him. So this was how it turned out. It looks like you still remember. Deng Wei sneered. If it weren't for you, it'd be easy for my nephew to enter the sect with his innate talent. But all thanks to you, he no longer has any fate to enter the Moon Illumination sect for his entire life. Deacon Deng, instead of hating me right here, why don't you ask that nephew of yours why couldn't he defeat me? After casting a nonchalant glance at Deng Wei, Duan Tian could not be bothered with him anymore. His attention landed on the crystal card in his hand. The merit points in his crystal card now was close to 2.1 million merit points now. Out of the merit points, 100,000 belonged to him, while the rest were the wagers that he received. With the capital that I have in my hand, I can still take in a wager of 1 million, Duan Tian muttered. At the same time, he looked at the group of outer court deacons and elders surrounding him before thinking to himself, they really can keep their cool. Just as Duan Tian's thought left his mind, an outer court deacon walked over. Since Deng Wei has also come to join in the fun, I won't miss this as well. In this case, I'll place a bet of 100,000 merit points. Okay. Duan Tian fluidly took the 100,000 merit points that the outer court deacon passed him, and at the same time, he passed the written pledge to the deacon before announcing wittingly, another 900,000 merit points, and this bet that I set will no longer take in any bets. The moment Duan Tian's words left his mouth, the group of outer court deacons could no longer hold it in anymore as they came swarming forward. I'll place 50,000 merit points. I'm betting 60,000 merit points. I'll place 80,000 merit points. Although they were not as crazy as Deng Wei, they still presented him half of their wealth. In just a while, the wager that Duan Tian had in his hand had already accumulated to become more than 2.6 million merit points. At this point, several outer court elders walked over. Dong Chong, the person in charge of the previous entrance assessment who wanted to take Duan Tian in as a direct disciple but was rejected, was one of them too. When these few elders were walking over to him, Duan Tian noticed a spiritual energy sweep over him without restraint before enveloping his entire physique as though it was probing something. This owner of the spiritual energy was a plump outer court elder who was all smiles and appeared to be harmless. However, Duan Tian knew that he was not as simple as he looked. He must be a downright grinning tiger. A wicked person with a hypocritical smile was a fitting description. Duan Tian, it looks like you've really made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the entrance assessment, just as the rumors say. With the cultivation base as a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator, you're indeed allowed to be conceited to be able to defeat Zhang Ji and Lin Fu one after another. Soon. The smiling tiger stood in front of Duanling Tian and said nonchalantly, "Thanks for the compliment, Elder." Duanling Tian replied indifferently. He was not fond of this outer court elder who was being impolite by probing his cultivation base. Perfection mortal shedding stage? As the saying went, a casual remark may reveal much to an attentive listener. After Dong Chong heard the smiling tiger's words, his heart skipped a beat in shock right away before asking via true energy voice transmission, "Elder Huang Cheng, did you probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base just now?" Huang Cheng nodded his head indifferently. At the same time, before Dong Chong and the few other outer court elders could open their mouths, he had already looked at Duanling Tian and beat the rest to announce, "How much more wagers you can take? I'll make up for the remaining balance that you still lack." Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed without warning as a trace of a sneer crept upon the corner of his mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dong Chong and the few other outer court elders turned horrified right away. Some of the other outer court elders even cried out anxiously, "Elder Huang, you can't just take all the goodness for yourself." "That's right. Those who see it can get the shares too. How can you just seize all the remaining wagers for yourself? Elder Huang, you're really dishonest." The few outer court disciples expressed their discontentedness one by one. Only Dong Chong did not have the intention to compete with Huang Cheng. He just wanted to remind Huang Cheng that Duanling Tian was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he defeated Lin Fu a month ago. That was the result he obtained by probing using his spiritual secret technique personally. Just as Dong Chong was about to open his mouth, Huang Cheng had already beaten him to it first. "All of you geezers, you're the ones who are slow, so who are you blaming now? As the saying goes, first come, first served. Don't tell me that you guys don't even know about this rule at all." Huang Cheng's tone was completely blunt, as though he was not at all concerned about the glum expression on the few outer court elders' faces. The moment Huang Cheng's words left his mouth, even Dong Chong could not help but felt a little disgruntled. At once, he did not proceed to warn Huang Cheng anymore. The few outer court elders snorted with disdain. "Huang Cheng, it's not up to you who decides whether we can make a bet or not. This bet isn't set by you anyway." "Huang Cheng." "That's right. This bet is set up by Duanling Tian. How are you so sure that he's willing to give you all of the remaining amounts?" "Huang Cheng, don't be so conceited." Upon hearing the few outer court elders, Huang Cheng instantly looked at Duanling Tian. Narrowing his eyes, he asked in an unfriendly tone, "Duanling Tian, did you hear what I said just now?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded his head nonchalantly. The few outer court elders looked at Duanling Tian and encouraged him. "Duanling Tian, you don't have to give a damn about him. If he dares to pick any trouble with you because of this, these few old men, aren't people who are easily bullied." "That's right. We'll back you up. You don't have to be afraid of him." "I'm sorry, all of you elders. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Since Elder Huang is the one who spoke first, I have no other option but to give all of the remaining limits to him. Next time, I'll make sure to give all of you the priority if I set another bet." In the face of the few outer court elders' constant bombarding, Duanling Tian apologized. "Did you guys hear that?" Upon hearing the apology, Huang Cheng had a smug expression on his face. At the same time, he nodded at Duanling Tian and smirked. "Duanling Tian, you're not bad. Really not bad. How sensible of you. If it weren't for the fact that you're going to have a death duel with Feng Fan tomorrow, I'd really wanted to take you as my disciple. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, Elder Huang Cheng." Duanling Tian beamed too as he looked at Huang Cheng. As for the few other elders, he completely ignored them. However, the corner of his eye could not help but sweep past Dong Chong. From the beginning till the end, Elder Dong Chong didn't even say a word, and he seems to have no intention of placing any bets at all. In this case, what is he doing here joining in the fun for? Duanling Tian's heart was full of scorn. If Elder Dong Chong had also opened his mouth just now, he would have definitely shared his remaining limits with him too. A month ago, Dong Chong had probed his cultivation base without restraint in secret, pissing him off. After those few outer court elders were rejected by Duanling Tian, their faces turned glum right away. However, what else could they do? Threaten him? Duan Ling Tian was most likely going to be killed tomorrow, so what use was there in threatening him? As for Duan Ling Tian's claims of prioritizing them when he had the opportunity to set up another bet the next time, they completely regarded it as nonsense. In their opinion, he would never be able to survive after the next day. Dong Chong took a long look at Duan Ling Tian and did not say any more. He was clear that even if he reminded Huang Qingniao, the latter would only mistake it as him wanting his share. Duan Ling Tian, how much more wager can you take? Taking out his own crystal card, Huang Chang looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. 360,000 more, Duan Ling Tian answered. The moment Huang Chang heard that, he readily swiped 360,000 merit points from his crystal card. Of course, this was just on the surface. He could not help but felt a little pang of pain in his heart. He only had a total of slightly over 400,000 merit points in hand. Now that 360,000 was gone in a flash, this was no doubt a huge loss to him. However, the moment he remembered that he would be able to obtain more than 10,000 merit points in addition to getting back his 360,000 merit points the next day, his pain disappeared. All of the 3 million is now here. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with excitement. However, he did not show it deliberately on the surface. Instead, he just maintained his composure. He understood the saying, the silent toad catches the fly, very well. Elders, the bet has ended now, so it's time for me to go back to Cultivate in order for me to face the death duel tomorrow. Farewell. After keeping his crystal card, Duan Ling Tian looked at the few outer court elders in front and said his farewell before he left. Duan Ling Tian is not bad. Staring at his silhouette that was getting farther away, Huang Chang nodded his head in satisfaction. Of course, the reason for his approval was that the man had resisted the pressure and had given him all of the remaining limits to him. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian intended to just give him over 10,000 merit points freely. As for the few other elders other than Dong Chong who seemed to be lost in his thoughts, the rest of them had grave expressions. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian would have no sense in appreciating favors. How dare he actually ignore them? And to think that he actually went back to Cultivate. Let alone one day, even if he's given a year, he's not a match for Feng Fan at all. How dare he actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation? Duan Ling Tian really overestimated himself. I really want to see how he'll be killed tomorrow. The few outer court elders who hated Duan Ling Tian for not allocating his remaining limit to them sneered one after another. Haha, everyone, I'll bid farewell first. See you tomorrow. Huang Chang laughed out loudly in content as he strode away. It's time for me to take my leave too, Dong Chong added before he departed as well. Since the few other outer court elders' attention was not on Dong Chong, they did not notice how abnormal he was behaving that day. After mocking Duan Ling Tian a few more times, they finally left one by one. As for the few enraged outer court elders, of course, Duan Ling Tian did not give a damn about them. He believed that after tomorrow, these few outer court disciples would be very grateful to him. Feng Fan was an Earth rankings powerhouse? So what? No matter how strong he was still only a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Why would he, Duan Ling Tian, be afraid of him? I have close to 3.1 million merit points here. TSK. I think not many people have this many merit points even in the Moon Illumination sect. After returning to the house in the little courtyard, Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate straight away. Instead, he studied the crystal card in his hand. As he infused his true energy into it, the balance that was shown on the crystal card was just several thousand away from 3.1 million. There was still one day to go before the death duel the next day. Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the room and sat in front of the stone table in the little courtyard, peacefully sipping the fragrant tea from a cup. Appearing calm and easy, he did not look like somebody who was going to carry out a death duel in a day. Once in a while, a few outer court disciples would walk by, and when they saw such a scene from the hollow courtyard door, they shook their heads straight away. It looks like senior brother Duan Ling Tian has already given up. It's such a pity. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has such a solid innate talent, but he's going to fall tomorrow. What a short-selling talent. Many outer court disciples felt sorry for Duan Ling Tian. Many other outer court disciples felt delighted as well upon seeing how Duan Ling Tian seemed to be giving up all hope now. It looks like I'll be getting back my capital and interest that I bet at senior brother Duan Ling Tian's place yesterday by tomorrow. Looks like there's basically no suspense at all in tomorrow's death duel. No matter what kind of expression Duan Ling Tian had before the death duel, some of the outer court disciples did not think that he would have any chance of surviving. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man. No matter how bustling it was on the outside, Duan Ling Tian still sat quietly in front of the stone table in the little courtyard. His heart was not thinking about the death duel the next day, but about his two fiancées. I must go back to have a look in 10 months. No matter whether the babies are already born or not, I must wait for them to give birth to the babies. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. In just 10 more months, it would already be a whole 3 years since he last left the overseas Saint Island Half Moon Island. I wonder how the two little girls are doing now. The same goes to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold too. And Xuanai. She must be very worried about me. A series of familiar figures flashed past Duan Ling Tian's mind. All of these characters and the lovely voice, as well as the happy countenance of the owners of these figures, gave him a thick sense of warmth in his heart. However, Duan Ling Tian had no idea that right now the overseas Saint Island and the Half Moon Island had already completely transformed due to the arrival of a middle-aged man in golden robes. As night fell, Duan Ling Tian returned to his house, but he still had no intention to cultivate. Instead, lying down on the bed, he slowly entered dreamland quietly and had a good night's sleep. In other people's eyes, it had only been 2 months since he arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. However, in truth, he had already spent a whole 6 months in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 6 months was also equivalent to half a year. In this half a year, he had been cultivating every moment and every second. He had never once slept properly like a normal person. By the time he woke up, the sun was already rising high in the sky. When he walked out of the courtyard, he noticed that the blazing sun had already climbed up high and was now in the middle of the sky. Is it already this late? I suppose they are all already on the training field now. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, crowds of people were crammed at the training field of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court district. Almost all of the outer sect, except for the Grand Elder Dongfang Quan and those who were in closed-door cultivation, were there. Besides that, many inner court disciples from the inner court district were there to join in the fun too. Zhou Qi was one of them. Other than an empty space in the middle, the vast training field was completely surrounded by people. In the void in the middle, an ordinary-looking young man stood there quietly and was attaining his mental composure with his eyes shut. Not moving an inch like a mountain, he appeared to be like a statue. This person was Feng Fan, the outer court disciple who was ranked 5th in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he was a well-known powerhouse who was at the peak of the void on the Earth rankings too. Why is senior brother Duan Ling Tian not here yet? Don't tell me that he has already fled at such a critical juncture. It couldn't be, could it? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian doesn't seem like a person who would break his promise. Apart from that, Elder Dongfang is paying attention to this matter. Even if he wants to flee, would he be able to bolt just like that? You have a point. The noisy training field soon resumed its quietness again. Duan Ling Tian, I want to see how you're going to die today. After you die, I'll take the news back to my clan, and if Little Yu finds out about you being killed, he'll definitely be ecstatic. Standing at the side of the training field, Deng Wei sneered again and again as though he had already seen the scene of how Duan Ling Tian would be annihilated by Feng Fan. Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you can survive. Your life belongs to me, you man. If you die, I'll also kill Feng Fan and prove to everybody that I, you man, am stronger than you. I'm stronger than the person who can kill you. Standing at the corner of the crowd, Yi Man's eyes gleamed with iciness. Even though Duan Ling Tian was not there yet, the obsessiveness in his heart had already risen. The reason he fell into the Devil Dao last time was because of Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to surpass Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian died, he would no doubt lose his target. However, he had already prepared a backup plan. If Duan Ling Tian was killed, He would no longer be obsessed over Duanling Tian but over Fengfan instead. Huang Chang, the outer sect elder, stood among the group of outer court elders. Unlike those outer court elders who appeared glum, other than Dong Chong, his face was filled with a smile as though he was riding on the crest of his success. In his opinion, there was basically no risk for him to bet 360,000 merit points on Fengfan. Although the odds were low, it was still 30 to 1. In just one day, he would be able to earn over 10,000 merit points with both capital and interest. The moment he thought of this, he was delighted. Somebody with sharp eyesight instantly spotted the purple-colored figure who was walking towards the training field from the little standalone courtyard. At the same time, he exclaimed out loud and attracted everybody's attention. "Senior brother Duanling Tian is here." At once, most of the people on the training field turned to look at Duanling Tian one by one. "He's Duanling Tian?" Some of the inner court disciples from the inner court district who came to join in the fun could not help but be taken by surprise. It had never crossed their minds that this outer court disciple whose fame had spread through the entire outer court district and was a little well known even in the inner court district the moment he entered the Moon Illumination sect would actually turn out to be this young. Duanling Tian. Glaring at Duanling Tian, Zhou Qi's eyes were glittering coldly. Never did he think that the person whom he regarded as ant to the point that he found it lazy to even kill would actually have such a forbidding innate talent and grow up to such a stage. If time could be reversed and he could go back to 6 months before, he would have definitely killed this inconspicuous little fellow to spare him all the trouble later. However, the moment he was reminded about the fact that such a person would cease to exist after today, Zhou Qi's heart was filled with joy right away. Zhou Qi. Despite there being many people on the training field, Duanling Tian still noticed Zhou Qi at a first glance. His heart twisted with contempt right away. "Take a good look and prepare to receive the present that I'm giving to your gang." 6 months ago, the scene of how Zhou Qi went to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City compellingly was still vivid in his mind. That person who had looked down on him then and treated him as an ant was now no longer that far away from him. In just one more year, he believed that he would be able to surpass him completely. One more year was also equivalent to 3 years in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's second level. "How dare you? Fuck you." Noticing Duanling Tian's instigating look, Zhou Qi's face turned grave and turned to disgust as though he had just eaten a fly. No matter how monstrous Duanling Tian's innate talent was, he still seemed like an ant in Zhou Qi's eyes just like 6 months ago. And today, such an ant actually dared to look at him in the eyes with such a gaze? At once Zhou Qi's blood boiled with rage. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Qi looked at Fengfan who was standing on the empty space in the training field. Burning with rage, he told him using his true energy voice transmission, "Junior brother Fan, I hope you can torture him before you kill him. Torture him as much as you can." Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Fengfan nodded and opened his eyes wide at the same time. At this moment, Duanling Tian walked on the pathway that the group of outer court disciples opened up for him automatically and came to the middle of the training field. Reaching in front of Fengfan, he stood in a stalemate position. "Duanling Tian?" Fengfan raised his brow and asked nonchalantly. His tone was condescending as though he was a top person overlooking at a lowly person as he said in a questioning tone. "Fengfan?" Duanling Tian did not answer Fengfan and asked back tauntingly. "I thought that you didn't dare to come anymore, showing up this late." Fengfan frowned unnoticeably. His tone was filled with cynicism. "Late?" Duanling Tian replied indifferently. "You only asked me to come to the training field for a duel today, but you didn't seem to set a time, did you? Don't say that I only came when it's almost noon. Even if I come later at night, I still wouldn't be considered as standing you up." "What an amazing mouth. I hope that your strength can be as amazing as your mouth later when we begin," Fengfan mocked. "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Duanling Tian's tone was still as calm as before. There was no ripple on his face, as though he would not even bat an eye even if a mountain collapsed. "I wonder where your confidence actually comes from. How dare you actually accept the death duel invitation that I, Fengfan, issued? Today, I guess it's also quite lucky for you to be able to die by my hand today," Fengfan added nonchalantly. "After you die, please remember when you're in the other world that the person who killed you is a future Saint stage powerhouse. I'm sure that you can console yourself every time you think of this. It's not embarrassing to die by the hand of a saint stage powerhouse to be after all. Saint stage powerhouse to be? Well, we'll have to see whether you have the destiny to break through the saint stage or not. Duan Lingtian responded. His words held no mercy at all. Since he was already certain that Feng Fan was Lu Huan's man and was there to kill him, there was no need for him to be so polite anymore. Even if he was polite, would the other party just change his mind and not kill him? It was a battle of wits with hammer and tongs. Duan Lingtian was the one gaining the upper hand in the heated battle of words. Cut the crap. It won't change the fact that you're going to die today. As though knowing that he would not get any benefit if he continued to ramble on, Feng Fan did not plan to say any more. The moment his words left his mouth, gusts of golden rays rose up from his body right away. His entire body seemed to have been draped in a layer of a golden shirt. This is the... Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be taken aback. Why did this look so much like the silver shirt that he had cultivated and the copper shirt that he cultivated the last time? It's the golden shirt. Golden shirt is the upgraded version of the silver shirt. It's one of the few human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic moves that our Moon Illumination sect has. Oh God! I didn't expect Senior Brother Feng Fan to have cultivated such a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. As Feng Fan's body glowed with golden flashes as if he wore a layer of gold, many outer court disciples were crying out loud. Even though they knew that Feng Fan was strong since he was one of the powerhouses in the Earth rankings, a majority of them had never seen him in action. Even those who had seen him in action had never seen him exert the golden shirt. Golden shirt? Is that the upgraded version of the silver shirt? I see. Duan Lingtian understood after hearing the whispers around him, but he was still shocked. The golden shirt is a move in the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. It's said that it requires 300,000 merit points to borrow the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic of the Moon Illumination sect once. The golden shirt cultivated by Feng Fan would be at least on the second stage. It means that he would have borrowed that human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic at least twice, spending 600,000 merit points. Thinking of that, Duan Lingtian could not help but stick his tongue out. Feng Fan's asset was not comparable with an ordinary outer court disciple. He could even compete with an outer court deacon. It should be noted that in the bet which Duan Lingtian had set up 2 days ago, the largest wager placed by an outer court disciple was no more than a few thousand merit points. Naturally, the betting outer court disciples did not include Feng Fan and the rest of the top 5 ranking people of the outer court who were also the top 5 outer court disciples in the Earth rankings. So what if it's the upgraded version of the silver shirt? I've cultivated my silver shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Its strength is comparable to a golden shirt which is cultivated to the 3rd stage. Besides, my body is already much stronger than an ordinary person's. Once I exert the silver shirt, I'll be able to present an even stronger effect. Duan Lingtian was full of confidence in his own defenses. His body was already strong. In Elder Hua's words, it was even stronger than the body of a 6-clawed divine dragon, and on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. In terms of defense, it was impossible for Feng Fan to compete with him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was also clear that Feng Fan did not exert the golden shirt for just his defense, but it was also to improve his physical fitness. Regardless of whether it was the copper shirt or the silver shirt, once it was used, it could improve one's physical fitness in addition to strengthening their defense. As the upgraded version of the silver shirt, the golden shirt certainly had the same qualities. As the stage differed, so did the amplified effects. Certainly, the foundation of one's body would have the biggest impact. In that regard, Feng Fan could not compete with Duan Lingtian at all. Even if Feng Fan had cultivated the golden shirt to the highest stage, which was the impeccable stage, only the defense formed by true energy could hinder Duan Lingtian when he exerted the golden shirt. As for the enhanced physical fitness, it was not worth mentioning to Duan Lingtian. It would not make a difference to him. All of that was because Feng Fan's body was merely a mortal's body, whereas Duan Lingtian's body was so powerful that throughout the entire martial Dao Saint land, amongst those whose cultivation base was the same as his, even those saint beasts or wild beasts which were born with a stronger body, would not be comparable to his, let alone a human being. To show off one's physical fitness in front of Duan Tian was like displaying one's petty skill before an expert. Duan Tian, I must say that you're very lucky. You should know that I've never battled another outer court disciple ever since I fought my way into the Earth rankings. After today's battle, you should be proud even if you die. As Feng Fan raised his hand, a sword appeared. It was a thick and wide broadsword. Unlike the grace of an ordinary sword, the broadsword seemed bulky. It looked so big that it seemed hard to brandish it around. However, the broadsword seemed to weigh nothing when Feng Fan held it in his hand. Feeling proud even if I die? Duan Tian snickered. You can keep such pride for yourself. Junior brother Fan, stop talking nonsense to him. Just kill him now. Zhou Qi's true energy voice transmission rang in Feng Fan's ears, which made him turn serious as his gaze was directed at Duan Tian like lightning. So, in the next moment he moved. In the vision of Duan Tian's left eye, Zhou Qi single-handedly held the thick broadsword that was longer than his height and arrived near him like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye. When he moved, he gave Duan Tian a strange feeling. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a rock soaring the 9 heavens. At the same time, Duan Tian heard an exclamation. One of the inner court disciples recognized the movement technique cultivated by Zhou Qi. It belonged to the same human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic as the defensive move Golden Shirt. That's why his movement was so similar to a rock's. It turns out that the movement technique he cultivated is called the rock soaring the 9 heavens. Duan Tian thought to himself. Duan Tian, take that. Feng Fan arrived before him in a second. After shouting, the broadsword in his hands exuded wisps of true energy with green luster around it. Simultaneously, he hacked the broadsword downwards against Duan Tian's head. At that moment, Duan Tian even had an illusion that Feng Fan was no longer holding a sword but a giant mountain. The broadsword that moved like thunder slammed against Duan Tian like a massive mountain. Boom! 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 Wherever the broadsword passed, the sound of wind and thunder sounded incessantly. The air in the void wherever the broadsword passed seemed to fall into a vacuum instantly whilst Duan Tian became its target. Gargantuan Taishan! Another inner court disciple cried out as he recognized the offensive move that Feng Fan exerted. Again, it came from the same human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic as the Golden Shirt and the rock soaring the 9 heavens. The essence of this offensive move was its force. Once the force was exerted, regardless of the weapon, it would fall and crush the opponent like Mount Tai landing on them. What's so hard to take? In the face of Feng Fan's fierce attack, Duan Tian snickered. In a split second, the sun-shooting bow appeared and an arrow formed by true energy shot out like a passing meteor in the night sky. Aerolite strike. The meteor-like arrow shot towards the broadsword in Feng Fan's hands and crashed into it. Boom! Along with the explosion caused by the collision of the forces, a vast expanse of rolling airwaves spread and swept throughout the entire martial arts practice hall, causing the robes of everyone present to flutter. Duan Tian's arrow made the broadsword vibrate and shift upwards a little as well as depleting some of its force. Such futile effort! Although he was amazed by the strength contained in that hurried attack made by Duan Tian, Feng Fan naturally would not miss this perfect opportunity to overpower him once and for all. He swung the broadsword in his hands and continued to press it against Duan Tian. Certainly, this attack was made in a rush and the power he exerted was more than a bit weaker than the previous attack. However, Feng Fan was still confident. This strike would definitely land on Duan Tian before he could make another shot. We still don't know whose effort is futile. Duan Tian smiled faintly while the sun-shooting bow in his hand vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he took a step forward, clenching both his fists and punching out. It was as if 2 cannons were shot rapidly. That scene dumbfounded everyone present. Did Duan Tian plan to grab Feng Fan's sword empty-handed? Even though Feng Fan's current strike was not as powerful as the last, it did not seem to be something that Duan Tian could catch empty-handedly. Idiot! Zhou Qi smirked as if he had foreseen the scene where Duan Tian was killed by Feng Fan. This Duan Tian, he has a saint weapon but doesn't use it. Is he courting death? The man frowned. There was a smile on Huang Cheng's face. He seemed to already see more than 10,000 merits points waving at him. "Oh, you're courting death." Seeing that Duanling Tian planned to catch his sword empty-handedly, a mocking smirk appeared on Feng Fan's face instantly. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not dare to do that in face of his attack. "Since you want to die earlier, I'll send you on your way." The giant sword in Feng Fan's hand slammed down. Even though it was not as powerful as the previous attack, it was still invincible like a mountain crashing downwards. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to cover the sun and revere the heaven and earth. In face of the mockery, Duanling Tian did not answer, which was rare. When he took one step forward and punched both his fists outwards together, his whole body seemed to be covered in a silver luster which made him look like he was shrouded in a dazzling silver cloth. It was the silver shirt which he had cultivated to the highest stage possible. Once he used the silver shirt, it stimulated almost all of the potential in his body and his pure brute strength was fully exerted. Even if the layer of sparkling silver luster did not exist, then everyone present could see the throbbing veins on Duanling Tian's fists. Every time they throbbed, power pulsated. It was not exaggerating to say that if Duanling Tian removed his clothes, everyone would be able to see that the muscles hidden under the silver cloth were all bulging. Broken. As Feng Fan's falling sword came near him, Duanling Tian stared whilst his pair of iron fists, which were glowing in silver luster and true energy, swept out as if they were two worm dragons slithering out of its hole. The two worm dragons soared outwards and faced the falling giant sword without any hesitation, with great momentum. It set off the sounds of wind and thunder. Bang! Bang! Along with the two thunderous bangs, two airwaves rolled out in all directions from those 2 points as the center and crashed into each other, as if even the void seemed to shatter. The airwaves that crashed into each other also formed a small-scale shockwave and swept outwards even in an environment like Dao Martial Saint Land, whereby the gravity was so strong. As long as the martial cultivator and Dao cultivators present had a cultivation base above the paramount mortal shedding stage and paid attention, they could see the ripples in the air which was spreading out. In seconds, the ripples spread and affected them. The onlookers stared intently at the field without caring about their fluttering robes. In the field, calm was gradually restored after the ripples rolling in the air spread out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the purple-clad Duanling Tian swung both his hands and took 2 steps backward before he managed to stop moving. His cheeks were slightly flushed. In contrast, Feng Fan's broadsword vibrated as he suddenly drew it back. His face turned green and pale, but his feet did not move. Naturally, not many people noticed the difference in their complexions. They merely noticed their body movements. Senior brother Feng Fan was better. Humph. He dared to grab senior brother Feng Fan's broadsword without using his saint weapon. He's really courting death. Once they fight, we'd know who's stronger immediately. He's still my idol. Senior brother Feng Fan is stronger. Many outer court disciples looked towards Feng Fan with a burning gaze while they were discussing. The outer court disciples were all blindly worshipping him. Eh? Senior brother Duanling Tian didn't utilize his saint weapon but was merely slightly worse off. Senior brother Feng Fan used his instead. Senior brother Duanling Tian is insanely strong. Isn't he? He resisted senior brother Feng Fan's strike empty-handedly without getting hurt. It seems that the outcome of today's battle won't necessarily be senior brother Duanling Tian's death. The outer court disciples that said those were the ones who were neutral. All of them were shocked by the strength Duanling Tian presented. The faces of the group of outer court elders and deacons also turned serious. Indeed, there's a reason why he's famous. Duanling Tian is extraordinary. The group of inner court disciples who came to see the action looked shocked too. Feng Fan was a powerhouse on the Earth rankings. How's that possible? Zhou Qi was also shocked and in disbelief when he saw that scene. He never expected Duanling Tian to be able to resist Feng Fan's strike empty-handedly. Even though that strike was far less than his full strength, it was still a force which was amplified by utilizing a saint weapon. On the field, Duanling Tian, whose face had returned to normal, stared ahead at Feng Fan and mocked, "TSK, TSK. No wonder you're a powerhouse on the Earth rankings. You'd rather swallow your broken teeth than take a step backward." With Duanling Tian calling attention to this, the onlookers' eyes landed on Feng Fan in unison. Why does senior brother Feng Fan look so pale?
Is what Duanling Tian said true?
Does senior brother Feng Fan rather forcefully take Duanling Tian and then take a step backward? There were quite a few smart ones. Wah! As Duanling Tian had exposed him in front of everyone else, and then he felt the gazes from the surrounding people. Feng Fan felt the blood rush to his head at once, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
After his blood stained the ground, his complexion gradually recovered. It was deadly silent at the scene.
At that point, there was no way that they could not see that Feng Fan had been at a disadvantage in the earlier round. Duan Ling Tian.
Feng Fan gnashed his teeth in anger when he looked towards his opponent once again.
If he wanted to kill Duanling Tian in the beginning because of Zhou Qi's order, then now he wanted to kill him for humiliating him under everyone's watchful eyes. The onlookers quickly came back to their senses, and their gaze, which was directed towards Duanling Tian, was also very different now. Although Feng Fan's strike was rushed, he used his saint weapon after all. Even if he fully exerted himself without the saint weapon, it wouldn't be any stronger than that. Dong Chong shot Duanling Tian a complex look as he muttered.
In other words, if both of them had fully exerted themselves without utilizing saint weapons, Feng Fan was not Duanling Tian's match.
Besides Dong Chong, the other outer court elders, including Huang Chang, comprehended that too. In particular, Huang Cheng's face turned slightly distorted.
He thought that Feng Fan would surely kill Duanling Tian today.
However, as the situation unfolded, he realized that nothing was guaranteed. His 360,000 merit points were likely to be for naught. The other outer court elders breathed a sigh of relief while they were secretly pleased with themselves for not placing a bet yesterday.
Otherwise, they would also be on tenterhooks right now. With that thought in mind, all of them looked toward Huang Cheng in unison and could not help but feel smug when they say Huang Cheng's displeasure.
Elder Huang Cheng, if Duanling Tian wins today, your 360,000 merit points would be for naught. TSK, 360,000 merit points. Even if it isn't everything you have, it should be close, isn't it? One outer court elder looked towards Huang Chang and taunted with laughter. 360,000 merit points. Even for you, Elder Huang Chang. I'm afraid you can't accumulate such an amount in less than 10 or 20 years' time. Another outer court elder also said jokingly. You guys don't have to add salt to my injury. We still don't know how will things turn out to be.
Huang Cheng smirked. Did you really think that Feng Fan could become a famous peak mortal shedding stage powerhouse on the Earth rankings without any other moves?
The several outer court elders certainly knew that. The reason they teased Huang Chang was because of the arrogant behavior he had exhibited yesterday. Come to think of it, Duanling Tian prevented us from betting yesterday out of kindness. After thinking for a while, one outer court came to his senses. So, it means that Duanling Tian is a pretty kind guy. The few other outer court elders found that Duanling Tian was more pleasing in their eyes when they looked at him now. Elder Huang Chang, have you offended Duanling Tian? One of the outer court elders looked at Huang Chang and asked with an odd look on his face. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't use the spiritual secret tactic to check on Duanling Tian yesterday, did you? In this rare instance, Dong Chong posted a question.
Duanling Tian is a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. Isn't it obvious?
Why should I check with the spiritual secret tactic? That's right.
Besides, it's always rude to use the spiritual secret tactic to check him. He might be weaker than us now, but with his innate talent, he'll definitely be an existence that we'd have to look up to if he's able to develop further. If it's not necessary, I really don't want to offend him.
Yes, that's right.
The few elders said the same thing as they had not probed Duanling Tian with the spiritual secret tactic.
That's why when he looked at me yesterday, his eyes were laced with wariness and hostility. It turns out that it was because I probed him with the spiritual secret tactic a month ago. Dong Chong smiled bitterly. Duanling Tian. Having heard the conversation among Dong Chong and the others, Huang Chang ground his teeth in anger. If he still had not figured out what happened, he would have lived so many years for naught. It turned out that Duanling Tian did not intend to give him merit points, but wanted to trick him.
Moreover, there were so many outer court elders, but he had chosen to trick him alone.
You'd have to beat Feng Fan first before you can trick me. Huang Cheng's face darkened. If Duanling Tian really won, then he really did go for wool and come back shorn. That was 360,000 merit points.
It would be quite substantial to him if he lost. Now, more than anyone else, Huang Cheng wished that Feng Fan would win.
It seems that senior brother Duanling Tian has the strength to battle senior brother Feng Fan. That's why he'd set up a gamble like that.
And yet, there I was, thinking that he was giving away money because he thought he was going to die today.
Senior brother Duanling Tian is unscrupulous. I bet 3,000 merit points on senior brother Feng Fan. If senior brother Feng Fan loses, there go my points. Why am I so greedy? I put more than 2,000 merit points in for less than 100 merit points.
The group of outer court disciples that bet in Duanling Tian's gamble was also remorseful. On the other hand, the group of outer court deacons, including Deng Wei, looked displeased. The strength Duanling Tian had presented was beyond their expectations. Indistinctly, they felt that the merit points they wagered were threatened.
Damn it! How could this Duanling Tian be so strong? Deng Wei was brooding. He had almost bet all of his merit points on Feng Fan. If Feng Fan lost, he would have nothing left. His remaining few thousand merit points could not do anything. That was more than 100,000 merit points which he had accumulated in almost 20 years. Duanling Tian. Yiman was conflicted as he looked at Duanling Tian, who was on the field. On one hand, he did not want Duanling Tian to die because he wanted to kill him personally to break free from the obsession which had turned him into a devil. It was the only way he could break free from his constraints and soar into the sky. However, when he saw the strength presented by Duanling Tian, he became somewhat perturbed and wary. I became a devil to defeat Duanling Tian. Do I really have the chance to beat him after becoming a devil? Ever since he picked up Devil Dao and became a devil cultivator, it was the first time such a thought rose in Yiman's mind.
Senior brother Feng Fan, go, go, go.
Senior brother Feng Fan, you'll surely win.
Senior brother Feng Fan, you're a powerhouse on the Earth rankings. You're always the winner in a battle.
Soon, most of the onlooking outer court disciples started to cheer out loud. Some of the outer court disciples' eyes even narrowed as if they wished that they could transfer their energy to Feng Fan. Naturally, they were cheering hard for the merit points they had bet on Feng Fan. Listening to the applause surrounding him, it went into Feng Fan's head. He felt that he was filled with energy as he lifted his broadsword in front and said to Duanling Tian coldly, Duanling Tian, I don't know if it's because you're a saint beast or the descendant of one, which is why your physical fitness is much stronger than an ordinary person's,
but if that's all you've got, then you'll definitely die today.
In his tone, it was obvious that he figured out that Duanling Tian's body was far stronger than an ordinary person's. Sometimes don't set the bar too high. Otherwise, if you've set it but can't achieve it, you're embarrassing yourself. Duanling Tian smiled faintly as he cautioned slowly.
I'll give you a new understanding immediately. Feng Fan sneered as he rammed both his feet into the ground. An airwave rolled out from his feet and he flew towards Duanling Tian like a soaring rock.
Rock soaring the 9 heavens. The giant sword in his hands vibrated. In addition to a layer of true energy, there was a mysterious power which rose up and completely changed the aura of the giant sword. It's the Saint Inscription. Many people exclaimed instantly.
Saint Inscription? When Duanling Tian, who discovered that the aura of the giant sword in Feng Fan's hand had changed, heard the noise made by the onlookers, he could not help but feel shocked.
After being in Dao Martial Saint Land for more than a year, he had only seen a saint weapon inscribed with Saint Inscription once at the auction held in the Rare Treasure Pavilion of Mount Hill City. However, that Saint Inscription was merely an ordinary Sun Saint Inscription. That Saint Inscription could only provide superficial assistive support and did not have much impact on the Saint weapon itself. However, the Saint Inscription on the giant sword in Feng Fan's hand was apparently different. It completely changed the aura of the giant sword in an instant. Aerolite strike. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian grabbed the sun-shooting bow which was shining with a silver luster in his left hand as an arrow was condensed in his right, and then he knocked it onto the bowstring. Unlike the reservations he had the last time he exerted the aerolite strike, this time he had fully unleashed it. Show! An arrow flew out as if it was a short-lived meteor in the night sky. It seemed to eclipse its surroundings wherever it passed.
At that moment, the whole world seemed to only watch that strike.
Mount Tai suppression. Feng Fan cried out in a timely manner. The broadsword in his hands seemed to instantly transform into a towering mountain to meet that arrow which seemed to eclipse everything else.
The sounds of wind and thunder when the broadsword slashed across the sky was even more terrifying than his previous strike.
Naturally, the previous strike was the first attack he made, and not the attack he continued to exert after most of his energy was depleted by Duan Tian's arrow. Boom!
The broadsword crashed down as if it was a Mount Tai suppression.
The void stirred wherever it passed. It was as if the sky was covered, leaving the world without glory.
Duan Tian's arrow that flew out with his full force was thoroughly crushed. Despite being so mighty, the arrow merely slowed the momentum of the broadsword slightly. It was so little that it was negligible.
Following that, the broadsword continued on its path. How's that possible? Duan Tian's face changed dramatically. The strength of Feng Fan's strike was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, the strength of the strike was even stronger than the attack exerted by an ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. What inscription was that? How could it have given the broadsword such powerful force? Duan Tian was befuddled as he realized that despite all his plans, he never accounted for the saint inscription on Feng Fan's broadsword. He never imagined that Feng Fan's saint weapon would have a saint inscription. When Feng Fan retrieved his broadsword, he could see that it was an Earth-rank saint weapon which was completely different from a human-rank saint weapon. At that time, he guessed that it might be inscribed with a saint inscription. Although he had thought of that, he never expected that the saint inscription on Feng Fan's broadsword would be so terrifying that it could provide him with such powerful strength.
Die! Feng Fan shouted while the broadsword in his hands, which was falling like a towering mountain, came near Duan Tian. It was so close to destroying him. Sound of death.
At that crucial moment, Duan Tian's hands kept moving and moving as he plucked the bowstring, again and again, to exert the only close combat offensive move in the colossal aerolite arrow in a timely manner.
An awful sound rang one after another as true energy light blades kept sweeping out to face the broadsword in Feng Fan's hand like a storm.
Nevertheless, the broadsword braced the storm and landed on Duan Tian after all. Bang!
A loud detonation sounded and Duan Tian was swept off his feet by the broadsword. He shot more than 10 meters away like an arrow before he staggered and caught himself. After he continuously spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face became extremely pale.
Fortunately, I managed to exert the sound of death in time to block the energy in his strike. Otherwise, it would have killed me. While Duan Tian felt the lingering fear in his heart, he knew he was fortunate as well.
It's 1,000 mass saint inscription. At that time, Duan Tian heard a sparse exclamation.
1,000 mass saint inscription? At once, Duan Tian figured out that they were talking about the saint inscription on Feng Fan's sword. That saint inscription which gave him unparalleled power. Once the 1,000 mass saint inscription is activated, it can make the saint weapon as heavy as 1,000 masses. However, there won't be any burden on the saint weapon's master. Senior brother Feng Fan even has 1,000 mass saint inscription on his saint weapon. Unbelievable! The 1,000 mass saint inscription is a 2-star saint inscription. In the sect, you'd need at least 200,000 merit points to exchange for an Earth-rank saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription. How did senior brother Feng Fan get so many merit points? First, it was human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. Then it was an Earth-rank saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription. Could senior brother Feng Fan be the illegitimate child of an inner court elder? There was an uproar amongst the onlooking outer court disciples. All of them were stunned by Feng Fan's winning card. 2-star saint inscription?
I see. Duan Tian gasped secretly. That's why he's so strong.
It turns out to be a 2-star saint inscription. However, how did an outer court disciple like Feng Fan obtain an Earth-rank saint weapon with a 2-star saint inscription? Perhaps it might be a weapon lent to him by one of the powerhouses on Lu Huan's side. No, that's not it.
When Feng Fan retrieved this broadsword, no one seemed curious, as if the broadsword has always been his weapon. Duan Tian could not figure it out.
Currently, even the group of outer court elders were staring at each other as they saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had an Earth-rank Saint weapon with a 2-star Saint inscription too.
However, they were inevitably surprised when such a Saint weapon appeared in the hands of an Outer Court disciple. Even if the Outer Court disciple was a powerhouse on the Earth rankings, this was astonishing.
Where did Feng Fan get his Saint weapon? In the past, he has used the same Saint weapon in battles, but he never activated the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000-mass Saint inscription, on it.
That was because his past opponent was not worthy for him to utilize this 1000-mass Saint inscription.
Once he activates the 1000-mass Saint inscription, Duanling Tian will definitely lose. The several Outer Court elders, including Dong Chong, sighed.
If there was no 1000-mass Saint inscription, Duanling Tian might still have a chance.
But now, Feng Fan had used the 1000-mass Saint inscription. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was as good as dead. A bright smile appeared on Huang Cheng's face, which had been originally gloomy. Once the 1000-mass Saint inscription's out, there's no suspense in this battle. There was also a group of Outer Court disciples who were as pleased as Huang Cheng. They had placed a big bet on Feng Fan's victory in Duanling Tian's bet. They could only get their bet back and their winnings if Feng Fan won. Zhou Qi grinned.
In his opinion, there would be no more suspense in this battle.
All the others had a similar idea in mind. I didn't expect that Feng Fan's Saint weapon would have a 2-star Saint inscription hiding in it. Once he played this winning card, the outcome of the battle was fixed. Many of the Outer Court deacons smiled. They had also placed huge bets on Feng Fan, so naturally, they hoped that he would win.
Duanling Tian, you can't escape death after all. Dang Wei looked at Duanling Tian with coldness filling his eyes whilst a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Duanling Tian, no matter how you put up a last-ditch struggle, it will be useless. You're doomed the moment you stood in front of me, Feng Fan. You must die. After he swept Duanling Tian away, Feng Fan was not in a hurry to pursue him.
Instead, he taunted Duanling Tian with his words like he was playing eagle catching chicks. He moved after he had enough play and seemed to transform into a rock, heading straight for Duanling Tian once again. Boom! The broadsword with an activated 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000-mass Saint inscription, swept toward Duanling Tian in great momentum, as if it would not rest until it crushed and killed Duanling Tian. Body and arrow synchronization.
In face of Feng Fan, who was coming towards him in a great momentum, Duanling Tian chose to avoid him since he knew that it was impossible for him to beat Feng Fan head-on even if he fully exerted himself. For the moment, he kept dodging.
Do you think avoiding me works? Feng Fan sneered. While he raised his hands, he retrieved a giant hammer which was entirely blood-red in color. The giant hammer seemed bulky, but in his hands, it seemed to be as light as a feather.
It's the Gale Hammer. When Feng Fan retrieved the giant hammer, the Inner Court disciples who came to see the action cried out.
The Gale Hammer? Having heard the Inner Court disciples' exclamation, many of the Outer Court disciples were shocked. Wasn't the Gale Hammer the weapon of Senior Brother Zhou Qi of the Inner Court? And there was a 2-star Saint inscription on Senior Brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer as well. I've heard about that. The 2-star Saint inscription on Senior Brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer was a Gale Saint inscription. Once it's activated, the Gale Hammer will be terrifyingly fast.
It was said that Senior Brother Zhou Qi's speed was ranked among the top in the Inner Court disciples because of the Gale Saint inscription on his Gale Hammer.
An Outer Court disciple's whispers exposed the background of the Gale Hammer. Zhou Qi's weapon?
And it also has a 2-star inscription? Duanling Tian's face sank. If he still could not conclude that Zhou Qi had intentionally lent Feng Fan his weapon to battle him, then he would have lived 2 lives for naught.
Seeing Feng Fan retrieve the Gale Hammer, a bright smile manifested on Zhou Qi's face. He had lent his Gale Hammer to him just in case. With the Gale Hammer, in addition to Junior Brother Fan's 1000-mass broadsword, it would take a miracle for Duanling Tian to stay alive. In Zhou Qi's opinion, it was impossible for such a miracle to happen.
Duanling Tian, you can continue avoiding me. I want to see if you're faster or if I am. With the Gale Hammer in one hand and the 1000-mass broadsword in the other, Feng Fan looked at Duanling Tian jeeringly.
To him, Duanling Tian was a piece of meat on his chopping board. As soon as he finished his sentence, Feng Fan made a move. The true energy on the Gale Hammer surged as he activated the Gale Saint inscription, and smashed it towards Duanling Tian. So, it was outrageously fast, as if it was an aerolite. When the gale hammer flew toward Duanling Tian rapidly, Feng Fan, whose hand was tightly gripping the gale hammer, was also dragged along. Their speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Currently, Feng Fan did not even use his movement technique and relied solely on the gale hammer to bring him along. At this moment, there were not many people who could see Feng Fan's figure, even if they were outer court disciples at the paramount mortal shedding stage, because the gale hammer and Feng Fan's speed was just too fast. Too fast? That's the speed of the Gale Saint inscription? Many outer court disciples looked shocked. The Gale Hammer's Gale Saint inscription and the Thousand Mass Broadsword's Thousand Mass Saint inscription. This Duanling Tian is going to lose. The outer court elders thought to themselves. The group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples who bet on Feng Fan winning heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Fan moved with the Gale Hammer. In their opinion, this battle had no suspense at all. In regards to power, Feng Fan possessed the Thousand Mass Broadsword that won Duanling Tian. In regards to speed, Feng Fan possessed the Gale Hammer that also won Duanling Tian. Whether it was strength or speed, Duanling Tian was weaker than Feng Fan. He was already beginning to lose. Not only did the outer court deacons and outer court disciples thought that way, but the other onlookers shared the same idea as well. Everyone felt the situation would not change at this point. Naturally, nothing is certain in life. There would always be exceptions. That exception was an outer court disciple who used to rank in the top 100 in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He had fought Duanling Tian 2 months ago when Duanling Tian had just entered the Moon Illumination sect. This outer court disciple was Xianxia. 2 months ago, he wanted to blackmail Duanling Tian, who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect but was thoroughly defeated instead. As one of the parties involved, the strange scene that happened was very memorable to him. In his mind, he concluded that Duanling Tian knew a demonic method. Otherwise, how could he shift his attack twice? After that battle, he explained it many times to the people around him, but no one believed him. All of them thought he was a sore loser and had intentionally made up an excuse about Duanling Tian knowing a demonic method. Only he knew that he was telling the truth. When Duanling Tian fought Lin Fu a month ago, he thought he would have the chance to expose the fact that Duanling Tian knew a demonic method. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Lin Fu with his own strength without using the demonic method. Meanwhile, Feng Fan was charging toward Duanling Tian with the Gale Hammer. At the crucial moment, almost everyone thought Duanling Tian would be defeated. Only Xianxia alone thought the situation would change. Therefore, from the moment Feng Fan moved with the Gale Hammer, his eyes were fixed on Duanling Tian. Indeed, he discovered something strange as he stared at him intently. He discovered at this moment a small black whirlpool had appeared in Duanling Tian's left pupil even though he was standing in the distance. It was spinning rapidly and seemed to be sucking out his soul when he looked at it. I thought I wouldn't have to use strange pupil to kill Feng Fan. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. He did not intend to use the insanely powerful strange pupil. However, the pair of saint weapons with 2-star saint inscriptions in Feng Fan's hands were so strong that it disrupted and destroyed his previous idea. He would definitely die if he did not use the strange pupil. Once the strange pupil was activated, Feng Fan and the Gale Hammer that initially looked fast began to slow down in Duanling Tian's left eye. Naturally, his spiritual energy began to deplete rapidly as well. It must be said that Feng Fan was indeed moving very fast. More accurately, the Gale Hammer was moving very fast. Although Duanling Tian had unleashed the full power of the strange pupil, the Gale Hammer, along with Feng Fan who was gripping it tightly, still arrived before him in just a blink of an eye. Die! Feng Fan, who was fast approaching Duanling Tian, did not reduce the speed of the Gale Hammer. Instead, it shot toward him like a cannonball. Moreover, even the 1,000-mass broadsword in his other hand came crashing down again like Mount Tai. The force was enough to press Duanling Tian's head down. Boom! 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 The thunderous sound of air explosions reverberated in the wake of the broadsword with the 1,000-mass saint inscription. It was blood-curdling. If one were to be hit by that, one would instantly explode into a mist of blood and die without a corpse. Not many outer court disciples could catch Feng Fan's movement. However, those inner court disciples who could, squinted as though they could not bear to watch what would happen next. As for the group of outer court elders, apart from Huang Cheng who looked excited, the others could not help but shake their heads. The heaven is envious of young talents. Many people sighed inwardly. Die! Die! Deng Wei looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he did not want to miss any slight detail of him killing Duan Lingtian. So what if you're very talented? You are still going to turn into soil in the martial Dao Saint land. Zhou Qi sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an indifferent gaze. Spatial manipulation. At the moment when almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to die, Duan Lingtian unleashed the full potential of the strange pupil as he stared intently at the 1,000-mass broadsword and gale hammer in Feng Fan's hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian fully unleashed the insanely powerful ability of the strange pupil, spatial manipulation, and completely exhausted his spiritual energy. When Duan Lingtian exhausted his spiritual energy, resulting in his head feeling empty, the 1,000-mass broadsword in Feng Fan's hands strangely shifted next to Duan Lingtian and crashed down like a towering mountain on the sturdy floor of the martial arts practice field as a terrifying force swept out. Boom! With the sound of a loud explosion, the ground of the martial arts practice field cracked as gravel and dust flew up. Still a bit lacking. When Duan Lingtian saw the gale hammer had shifted to the side but was still crashing down on his left arm, his face changed dramatically and he forced himself to dodge to the side. However, he was still hit even if he had intended to dodge it. Fortunately, it only brushed against his arm when it smashed down, tearing off a chunk of meat without injuring any bones or veins. However, the pain of having a chunk of meat torn off still made Duan Lingtian break out in cold sweat. Due to the loss of his spiritual energy, he was already feeling a little drowsy. Coupled with the pain, he was on the verge of fainting. No, I can't faint. I can't faint. At this crucial moment, Duan Lingtian bit the tip of his tongue to stay awake. He knew in his heart that all his earlier efforts would be futile if he fainted now. Naturally, Feng Fan could just strike again if he missed his first shot. If he fainted, he would be the meat on Feng Fan's chopping board. Feng Fan could kill him in any way he liked. Duan Lingtian struggled to stay awake as he focused and stared at Feng Fan who passed him. He could clearly see the shock and disbelief in Feng Fan's eyes. Perhaps, Feng Fan would not be able to figure it out even if he racked his brains. Why did the 1,000-mass broadsword and gale hammer in his hands that almost landed on Duan Lingtian move to side during the critical movement and avoided him? Feng Fan's attack missed, and his body flew forward due to the inertia from the sword and hammer. He temporarily lost control of his body. At this time, all his vitals were exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. Sound of death. It was such a good opportunity. Duan Lingtian naturally would not miss it. While a sneer on his face, he shook his right hand that was already on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. In the next moment, a true energy light blade appeared and swept out like an electric arc. Wang! The electric arc flew across the sky like a death god's scythe and slashed across Feng Fan's throat, leaving a terrifying wound. Feng Fan had a horrified expression on his face when it happened. The wound tore open and bled profusely. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Fan was dragged by the 1,000-mass broadsword and gale hammer. The path in his wake was bloody. Eventually, he fell to the ground into a pool of blood and stopped breathing completely. Silence. The entire place was deadly quiet. Demonic technique. It's a demonic technique. Xinxi stared at Duan Lingtian as fear filled his heart. Gasp! 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 Moments later, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses and began to gasp one after another. Feng! Senior brother Feng Fan's dead. All of the outer court disciples were dumbfounded when they saw Feng Fan's body. How's that possible? The face of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, changed dramatically. He was unresigned as he glared at Duan Lingtian. How can this bastard kill Feng Fan? No. Impossible. Impossible. Deng Wei was not willing to accept the fact. Even the other outer court deacons had a bitter expression on their faces. The moment Feng Fan was killed, The merit points they had bet were all for naught. One outer court disciple thumped his chest and stomped his feet as he kept saying, "My 1,000 merit points, gone, gone. You still dare to shout about it when it's just 1,000 merit points? I lost 3,000 merit points." The outer court disciple next to him snapped with a gloomy expression on his face. For a time, all those outer court disciples who placed their bet on Feng Fan had a wretched expression on their faces. When Feng Fan died, their merit points were gone. It would never return to their crystal card.
At this moment, they all felt like dying.
Feng Fan is useless. He's a powerhouse in the Earth ranking. He can't even win against an outer court disciple who joined the sect 2 months ago.
That's it.
So useless.
A powerhouse in the Earth ranking who possessed 2 Earth-rank saint weapons with 2-star saint inscriptions died in the hands of a new disciple of the sect. So embarrassing.
All the outer court disciples who had lost because of Feng Fan began to curse him. How's this possible? The smile on Huang Cheng's face had long disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression. He could not figure out why the outcome was like this no matter how long he pondered over it.
With his strength, he naturally did not miss any of Feng Fan's movements.
It was obvious that Feng Fan's attack was going to land on Duan Ling Tian earlier. However, during the critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had missed as it suddenly shifted next to Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he had deliberately exposed himself before Duan Ling Tian to be killed. At this second, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Feng Fan had wanted to die?
However, his train of thoughts changed its track and he felt that it was impossible.
Feng Fan was an Earth rankings powerhouse, and he had a bright future ahead of him. How could he possibly be depressed? Moreover, he had heard of an unconfirmed rumor long ago about how the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 5 and the Earth ranking had been secretly taken as direct disciples by those decision-makers with the highest position in the sect. Although he, Huang Cheng, was an elder of the outer court, he still could not become a decision-maker with a high position in the sect. Grand Elder Dongfang Quan was the only one from the outer sect who had become a decision-maker and held a high position in the sect. After Huang Cheng saw the 1,000-mass saint inscription on the saint weapon in Feng Fan's hand, he was almost certain the rumor he had heard was true. Feng Fan must have had a teacher with a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, he felt it was impossible that Feng Fan would commit suicide. In that case, all of the bizarre things that had happened were all caused by the person who killed Feng Fan. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Cheng's eyes seemed as though they could shoot fire when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The moment he recalled how his 360,000 merit points now belonged to Duan Ling Tian, he felt a surge of demonic fire rising from the bottom of his feet to his head. Yesterday, Duan Ling Tian only accepted my bet among all the outer court elders. It's obvious that he's trying to con me.
However, do you really think that my merit points will be so easily taken by you, Duan Ling Tian? When Huang Cheng thought of this, his eyes shone with killing intent. A few outer court elders standing at the side were shocked and they simultaneously turned to look at Huang Cheng with hints of pity in their eyes. What a close call. It's a good thing Duan Ling Tian didn't accept my bet yesterday, one outer court elder remarked fearfully.
Exactly. Yesterday, I actually planned to bet 100,000 merit points. In hindsight, it's a good thing I didn't place the bet. Otherwise, that 100,000 merit points would have gone to Duan Ling Tian. Another outer court elder said. I think Duan Ling Tian knew from the beginning that Feng Fan was no match for him. That's why he accepted the death duel invitation Feng Fan had issued. He must be incredibly smart to have such achievements at this age. Another outer court elder sighed deeply. Indeed, a few outer court elders, including Dong Chong, agreed with his words. Huang Cheng had seen the strange scene earlier. Naturally, all of them had seen it as well. At the most critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had mysteriously missed and presented Duan Ling Tian with an opportunity. Due to that, not only was Duan Ling Tian pulled back from the jaws of death, but he even had the chance to launch a deadly attack. At that time, Feng Fan's body had been pulled by the 2 saint weapons swiftly. That was why he could not cast a defense technique in time.
In front of Duan Ling Tian, he was just like a defenseless target. Due to this reason, Feng Fan had died, contrary to everyone's expectation.
I wonder what kind of technique did Duan Ling Tian use? Spiritual energy attack?
Or some other technique? The outer court elders' hearts were filled with questions. Shou Qi, the direct disciple of the inner court's elder Lu Huan, finally regained his senses from watching Feng Fan being killed. Horror dawned on his face as he muttered to himself, how's this be possible? Even in his wildest dream, he did not expect such an outcome. Feng Fan had died.
Naturally, he was not concerned about Feng Fan. However, things would become complicated now because of his death. It was fine if he was just an ordinary outer court disciple, but as luck would have it, Feng Fan's background was actually quite impressive. The person behind him was someone who was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 3 among the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elders. That person was even more powerful than his master Lu Huan. In front of that inner court elder, even his master Lu Huan would have to be polite and respectful. Feng Fan was dead all because of him. Zhou Qi could already imagine his bad ending when Feng Fan's master, the inner court elder with a high position, found out this. Put aside the fact that his master is now completely focused on Su Qi and no longer cared about him as much as he did before, his master still would not risk offending Feng Fan's master for his sake even if it was before.
At this moment, Zhou Qi felt as though the sky was about to fall on him.
Wait a minute. When Zhou Qi almost lost all hope, he was hit by a pang of realization, and he was instantly energized again. It seems like only Feng Fan and I know the reason he had issued the death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian. No one knows anything at all. Now that Feng Fan is dead, the only one who knows the truth is me. Doesn't that mean I can make up a story? The moment Zhou Qi thought of this, all the dark clouds in his heart vanished without a trace. He felt as though the sun was shining brightly in his heart, and he was delighted.
However, his face turned grave again when his eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian, who was recovering after consuming a healing medicinal pill. What is Duan Ling Tian's background?
He actually managed to kill Feng Fan in that kind of situation. Don't tell me knows a demonic technique? The moment Zhou Qi thought of that, he shook his head immediately. It can't be a demonic technique.
It must be a spiritual secret tactic, or rather, it might be a spiritual secret tactic that can confuse others and create illusions before turning into an attack. Whether it was the outer court elders, outer court deacons, or Zhou Qi, all of them came to the same conclusion. All of them thought the technique Duan Ling Tian had cast earlier had to be a spiritual secret tactic.
Could Feng Fan really change the direction of his attack even if he wanted to when he had unleashed his full strength?
Regardless of how taken aback everyone was, the fact remained that Feng Fan had died. Duan Ling Tian had emerged victorious and alive in the death duel. Although he was alive, he was not in a good condition. Cold sweat continuously formed on his forehead. Even after I consumed the 3-star healing medicinal pill that teacher gave me, I'm afraid I'll still need 10 to 15 days before I can grow back the chunk of flesh that had been torn off. However, he felt all of it was worth it the moment he remembered he had almost 3 million merit points in his crystal card.
3 million merit points. TSK. TSK.
It looks like there's nothing that I can't exchange for in the Moon Illumination sect now. Duan Ling Tian was secretly pleased even though he was bathed in cold sweat.
Oh yeah. Feng Fan's saint weapons. According to Moon Illumination sect's rule, all items, except for some special things, that the person who was killed in the death duel possessed would belong to the winner as a reward. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he endured the pain and walked to Feng Fan's body. He lifted Feng Fan's 1,000-mass sword and could dimly make out the special drawing that was carved on it. The striation was complicated and was almost similar to the inscriptions on Cloud Continent, even though they were two different things.
This must be the 2-star saint inscription, 1,000-mass saint inscription, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
This broadsword must have cost at least 200,000 merit points. Now that it's in my possession, it can be considered that I saved 200,000 merit points. Duan Ling Tian put the 1,000-mass sword away excitedly before reaching out for the Gale Hammer as well.
Although he already knew the Gale Hammer belonged to Zhou Qi, he pretended to be unaware.
Hermf! How dare you take my saint weapon? The hammer suddenly disappeared when Duan Ling Tian's hand almost made contact with it. At the same time, a mocking voice resonated in the air as a person emerged not far away in front of him.
Zhou Qi! Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave. He knew he could no longer get his hands on the Gale Hammer now. Now that Duanling Tian met Zhou Qi again after 6 months, he felt Zhou Qi's personality was still similar to how it was 6 months ago. He was still arrogant and had no respect for anything. However, Zhou Qi did not dare to act as he pleased in the sect. Duanling Tian had no idea that when he went to retrieve the Gale Hammer earlier, Zhou Qi could have made a move and cripple him even if he could not kill him. After all, he had a good reason to do that. It was for the sake of protecting his saint weapon. He did not make any move because he wanted to stay away from this incident where Feng Fan was killed by Duanling Tian. He did not want other people to think that he, Zhou Qi, wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Otherwise, they would be able to guess that it was him who had borrowed Feng Fan's hand to kill Duanling Tian. Feng Fan's master would not let him go if he ever found out about this. I can't believe that someone who was just like an ant 6 months ago can achieve so much today. Zhou Qi glared at Duanling Tian coldly and snorted before he said through true energy voice transmission. However, all of Mound Hill City's people are destined to have a short life in the Moon Illumination sect. This is how it was for your predecessors, and it'll be the same for you and the future generation. Contrary to Zhou Qi's sneaky way of communicating, Duanling Tian said out loud, "You're not the one who decides how long we get to live, Zhou Qi." Naturally, his words attracted many people's attention. Horror dawned on Zhou Qi. He realized somebody might suspect it was him who wanted to kill Duanling Tian if he continued to stay on. He quickly put away his Gale Hammer and left. He did not dare to stay a second longer. In Zhou Qi's opinion, it was of the utmost importance to stay away from today's incident. Zhou Qi's sudden departure was beyond Duanling Tian's expectation. It baffled him. That Zhou Qi seems as though he's afraid of something, seeing how he left so quickly. What exactly is it that he fears? As Lu Huan's tool for revenge, Zhou Qi didn't even bother to clean up your body after you died. How sad is that? After taking Feng Fan's spatial ring, Duanling Tian glanced at his corpse indifferently before he walked away under everyone's complicated gaze. It was obvious he was leaving now. The crowd made way for him as he walked. Although about 70% to 80% of outer court disciples had bet with Duanling Tian and lost quite a lot of merit points, they did not blame him at all. In their opinion, they had lost because Feng Fan was useless. They had placed such big bets on Feng Fan because he was an Earth Rankings powerhouse. They thought he would definitely be able to defeat Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect almost 2 months ago. However, the outcome was beyond their expectation. Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect almost 2 months ago, had killed Feng Fan, an Earth Rankings powerhouse who was famous in the Moon Illumination sect, in just one fell swoop. Duanling Tian, if you have any sense at all, you'll find a time and come to my mansion to return me the merit points I bet on Feng Fan. Otherwise, Hermf. A true energy voice transmission suddenly rang by Duanling Tian's ears as he made his way out. Duanling Tian was familiar with this voice that was filled with threats. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian instantly came to a halt and shifted his eyes to the place where a group of outer court elders was standing before it finally landed on Elder Huang Chang, who had bet heavily yesterday. Huang Chang was furious when he saw how boldly Duanling Tian was staring at him in front of so many people and ignore his prestige. The moment he spoke, he immediately demanded 1 million merit points from Duanling Tian. How dare you look into my eyes like this under the watchful eyes of so many people? If you don't return me 1 million merit points, I won't let this matter go. It was obvious that he was treating Duanling Tian like a fat sheep that he could slaughter. However, Duanling Tian instantly chuckled when he heard Huang Cheng's words. He flashed a brilliant smile in front of everyone. Elder Huang Cheng, you came on your own accord yesterday and said you wanted to bet 360,000 merit points. Now that I've won, you're threatening me to return you the 360,000 merit points? What kind of logic is this? Don't tell me that an awe-inspiring outer court elder like you is going to take advantage of your power to bully people? Don't tell me there are no laws in this sect. Duanling Tian revealed Huang Cheng's threats to the crowd as he narrowed his eyes. The words left his mouth so fast that, for a moment, Huang Cheng did not realize what was happening. The moment he regained his senses, he discovered the gaze of the people in the surrounding had changed when they looked at him. Elder Huang Cheng, is Duan Ling Tian telling the truth? An outer court elder standing next to Huang Cheng asked indifferently. If it's true, you really have crossed the line.
That's right. You're an outer court elder, and you represent the sect. It's really embarrassing that you're such a sore loser, another outer court elder added.
If it was me, I'll still admit defeat no matter how unwilling I am. Elder Huang Cheng, if you really did threaten Duan Ling Tian, you really need to improve your sportsmanship, the outer court elders chimed in one after another.
The moment Huang Cheng heard the remarks made by the group of outer court elders, he muttered underneath his breath. Easier said than done. He glared at Duan Ling Tian and snarled, Duan Ling Tian,
how do you slander me?
Although 360,000 merit points is a lot, I don't really care about it that much.
Naturally, he was unwilling to admit his wrongdoing in front of so many people. It could cause him to lose his position as an outer court elder. Slander. Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly. Elder Huang Cheng, we've never had any interactions prior to yesterday. Why would I slander you? Don't tell me it's because of the 360,000 merit points you bet yesterday. I think, to an awe-inspiring outer court elder like you, the 360,000 merit points you bet yesterday cannot compare to the big loss that Deacon Deng suffers, right? Deacon Deng is only an outer court deacon, and the 150,000 merit points that he bet is almost all of the money that he has. Still, he didn't threaten me at all. If we compare two of you, your temperament is quite lacking compared to him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's praise, not only was Deng Wei unhappy, but he was so furious he almost vomited blood.
150,000 merit point was indeed all of the merit points he had. Currently, he only had several thousands of merit points in his crystal card. It was impossible to say he was not bothered by it.
He did not threaten Duan Ling Tian because he knew threats were useless against Duan Ling Tian. He could only come up with other ideas and ways to kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch his crystal card. At that time, not only would he get his 150,000 merit points, but he would also get the almost 3 million merit points in there.
You? Huang Cheng's face turned grave. He was just about to retort when Duan Ling Tian interrupted him again. Elder Huang Cheng, although you're an outer court elder, I won't submit to your despotic ways. Unless I die, I won't return the 1 million merit points to you. 1 million merit points. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the look in the eyes that were trained on him changed again. Those who were not fools could tell that Huang Cheng had threatened Duan Ling Tian and demanded 1 million merit points from him. Bah! And to think that he's actually an outer court elder.
He's really an embarrassment to the outer court.
That's right. Although I'm just an ordinary outer court disciple, I'm still willing to admit defeat. What a remarkable person. He dares to use his identity as an outer court elder to threaten senior brother Duan Ling Tian and demand for the return of his merit points. Moreover, he wanted Duan Ling Tian to give him 1 million merit points.
Isn't he trying to cheat?
How could there such a good thing in this world?
The group of outer court disciples who had also placed a bet hurled all kinds of insults at him. They no longer cared if Huang Cheng was an elder or not. They vented all the anger they had been accumulating.
Huang Cheng was dumbfounded.
Currently, the situation had gone out of his control.
Duan Ling Tian, don't you know that by slandering the sect's higher officials, you'll be severely punished by the sect? Huang Cheng snapped with a grave expression on his face. His voice that contained true energy drowned out the commotion in the surrounding. Slander, Duan Ling Tian sneered. Elder Huang Cheng, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. I wonder if you dare to make an oath using the tribulation oath to prove that you did not threaten me.
Humph.
I've already said I did not threaten you.
Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me swearing an oath for you? Huang Cheng snorted disdainfully.
That's right. You're an awe-inspiring outer court elder and would not bother to make an oath for me. In that case, I'll swear using the tribulation oath that if I falsely accuse you, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning penalty. Naturally,
Duan Ling Tian had his own countermeasure to deal with Huang Cheng's shameless act. Huang Chen had a horrified expression on his face as Duan Ling Tian pricked his finger and a drop of fresh blood rose up into the sky.
Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky.
That was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation bearing witness to Duanling Tian's oath. However, there was no lightning penalty that came to strike Duanling Tian to death. At once it became clear to the crowd who was telling the truth between the both of them. Gasp! 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 The crowd was looking at Huang Cheng with a peculiar gaze now. Prior to this, they were not 100% certain Huang Cheng had threatened Duanling Tian. However, they had no more doubts now that Duanling Tian had sworn an oath.
The tribulation oath would never lie. That was the prestige of heaven. As the saying went, God is watching what you're doing. Heaven does not favor anyone.
Currently, even the group of outer court elders, including Dong Chong, began to distance themselves from Huang Cheng, both intentionally and unintentionally. It was as though they found it disgraceful to be grouped together with Huang Cheng since they were all outer court elders. Huang Cheng's face turned red in fury. For a moment, he did not have any comeback at all. From that moment Duanling Tian publicly swore by the tribulation oath, he knew that nobody would believe him anymore. It was futile no matter what he said.
Duanling Tian, don't give me an opportunity to kill you, Huang Cheng said angrily through true energy voice transmission as he glared at Duanling Tian furiously. After that, he flew out and vanished before the crowd's eyes.
Although Duanling Tian heard Huang Cheng's threats, he was calm and was not bothered by it. Even if the incident had not taken place, with how petty Huang Cheng was, he would not have let Duanling Tian go if he did not return him 360,000 merit points. If that was the case, why should he be afraid? The crowd gasped again when they saw Huang Cheng fleeing the scene without giving an explanation.
Shameless. How shameless can he be? How come I didn't know Elder Huang Cheng is actually such a foolish person before this? I must say that this kind of person is not worthy of becoming an outer court elder at all. He's just an embarrassment to the outer court.
The group of outer court disciples seemed to be deeply affected by Duanling Tian's incident as all of them let loose a series of curses.
Everyone, thanks for your support, Duanling Tian announced. His voice that contained true energy drowned out the noise on the scene. I thought about this earlier, and I feel that all of you did not have it easy as well. That's why, apart from Elder Huang Cheng and Deacon Deng, I'll return half of the merit points that all of you have bet. Tomorrow at noon at this training field, please bring the written pledge in your hand and look for me. I'll return you your merit points.
Duanling Tian's voice spread out. Really?
Long live Senior Brother Duanling Tian.
Thank you, Senior Brother Duanling Tian. Senior Brother Duanling Tian is a really good person.
He's actually willing to return us our merit points. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the group of outer court disciples was overwhelmed with joy. Each of them felt deeply grateful to him. The moment the group of outer court deacons heard this, their eyes lit up immediately as well. Duanling Tian.
Why am I excluded? Deng Wei yelled resentfully.
Why? Well, just because I want to.
Duanling Tian replied indifferently, causing Deng Wei to almost throw up blood.
You! Deng Wei was furious. He was about to speak again when he was interrupted by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked around him and said to the crowd, Everyone!
This Deng Wei wishes me dead even though I defeated his nephew fair and square and blames me for his failure to enter the sect. That day, after he placed his bet, he even provoked me through voice transmission saying that he'll inform his nephew about my death. If you were me,
would you return him his merit points? Duanling Tian's voice that contained the true energy spread out and was heard by everyone present on the scene. Of course not. No wonder. I was wondering why Senior Brother Duanling Tian deliberately made things difficult for Deacon Deng. As it turns out, there's a reason behind it.
Hermf. Deacon Deng is really shameless. He still has the nerve to ask Duanling Tian why he excluded him. Why didn't he think about how he wishes Duanling Tian is dead?
What a joke.
The group of outer court disciples was filled with contempt for Deng Wei, completely forgetting that they had also wished for Feng Fan to win prior to this.
If Feng Fan had won, Duanling Tian would have died. No wonder.
I was wondering why you took out 150,000 merit points, Deng Wei.
As it turns out, you have enmity with Duanling Tian. One of the outer court deacons chimed in as he looked at Deng Wei.
Dang Wei, the fact that your nephew is defeated by Duan Lingtian during the entrance exam means that your nephew has no fate with our sect. How can you blame this on Duan Lingtian?
That's right.
No matter how much you want to shield your nephew's shortcoming, you still have to be reasonable, Dang Wei.
The other outer court deacons said in support of Duan Lingtian. It angered Deng Wei so much that his face turned green and white.
In the end, Dang Wei realized he would only further embarrass himself if he continued to stay here. He snorted coldly and cast a hate-filled glance at Duan Lingtian before he flew away, similar to Zhou Qi and Huang Cheng, disappearing before everyone's eyes.
Everyone, I'll see you tomorrow. After Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the crowd, he returned to his independent courtyard. The group of people on the training field, particularly those outer court deacons and disciples who had bet with Duan Lingtian, found his silhouette to be extremely charming no matter how they looked at him.
Duan Lingtian. Yiman turned pale after he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength.
From the moment when Duan Lingtian killed Feng Fan, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a huge mountain in his eyes that seemed insurmountable.
It seems like my defeat in his hands 2 months ago is completely justified. Xiao Zhui, who came from the city governor's estate of Luojiang City, smiled wryly. He was sincerely convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength and no longer dared to seek revenge.
After Duan Lingtian returned to the independent courtyard, he smiled wryly. Am I too generous? The bets that he had received amounted to about 3 million merit points. 360,000 merit points were from Huang Cheng, and 150,000 merit points were from Deng Wei. There was no need for him to return them the merit points. After subtracting these from the 3 million merit points, he would still have 2.49 million merit points. Duan Lingtian had loosened his tongue and said that he would return half of these merit points. In this case, he would only have less than 1.25 million merit points. Adding back Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's merit points, he would be left with roughly 1.75 million merit points.
Even if I don't return Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's merit points, I'll have to return the 1.25 million merit points. Now that he had calculated it carefully, he felt he had been too wasteful.
It's fine. 1.75 million merit points should be more than enough for me to spend as I like. This merit points can only be used in the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 city governors' estates anyway.
They are completely useless outside. It was exactly because of this that Duan Lingtian decided to return half of the merit points the outer court deacons and disciples had bet.
Although it was only half, it was more than enough for him to buy their hearts. After he entered his house and closed the door, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He did not cultivate, but he took out the 1,000-mass sword that belonged to Feng Fan instead and began to study it. To be more precise, he was studying the Saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword. The Saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword was a 2-star Saint inscription. It was called the 1,000-mass Saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would imbue the sword with terrifying strength. It was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. Duan Lingtian had personally experienced its formidable force. When he recalled it, he still felt a lingering fear.
It's a good thing I possess the strange pupil. Otherwise, I would have died today, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After studying the 1,000-mass Saint inscription, Duan Lingtian began to feel dizzy and heavy as exhaustion enveloped his body. The tiny amount of spiritual energy he had recovered was depleted once again.
It looks like I can only study it after I recover my spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian thought to himself with the last bit of his consciousness. In the next instant, he was already lying on the second floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, deep in slumber, in the inner court district of Moon Illumination sect.
Master! Shouqi immediately looked for his master, Lu Huan, as soon as he entered the mansion.
What's the matter?
Why are you so anxious? Lu Huan was a medium-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. His eyes seemed like endless shifting clouds as he wore a grave expression on his face. He exuded an evil aura as he stood there.
Lu Huan frowned when he saw Zhou Qi in a rush. You need to learn from your junior brother Su Qi. You're so old now, and yet you're not composed at all. Master, it's not that I'm not composed, but there's an urgent matter. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. Speak, Lu Huan said indifferently. Master, junior brother Feng Fan is dead, Zhou Qi replied. What? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lu Huan raised his brows. The shock was written on his face. What happened?
Feng Fan issued a death duel invitation to an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. In the end, junior brother Feng Fan was no match for that outer court disciple and is killed by him. After Zhou Qi finished speaking, he faked a sympathetic sigh and said, "What a short-lived genius. An outer court disciple who just entered the sect 2 months ago?" Lu Huan's eyes narrowed. "What kind of person is he?"
"He has the ability to kill Feng Fan." Feng Fan was an Earth rankings powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances. Although he was only ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, he was still a martial cultivator who stood at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. His strength stood above others. However, such a person had just been killed. The person who killed him turned out to be an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago.
"Is he also an Earth rankings powerhouse?" Lu Huan asked in a deep voice. "No." Zhou Qi shook his head. "He's not a powerhouse from the Earth ranking. He's just an unimportant and unknown person before he entered the sect. No matter what, he's destined to have a short life since he killed Feng Fan." Lu Huan snorted coldly before he was hit by a pang of realization.
He muttered underneath his breath in his deep voice. "Elder Zhao is in closed-door cultivation now, so it's very likely that he won't be coming out so soon. If we can get rid of that person who killed Feng Fan, we'll be able to do him a favor."
"I think so too." Zhou Qi nodded.
"Other than parroting ideas, what else do you know?" Lu Huan sneered. He did not believe Zhou Qi would be able to come up with such an idea on his own.
"Master, I'm not just parroting the idea. In truth, even if junior brother Feng Fan was not killed by that person, I would have done everything in my power to get rid of him.
I just didn't expect him to kill junior brother Feng Fan before I can kill him." Zhou Qi smiled wryly, but when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with killing intent.
"What?
You have enmity with that person?" Lu Huan frowned before he was hit by a pang of realization. His expression turned horrified immediately. "Zhou Qi,
don't tell me that you added fuel to the fire and instigated Feng Fan to issue the death duel invitation to that person?"
"No, I didn't." Zhou Qi quickly shook his head in denial. He knew very well if he had admitted it, he would suffer great misfortune. He sneered inwardly. "Not only did I add fuel to the fire, but I even asked Feng Fan to kill that Duanling Tian. It's a pity that he was so useless that he died in Duanling Tian's hands in the end." He only dared to think of such words. He did not have the courage to say them out loud.
"You really didn't?" Lu Huan asked again.
"Master, I really didn't. If you don't believe in me, I can swear an oath." Zhou Qi answered shamelessly. He knew that Lu Huan would not ask him to swear an oath. That was why he dared to say such words. One must admit that Zhou Qi's method of making a concession in order to advance was really effective since Lu Huan no longer suspected him. "Do you know why Feng Fan had enmity with that person?" "I heard junior brother Feng Fan mentioned it previously," Zhou Qi replied. "It seems like after that person had defeated 2 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court, he considered everyone to be beneath him and even talked back to junior brother Feng Fan. Moreover, he even ridiculed junior brother Feng Fan and caused him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, in his fury, junior brother Feng Fan decided to issue a death duel invitation. Zhou Qi let his tongue loose without restraint. He had thought about this carefully during his journey back. Since Feng Fan was dead, he could say whatever he wanted. "Then why do you have enmity with him?" Lu Huan asked with a frown. "Master, you've misunderstood me. I don't have any enmity with him." Zhou Qi smiled wryly.
"Then what do your words mean?" Lu Huan was a little impatient now.
"Master, I said I would find an opportunity to get rid of him, even if junior brother Feng Fan didn't do anything because of his origin. His origin has determined that he can only be our enemy and not our ally." Zhou Qi replied.
"Our? It has something to do with me?" Lu Huan did not piece the puzzles together yet. "Master, that man is called Duanling Tian. Similar to junior brother Su Qi, he came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It seems like he's Fang Hui's disciple." Zhou Qi threw out a huge bait at the critical moment.
"Mound Hill City? Fang Hui?" As expected, Lu Huan's face turned completely grave in just an instant. Are you sure he came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and he's Feng Hui's disciple? Lu Huan asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. He found this hard to believe.
Not only did Feng Hui take Su Qi, an outstanding genius martial cultivator, as a disciple, but he had taken an even more extraordinary martial cultivator as a disciple after Su Qi.
What kind of luck was that? Why did he, Lu Huan, not have such luck at all? If that person named Duan Lingtian had just entered the outer court 2 months ago, it meant that he must be younger than 40 years old. The fact that he managed to kill Feng Fan was more than enough to show his innate talent far surpassed Su Qi, his direct disciple whom he was very proud of.
If he had known about Duan Lingtian's existence earlier, he would have taken him as a disciple and treat him like how he treated Su Qi. However, it was no longer possible. This was because he had killed Feng Fan, Elder Zhao's direct disciple. Elder Zhao's strength could be considered as being in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was someone that even Lu Huan had to flatter and please. No matter how courageous he was, he still did not dare to accept the person who killed Elder Zhao's direct disciple as his own disciple. Master, I encountered him 6 months ago when I went to bring junior brother Su Qi back here. At that time, I was unaware his innate talent is even higher than junior brother Su Qi.
Otherwise, I would have brought him back as well. Zhou Qi had been following Lu Huan for so many years. He naturally knew Lu Huan's thoughts very well and knew how to flatter him. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was so gifted, he would have killed him 6 months ago when he went to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He felt regret every time he thought about this. It was unfortunate there was no cure for regret in this world. As expected, the instant Lu Huan heard Zhou Qi's words, his face softened a little. However, the look in his eyes turned sharper. I really can't believe that Feng Hui is so lucky. He actually managed to find 2 disciples with such high innate talent. What good deeds did he do? The killing intent in Lu Huan's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. Initially, I spared his life because I didn't think he would be able to make a comeback. However, it seems like I was sorely mistaken. If Duan Lingtian grows any stronger, he'll definitely be a threat to my life.
Master, do you need me to go to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and kill that Feng Hui? Zhou Qi asked.
No, Lu Huan shook his head. Just leave that Feng Hui to Elder Zhao. Otherwise, where do you expect him to vent his anger when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out his disciple was killed?
As for that Duan Lingtian, we must get rid of him before Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation. At that time, he could be considered as owing me a favor. Lu Huan's eyes shone brightly when he reached the end of his sentence.
Naturally, there was one thing he did not say out loud.
He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao came out of his closed-door cultivation because he was worried Elder Zhao would take a liking to Duan Lingtian and take him as his new direct disciple regardless of Feng Fan's death.
This was not something he was willing to see. Duan Lingtian came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If he became Elder Zhao's disciple, it would no doubt be a great calamity for Lu Huan's side. Teacher, don't worry. I'll try my best to kill Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation, Zhou Qi said.
You can't just try your best. You must kill him. Duan Lingtian must die before Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation. You have to make sure he dies even if you have to exchange your life for it. If you die, I'll remember you, Lu Huan slowly said as he looked at Zhou Qi. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of gentleness could be seen on his face. Zhou Qi only felt chills running down his spine when he saw the gentle expression on his face. In order to kill Duan Lingtian and eliminate all future troubles, his master, Lu Huan, did not hesitate to sacrifice his life at all. At this moment in Zhou Qi's heart, the master and disciple relationship between Lu Huan and him had already vanished without a trace. Previously, he was eager to kill Duan Lingtian, but now he wished Duan Lingtian would survive so he could help Feng Hui kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he made up his mind. He made a decision that would greatly affect his future. Master, I won't let you down. In the face of this seemingly kind Lu Huan, Zhou Qi responded politely to him even though he found him disgusting. Great, great. Seeing how obedient Zhou Qi was, Lu Huan chuckled immediately. Zhou Qi, you're my first disciple and I think highly of you. Don't worry. I won't forget you even if you're sentenced to death after you kill Duan Tian. I'll set up a memorial tablet for you behind the courtyard, so you can accompany me for all time, Lu Huan said with a kind expression. Thanks, master. Zhou Qi's heart was as cold as ice, but he did not show it on the surface. He must first deal with this. I want to receive the news of his death within 3 days. You won't disappoint me, right? Lu Huan looked at Zhou Qi as he gave him a deadline. 3 days. The moment Zhou Qi heard Lu Huan's words, his heart jolted. However, he could only nod quietly. Very good. You can leave now to prepare for it, Lu Huan said. I'll take my leave then. After Zhou Qi turned around and retreated, his eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself, Lu Huan, you leave me with no choice. Since you treat my life like it's nothing, I've no need to stay by your side anymore. From today onward, the master and disciple relationship between us is severed. After Zhou Qi turned around, the kind expression on Lu Huan's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He merely glanced at Zhou Qi's silhouette coldly before he looked away. Then he went to look for Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi, the kind expression appeared on his face again. Master, why did you look for me this late in the night? Su Qi asked, confused. Su Qi, when you left the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, do you know there's a disciple named Duan Tian under Feng Hui? Lu Huan asked bluntly. Yes, I do. Su Qi nodded. However, that Duan Tian's very arrogant. He's only willing to address Feng Hui as teacher. However, he's still a martial cultivator from the mortal continent like me, so his innate talent is in no way inferior to mine. He's from the mortal continent too? Lu Huan narrowed his eyes as he asked, Are you two from the same place on the mortal continent? No, Su Qi shook his head. We came from different places. It seems like the rumor is true. All the genius martial cultivators from the mortal continent are all extraordinarily gifted. The people from the mortal continent are either heaven-defying or trash. They're such polar opposites. Lu Huan muttered to himself. Master, what's the matter? Why did you ask about him all of a sudden? Su Qi asked, puzzled. He killed Feng Fan. Lu Hua did not conceal the truth and told Su Qi about the news he had received from Zhou Qi. What? The moment Su Qi heard the name, his expression changed immediately. How's that possible? Feng Fan is an Earth rankings powerhouse. How's it possible that Duan Tian killed him? Upon seeing the sudden change of expression on Su Qi's face, Lu Huan could tell he did not expect Duan Tian's innate talent to be so high. It's true. Currently, apart from the outer court, the news has most likely spread to the inner court as well, Lu Huan replied. Upon hearing that, Su Qi's expression turned complicated. He suddenly realized the gap between him and Duan Tian had widened even more. In a pergola at the side of a front courtyard of a secluded mansion located in the outer court. Elder Feng Fan is dead. A burly fellow whose face was filled with astonishment said in disbelief as he came forward. What an interesting little fellow. In the face of the burly fellow's report, an old man who was enjoying his tea in the pergola merely smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not surprised by the news at all. Elder, you're not surprised? The burly fellow could not help but ask. There's nothing to be surprised about. That little fellow doesn't seem like someone who would dig his own grave. The old man was dressed in white. He had white hair, a ruddy complexion, and he looked like a sage. As he sat in the pergola, it seemed as though he was one with the world and the pergola. It was as though there was no distinction between him and his surrounding. Elder, that Feng Fan was Elder Zhao's favorite. When he comes out his closed-door cultivation and finds out Feng Fan is dead, he won't let this matter go, the burly fellow said. Yes, this is a problem. The old man nodded. After thinking for a moment, he just smiled indifferently again. I don't know why, but somehow I have faith in him. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll deal with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was Feng Fan's master. He was a powerful inner court elder. There were nearly 20 inner court elders in the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court. Among these almost 20 inner court elders, Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3. One could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Elder, aren't you afraid he would die? The burly fellow asked. I've already said that I have faith in him. You may retreat, the white-clad old man said. Yes. Although the burly fellow had no idea why the old man would have faith in this outer court disciple whom he had only met once, he still retreated. After all, he did not dare to go against the old man's words.
After that burly fellow retreated, a saint stone appeared in the old man's hand. This saint stone appeared to be a higher grade than a 6th grade saint stone. How can a person who easily took out a 4th grade saint stone be an ordinary person? I wonder where did this little fellow come from? He actually took out a 4th grade saint stone. However, the help from this 4th grade saint stone is indeed much greater than a 6th grade saint stone.
At the very least, I don't have to suspend my closed-door cultivation to exchange for saint stones, the old man muttered to himself as he twirled the 4th grade saint stone in his hand. Boom! In the middle of the night, Duanling Tian suddenly felt an intense pain in his entire body that was accompanied by a loud sound. As it turned out, he was expelled from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
After sleeping for half a day, Duanling Tian's spiritual energy had finally recovered a little. He instantly looked outside and snarled, "Who's that?" "It's me." A calm voice resonated from outside. Duanling Tian was not unfamiliar with this voice. "Zhou Qi." Duanling Tian instantly identified the owner of the voice, and his expression turned glum immediately. He took 2 strides forward and opened the door, revealing Zhou Qi, who was standing outside. Duanling Tian looked at him coldly as he asked indifferently, "You didn't even send a greeting before you barged into someone's residence. Did your master, Lu Huan, teach you any manners at all?" Duanling Tian was not worried about Zhou Qi attacking him here.
The Moon Illumination sect had a rule that prohibited inner court disciples from bullying outer court disciples unless they had a reason or they were right. Failure to comply with the rule would result in severe punishment. If it was before, Zhou Qi would definitely be furious when he heard the words coming out of Duanling Tian's mouth.
However, he was very calm right now. It was as though he was not offended by Duanling Tian's words at all. Zhou Qi's calmness took Duanling Tian by surprise. Zhou Qi was not someone with such a good temper, right?
Moreover, should he not be eager to kill him since he was one of Lu Huan's men?
In fact, when they were at the training field, he saw Zhou Qi's gaze was filled killing intent. Only half a day had passed, but he suddenly had a change in temperament. Something was not right. Duanling Tian instantly became guarded. "Let's go in and talk," Zhou Qi said. He walked into the room without waiting for Duanling Tian's reply. Duanling Tian frowned for a moment before his expression eased up. He turned to look at Zhou Qi and asked nonchalantly, "Why did you come and find me?"
"Duanling Tian, my master, Lu Huan, wants me to kill you within 3 days," Zhou Qi bluntly said as he looked at Duanling Tian. Upon hearing that, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately and said calmly, "If you kill me, you won't be able to escape death as well according to the sex rule."
"My master wants me to give up my life in exchange for yours," Zhou Qi replied. "Exchange your life for mine?" Duanling Tian was shocked. Although he had long known that inner court elder Lu Huan was not a good person, he did not think he would be so despicable to the point of asking his disciple to give up his life in exchange for his own life.
What did he take his disciple for?
A tool? State your intention. Since you told me all these, I'm sure you intend to disobey your master. Duanling Tian said nonchalantly.
My intention is very simple. I just want to warn you that Lu Huan is a maniac. I've followed him for more than 10 years, but he didn't even bat his eyes when he wants to discard me, Zhou Qi said slowly. Fear could be seen in his eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. He is a maniac, but you're not. Duanling Tian sneered. 8 months ago, Zhou Qi came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in an awe-inspiring manner. The instant he had attacked, he immediately killed 2 innocent people.
Duanling Tian, I didn't come here to make peace with you. I just want to warn you that Lu Huan is a person who won't stop until he achieves his goals. As for the reason why I came to warn you, well, it's just because I don't want to see him living so comfortably, Zhou Qi said. His voice was filled with hatred, and his eyes were gleaming coldly. How are you going to answer to him if you don't kill me within 3 days? Duanling Tian asked. You don't have to worry about this. It's time for me to leave now that my purpose is achieved. No matter how much you hate me, I'm not bothered by it at all. After all, I did want to kill you previously. If Lu Huan did not ask me to give up my life in exchange for yours, I wouldn't have let you off so easily, Zhou Qi added. However, everything has changed now. I don't have any enmity with you now, and I only hope that you'll continue to live well and create troubles for Lu Huan. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He could tell Zhou Qi no longer regarded Lu Huan as his master.
It was a normal reaction after all. Was there a point in having a master who would not hesitate to sacrifice his disciple in order to achieve his goals? There's another thing I have to warn you about. That Feng Fan whom you killed had a master. He's the only direct disciple of Zhao Feng, a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder. Even among the inner court elders in Moon Illumination sect, his strength is ranked in the top 3. Zhou Qi continued to warn him. Feng Fan's master was Zhao Feng, an inner court elder? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Although he could tell from Feng Fan's possessions that his background was not simple, he did not expect him to be an inner court elder's direct disciple. Moreover, the inner court elder was ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He's not on your side? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. He had thought that Feng Fan was Lu Huan's man. However, that did not seem to be the case. What a joke! A person as powerful as Lu Huan's master, Zhao Feng, most likely had a higher position than Lu Huan in the Moon Illumination sect. It was unlikely for someone like that to be Lu Huan's man. Even if he really was Lu Huan's man, he had to be Lu Huan's senior, and he would not have allowed his only direct disciple to take such a risk. Of course not. Zhou Qi shook his head. When Lu Huan encounters Elder Zhao Feng, he still needs to bow down respectfully. I'm not afraid to tell you the reason Feng Fan issued the death duel invitation was all due to my instigation. However, none of these matters anymore. What's important is you've killed Feng Fan, and it'll definitely infuriate Elder Zhao Feng, Zhou Qi said. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the entire matter. He was slightly taken aback by how shameless Zhou Qi was. You dare to tell me all this?
Aren't you afraid I'll tell Elder Zhao Feng about this? It's useless even if you tell him. You're the one who killed Feng Fan. This is an undeniable fact, Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was rendered speechless because Zhou Qi's words made sense. Even if Zhao Feng was angry with Zhou Qi, he still would not let Duan Ling Tian go.
However, there's a chance Elder Zhao Feng might not kill you when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation, Zhou Qi added. Might not kill me? Duan Ling Tian frowned. What do you mean?
I killed his only direct disciple, but there's a chance he won't kill me. Yes, you killed Feng Fan, his only direct disciple. It's true that he's very fond of Feng Fan. However, didn't he take Feng Fan as his direct disciple because he thought his innate talent was high?
There's no way he would regard Feng Fan so highly if he was just an ordinary person, Zhou Qi continued. Due to this reason, it's highly likely that he won't kill you after he finds out you killed Feng Fan. Perhaps he might even take you in as his new direct disciple. After all, Feng Fan was inferior to you in terms of innate talent. Take me as his direct disciple? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned strange. After thinking about it carefully, he thought Zhao Feng might actually do that if he was someone who did not value relationships.
However, Duan Ling Tian would look down on Zhao Feng if he did that. Naturally, he would not agree to become the direct disciple of someone he looked down on.
What I want to tell you is, there's nothing we can do if Zhao Feng decides to kill you to avenge Feng Fan. However, if he wants to take you as his direct disciple, you must agree to it.
Lu Huan won't dare to harm you no matter how courageous he is if you become Zhao Feng's disciple, Zhou Qi said solemnly. Lu Huan wants me to give up my life in exchange for yours within 3 days because he's worried Zhao Feng will come out of his closed-door cultivation. He wants to kill you before that happens so that Zhao Feng will indirectly owe him a favor. In his opinion, he'll benefit greatly if you die. I must agree to become Zhao Feng's disciple? Duan Ling Tian sneered. Zhou Qi, are you making the decision for me?
Naturally, you're the only one who can decide what to do. I'm merely giving you suggestions. After all, we currently have a common enemy, Lu Huan. I only hope you'll survive and live well.
If you manage to grow more powerful, you'll definitely become Lu Huan's nightmare. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes burned intensely. At that time, even if I'm no longer in the Moon Illumination sect, I'll still be happy when I hear this news. No longer in the Moon Illumination sect? What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Do you think I'll still have a position in the Moon Illumination sect if I don't kill you within 3 days?
Even if Lu Huan doesn't kill me, he'll come up with ways to deal with me. He's my master in name. Even if he cripples me and paralyzes me, nobody would say anything. When Zhou Qi was speaking, his body trembled without warning. It was as though he had thought of something horrifying.
I've already told you everything that I needed to say, and I've also have warned you about everything. I know you and I will never come to a truce. However, you can always seek revenge from me in the future if you manage to survive. If you can find me, I'll admit it's my fate even if I die in your hands, Zhou Qi said to Duan Ling Tian before he left. From his words alone, one could see how brazen he was. I won't disappoint you, Duan Ling Tian responded indifferently. He narrowed his eyes as his eyes gleamed coldly. Zhou Qi finally left. He came without warning and he left just as quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes and vanished into the dark sky like a phantom. My spiritual energy has not recovered yet. I feel tired again even though just a short time has passed. Looks like I won't be able to do anything for the next few days. After shutting the door, Duan Ling Tian sighed and returned to the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda again. After Zhou Qi left Duan Ling Tian's residence, he left the outer court under the cover of the night.
Not only did he not return to the inner court, but he even left the Moon Illumination sect's estate. His intention was simple. He wanted to leave the Moon Illumination sect and hop like a fish in the sea or fly like a bird across the sky.
With my cultivation base, I don't believe there's no place for me in the 9 sect alliances. From now on, I'm a free man. I belong to no sect, and I won't have to bow to anyone anymore. Zhou Qi truly looked forward to a beautiful future. Not long after, Zhou Qi had left the Moon Illumination sect estate. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect estate, Zhou Qi also left the coverage of the flight prohibiting formation. After he soared up to the sky and flew a distance away, he came to a halt and turned to look at the monastery gates of the Moon Illumination sect estate in the distance with the help of the moonlight as he muttered to himself, "Goodbye, Moon Illumination sect. Maybe I'll come back again after I, Zhou Qi, make a breakthrough to the saint stage."
By that time, I must ask Lu Huan personally whether he regrets the decision that he made today.
I can tell you now that I don't regret, and I never will. Almost at the same time that Zhou Qi's words left his mouth and he was about to depart, a wispy ghost-like sound resonated by his ears, causing him to turn pale right away. The scene in front of him flashed and Zhou Qi could see a man appearing in front of him in the sky. Master. Upon seeing this person who appeared, Zhou Qi was so shocked that the color drained from his face right away. Why are you here? If I didn't come, wouldn't I just be letting you, ungrateful fellow, slip away? The person who appeared was none other than Lu Huan, who sneered at him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qi suppressed the terror in his heart and asked, "Did you follow me?" Right then, Zhou Qi also realized that the words that he spoke just now had all been picked up by Lu Huan. For this reason, he no longer uttered anything more, for there was no use even if he continued. He knew that with Lu Huan's temper, he would definitely never let him go.
However, the moment he recalled how Lu Huan followed him, he could not help but be infuriated with rage right away. It turned out that Lu Huan did not trust him at all. "I wasn't following. Instead, I just want to see whether you'll pay attention to the things that I asked you to do. Right now, it seems like you've disappointed me," Lu Huan replied nonchalantly.
Disappointed? Zhou Qi also knew that he would definitely end up dead today. In that case, he no longer bothered about having any restraint. With nothing to fear, he mocked. "Just because I refuse to use my own life in exchange for the life of the person that you want to kill, I've disappointed you? Is my life so low in your eyes? Being able to die together with Duan Ling Tian, that martial Dao genius, shouldn't be a disgrace to you." Lu Huan's tone remained calm. "Unfortunately, you don't treasure this opportunity, so the outcome of not treasuring this opportunity would be being killed by me personally. In your next life, remember to never disobey your master's words anymore, no matter what your master asks you to do."
The moment Lu Huan's words left his mouth, he immediately made his move without even waiting for Zhou Qi to respond. In front of Lu Huan, Zhou Qi was completely powerless. In just the blink of an eye, he was executed straight away. His entire being exploded and transformed into a blood mist that blotted the entire sky as he died a horrible death. Duanling Tian never expected that the moment Zhou Qi left the Moon Illumination sect, he would already be killed by Lu Huan. Right now, Duanling Tian was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda recovering his spiritual energy. The exhaustion from the spiritual energy knocked him into a deep slumber, and only after 2 days, he finally woke up feeling fresh. His spiritual energy had already recovered by 70% to 80%. Of course, the 2 days in that context was the time spent in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only 1 night and 1 morning had gone by outside. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian left his little courtyard and went to the training field once again. There was already a group of people waiting for him on the training field. They were the outer court deacons and disciples who had placed their bets in the gamble that he had set up. Upon seeing him making his appearance, each of them appeared thrilled like hunters who had just seen their prey. After Duanling Tian had reached the training field, he told the crowd, "Please queue up, everyone. Take the written pledge that I've given to you the last time and come to take your merit points from me one by one." More than an hour passed. Duanling Tian finally managed to return half of the merit points to everybody who had placed their bets. After returning their merit points, Duanling Tian asked for directions and headed straight to the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion. Just like the Moon Illumination Sect in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the Merit Pavilion in the Moon Illumination Sect allowed one to use his merit points in exchange for a variety of items such as the Saint-grade martial tactic, Saint weapons, pills, and so on. Basically, one could get everything that one desired. Other than that, it also had Dao talismans and Saint weapons that were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. In the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion, as long as one had enough merit points, one could exchange all of the items there. Besides that, one could even exchange and take back the Saint-grade martial tactic other than the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic if one had enough merit points. Only the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic was not allowed to be taken back and could only be loaned to read. One would need to spend 30,000 merit points to loan and read it every time. 1.75 million merit points. That should be enough for me to spend lavishly already. Not long after that, Duanling Tian arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion. The geographical location of the pavilion was very strategic. It was situated right at the juncture between the outer and inner court district and was very convenient for the outer and inner court disciples. It looks like the Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City was built based on this Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion, muttered Duanling Tian as he came to a halt and narrowed his eyes at the pavilion in front of him. Other than its size, the Merit Pavilion in the Moon Illumination Sect and the one in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City looked exactly identical, including the small details. However, after Duanling Tian walked into the Merit Pavilion, he also noticed that contrary to the Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the interior inside the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion had a huge difference. The Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion was separated into 5 levels. The first level was where the sect disciples made their trades. The disciples could use items to exchange for merit points with the other disciples. Alternatively, they could also use their merit points to buy what they wanted. In casual terms, the first level of the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion was basically a mini-market. However, the moment Duanling Tian entered, he noticed that most of the sect disciples who were in the first level of the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion were all inner court disciples. This could be perceived from the order tokens that were hanging from their waists. It was precisely because of this that when Duanling Tian entered this place, nobody could recognize him at all. When he had battled it out with Fengfan, not many inner court disciples had come to watch the battle. Therefore, even though his name had spread out to the inner court district, most of the outer court disciples had never seen him before, so they had no idea how he looked like. "I'll just walk around the first level of this Merit Pavilion and see whether there's any good item here," thought Duanling Tian to himself. Of course, it was mostly because he found how the sect disciples carried out trades using the merit points a new experience. The value of the merit points in the Moon Illumination Sect is much higher than the Saint Stones. In the Moon Illumination Sect, other than the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic,
There's almost nothing that the merit points can't buy. A disciple in the Moon Illumination sect can only use Saint Stones during cultivation, on the other hand. Duanling Tian knew this very well too. Standing at the first level of the merit pavilion, Duanling Tian looked around and did not attract anybody's attention. Casting a glance, Duanling Tian could see many inner court disciples had simply set up a tiny small stall by the corner of the first level of the merit pavilion. There were many peculiar items on display at these small stalls. They themselves had no idea what many of these items were either. The reason they had placed these items out was mainly that they wanted to see if there was any disciple from the same sect who knew about the goods and was willing to buy them using merit points. Elder Hua. Duanling Tian contacted the Elder Hua who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Please take a look whether there are any materials here that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If there is, I'll buy it straight away. At first, although Elder Hua had already told him about the materials that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before, they were only some of the materials that Elder Hua felt were simple to get. There were many other materials that he had not told him about before, including the Dragon Orb of the Five-Clawed Divine Dragon, and that material that he had managed to bid for in Mound Hill City's Rare Treasure Pavilion that repaired the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by 10%. Upon hearing Elder Hua's response, Duanling Tian began to walk around at the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Boy, was he in luck. In just one round, Elder Hua did indeed find several items that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On top of that, they were all high-grade materials. There was even an item that Elder Hua pronounced was even better than the Five-Clawed Divine Dragon's Orb. Although I have no idea why this would be here, I'm pretty sure that this is the Nuwa Stone Fragment, Elder Hua told Duanling Tian. The Nuwa Stone? Just now, Duanling Tian had only heard Elder Hua mention that there was an item in the first level of the Merit Pavilion that was even better than the Five-Clawed Divine Dragon's Orb. As for what it was exactly, he had no idea at all. Now that he heard about the name of the item from Elder Hua, he was completely dumbfounded. What was the Nuwa Stone? It was an item from the ancient mythology of his past life. The Nuwa Stone was the stone that the ancient goddess Nuwa had used to repair the heavens. Apart from that, there was also a legend saying that Sun Wukong, the great sage equal of heaven, was actually born out of the Nuwa Stone. Despite Elder Hua saying that it was only a fragment of the Nuwa Stone, it was already more than enough to send Duanling Tian into bafflement. Under Elder Hua's guidance, Duanling Tian's gaze landed on a small stall that had a skinny inner court disciple standing behind it. He looked like an astute person, and his gleaming eyes gave the fact that he was actually an unscrupulous trader away. Junior brother, you have quite excellent judgment. All of these here are treasures, you know. Seeing how Duanling Tian was looking his way, this inner court disciple's eyes lit up right away as he quickly greeted him. Treasures? Really? Duanling Tian took this opportunity to walk to the stall and squatted down. His gaze, however, shifted away from the Nuwa Stone. The Nuwa Stone looked just like an ordinary stone fragment. Appearing very crude, it was placed at an inconspicuous corner. If Elder Hua had not told him about it, Duanling Tian would have never noticed its existence because its sense of existence was just extremely weak. Senior brother, these are called treasures too? I just entered the sect not long ago. Don't deceive me, please, said Duanling Tian with a vigilant expression as he looked at the inner court disciple who was behind the stall seriously. You've just entered the sect? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the inner court disciple glanced at Duanling Tian's waist. By the time he saw the order token that represented his identity as an outer court disciple, an obvious disappointment crept into his eyes right away. Usually, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect would not have that many merit points. However, as the saying went, don't look down on tiny things. The shrewd inner court disciple still pumped himself up with energy and entertained Duanling Tian, this customer of his, with a serious face. Don't worry, junior brother. Everything right here at my place is absolutely sold with honesty. Picking up a dried branch from the stall, Duanling Tian muttered, this dried branch seems to be quite special. It should be quite pleasing if I buy it back to make a fire. This dried branch was one of the materials that Elder Hua wanted.
Of course, this item was very far from being comparable to the Nuwa stone. However, the fact that there were 2 items that could be used to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in an inner court disciple stall was enough to elicit shock from Duanling Tian. Buy it back to make a fire? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the inner court disciple was so pissed that he almost threw blood up. With a solemn face, he warned, "Junior brother, you can't look down on this. It's not that simple." Not that simple? It doesn't seem like it. Duanling Tian curled his lip with disbelief written on his face. I don't want it if it's too expensive. I'll just go take a look at the other stalls then. The moment he concluded, he proceeded to turn and leave. Junior brother, I didn't lie to you. When the inner court disciple saw that Duanling Tian was about to leave, he became anxious right away. He had not made any sale the entire day today, and now that a victim had finally come, of course, he would not just let him go just like that. Then, tell me, which part of it isn't simple? Duanling Tian asked nonchalantly. Although this looks just like a dried branch, it's not something that can be burned easily with any fire. There are many 1-star Saint Refinement Masters in the inner court who couldn't even light it up even if they used flames that are refined by weapons and pills, shared the inner court disciple with a solemn face. Really? Duanling Tian pretended to be surprised. Of course. The inner court disciple quickly replied. If you're not willing, junior brother, you can invite a 1-star refinement master to come. You don't have to search far. I'm sure there must be a 1-star refinement master here at the first level of the merit pavilion. You only have to pay him some merit points, and I believe that he won't reject your request for a test. Duanling Tian frowned as though he was troubled by this notion. After a long time, he finally eased his frown under the anticipating gaze of the inner court disciple. All right, I believe you. I don't have that many merit points to invite a 1-star refinement master to test it out, but, senior brother, I don't have many merit points on hand either. I won't be able to buy it if it's too expensive. Duanling Tian frowned again as he said, although he actually had millions of merit points, he did not have the intention to spend recklessly at all. Perhaps there might be some other things that he wanted to exchange for in the merit pavilion, so he did not want to waste too many merit points here on the first level of the merit pavilion. It's not expensive. It's definitely not expensive. The inner court disciple shook his head vehemently. It's not? How many merit points is it then? Duanling Tian asked. 5,000 merit points. The moment the inner court disciple's words left his mouth, he stared at Duanling Tian with utmost concentration, as though he wanted to discern whether he could afford it or not. After knowing that this purple-clad young man was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect not long ago, his first thought was that this person must not have many saint stones on him. However, as he pondered about it, he was hit by a pang of realization. He realized that many of the outer court disciples came from the city governor's estate of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect's command. Furthermore, these outer court disciples were usually the disciples of the various city governors. It was normal for these outer court disciples to have 10,000 to 20,000 merit points on hand. 5,000 merit points? Upon hearing the inner court disciple's words, Duanling Tian put on a dismayed expression. Right away, without saying anything, he turned around and proceeded to walk away. At that moment when he turned around, his eyes were gleaming with shock and disbelief as though it had never crossed his mind that this dried branch would actually be this pricey. Junior brother, I was just joking. 1,000 merit points. You can have it with 1,000 merit points. From the beginning till the end, the inner court disciple never missed Duanling Tian's expression at all. After seeing the change in his expression and how he turned around after hearing the news that he asked for, he realized that this purple-clad young man must not have that many merit points. Had he known that this purple-clad young man was Duanling Tian, the outer court disciple who had given rise to many discussions, he would have been so pissed that he would throw up blood. He was a millionaire who had more than 1,000,000 merit points, yet he had actually turned around without saying anything the moment he heard the asking price of 5,000 merit points. Was he even worthy of the millions of merit points that he had? When Duanling Tian heard the inner court disciple's words, a scheming smile crept up upon the corner of his mouth right away. However, he did not slow down but proceeded to go to the other stall. 500 merit points. Junior brother,
This really is the lowest that I can go. Noticing how Duanling Tian had no intention to stop at all, the inner court disciple smiled wryly right away.
All right, 500 merit points. But you have to give me a free gift. Duanling Tian also knew that 500 merit points was the lowest price that the inner court disciple could offer, so he did not continue to walk forward. Instead, he turned around and returned to the stall.
Gift. The inner court disciple frowned right away as he looked at Duanling Tian with doubt. However, the moment he saw how Duanling Tian kept looking at the dried branch with a pained expression, his frown disappeared as he cursed in his heart. How unlucky for me to actually come across a poor fellow. If this inner court disciple's inner thoughts spread out to the outer court district, he would have most likely drowned in the saliva of the group of the outer court disciples. Was he calling Duanling Tian, who had millions of merit points, a poor fellow?
Even an inner court elder would not have dared to say such words.
Junior brother, 500 merit points is really the lowest I can go. As for a gift, I really can't give you any. The inner court disciple shook his head and did not agree to Duanling Tian's words.
Then it's fine. I don't want it anymore, Duanling Tian responded impatiently and proceeded to leave again.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The inner court disciple did not expect Duanling Tian to be so brazen. He became anxious right away. Junior brother, I can give you a gift, but you can only choose from the pile that I allow you to.
No problem as long as I have a gift, Duanling Tian said with an unconcerned look as though he was not concerned what the gift would be. The inner court disciple cursed again in his heart before reaching out a hand to point at the corner of his stall. Just pick any item that you want from that pile. Duanling Tian studied the corner of the stall. That corner was exactly where the Nuwa stone fragment was.
What? All these trash? Duanling Tian frowned. Senior brother, you actually dare to take these trash out to exchange for merit points? Don't you think you're being too shameless? Junior brother, you don't recognize them. So don't say that they're trash, please. Pleaded the inner court disciple with a solemn face. Besides, you said yourself that you're okay with whatever item without any requirements at all. Don't tell me that you regret it now. Yeah, I kinda do now. Although I know that you must be stingy. I can't believe that you're actually this stingy. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Junior brother, the sale is already final. You can't turn back on your decision now, warned the inner court disciple vigilantly. Duanling Tian sighed before crouching down as he started to fumble around the corner of the stall. He picked up each of the items and then tossed it aside again. When he picked up the Nuwa stone and then threw it aside again, his heartbeat raced a few notches faster.
There seems to be no good item here, huh? After Duanling Tian checked everything out till the end, he frowned. The inner court disciple sneered to himself. If there was a good item, would he be willing to just give it out as a gift?
Fine then. I'll just randomly pick one. Duanling Tian casually picked up the Nuwa stone's fragment and told the inner court disciple, Senior brother, I'll take this stone fragment then. You've got no problem with that, have you? When the inner court disciple saw him picking up the stone fragment that could not be invaded by both water and fire of which he happened to come across outside, he nodded and said, No problem, but junior brother, now that you've taken your pick,
you're not allowed to go back on your decision anymore. No, I won't. Duanling Tian shook his head before taking out his crystal card to transfer 500 merit points to the inner court disciple. Unless the owner activated it using true energy, the balance of the merit points in the crystal card would not be displayed. Therefore, the inner court disciple had no idea that the crystal card in Duanling Tian's hand actually had a total of more than 1.7 million merit points. Otherwise, he would definitely have been so pissed.
I've gotten the 2 materials. After storing the 2 items, Duanling Tian was consumed with a wave of inexplicable excitement. Junior brother, take a look and see if there's anything else that you want. Now that he had made his first sale after coming to the Merit Pavilion for such a long day, the inner court disciple's face was filled with a smile. Senior brother, your items are just too expensive. I can't afford them at all with the merit points that I have left. It's better for me to go have a look at the other stalls. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. At the same time, he proceeded to buy the other materials he needed for the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to be repaired. When it came to the few other materials, Duanling Tian played the same old trick, and he managed to get all of them by only spending another 1,000 merit points. He had performed the art of bargaining most incisively, almost to the acme of perfection.
Elder Hua, with these materials now, how much of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be repaired? Duanling Tian asked.
It won't be able to be repaired much if there's no Nuwa stone fragment, but now that we have the Nuwa stone, we'll be able to repair 70% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Hua replied. 70%?
Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up right away as his face was filled with astonishment.
It had never crossed his mind that the materials that he had bought on the first level of the Merit Pavilion would actually lend such a huge aid to the repairing of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It could actually repair the third level to 70%. In fact, before this, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired by 10%. In other words, his harvest today could repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by another 60%. Elder Hua, at this speed, it must be just around the corner before the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is activated, Duanling Tian told Elder Hua.
He was looking forward to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and to a better cultivation environment combined with the slower passing of time.
5 days inside the pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside.
Around the corner? Responding to Duanling Tian, Elder Hua replied, "You're too confident. The reason the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could be repaired by 60% with just these few materials is all thanks to the Nuwa stone fragment. Among them all, just the Nuwa stone fragment alone can boost the repair by 40%.
Elder Hua's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured on Duanling Tian's head, as it completely overpowered the excitement and joy in his heart. So, it turned out that the reason these materials could repair it by that extent was all thanks to the Nuwa stone fragment.
At once, the Nuwa stone fragment in Duanling Tian's heart skyrocketed right away.
Elder Hua, I've heard of a legend before. It says that Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal of heaven, was actually born from the five-colored stone that had fallen when Nuwa was repairing the heavens.
You also seem to have said before that Sun Wukong wasn't a native to planet Yanhuang, but was transformed from the Nuwa stone of the ancient goddess Nuwa.
Is the five-colored stone really that extraordinary to the point that it could give birth to such a freak as Sun Wukong? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Of course, an ordinary five-colored stone wouldn't have been able to give birth to such a freak as the horse protector. The part that gave birth to him was the most valuable part of the five-colored stone, which is also called the five-colored chalcedony. Through the creation of heaven and earth, along with the place that was endowed with the fine spirits of the universe, a freak such as the horse protector could finally be born. Elder Hua replied.
Oh, I see. Duanling Tian finally understood before asking again. Then, in this case, is the five-colored stone fragment that I obtained just now just an ordinary five-colored stone fragment?
Yes, Elder Hua replied. Elder Hua, since this five-colored stone is so extraordinary, would it be any help to me? Duanling Tian could not help but ask again. The moment he thought of how powerful this five-colored stone was, he also hoped that it would be able to bring some benefits to himself. In that case, it would be better than using it on the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
If it's an intact five-colored stone, then without a doubt it would be a great help to you. However, if it's only a fragment of the five-colored stone, it's no help to you at all. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian became slightly disappointed.
Now that all of the materials he needed had been bought, Duanling Tian left the first level of the Merit Pavilion and proceeded to the second level. The second level of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City houses the Saint-grade martial tactics, so I wonder if it's the same case too here on the second level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect. Duanling Tian entered the second level of the Merit Pavilion and discovered that this was not the place that housed the Saint-grade martial tactics.
The second level of the Merit Pavilion was a place where they could exchange their merit points for a variety of materials. The different materials could be used in refining weapons and pill. Some could even be used for inscribing Dao talismans and saint inscriptions. Of course, the materials that could be placed in the second level of the Merit Pavilion were all valuable. In the Moon Illumination sect, nobody would be willing to use their merit points in exchange for ordinary material. After all, the merit points were far more valuable than the saint stones in the moon illumination sect.
Of all these various valuable materials on the second level of the merit pavilion, I wonder whether there are any that could be used to repair the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he began to look forward to it.
Right then, the third level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda could be deemed to have already been repaired by 70%.
With just another 30% more to go, it would be completely restored. There was a counter by the entrance of the second level of the merit pavilion with an old man sitting behind it. The old man appeared to be dozing off, but he gave off a peculiar sense of feeling. When Duan Ling Tian passed the counter, he even had a feeling that he was being monitored. At once, he glanced at the old man warily and realized that although he appeared to be dozing off, he was actually wide awake, much more so than anyone else.
Just as Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man vigilantly, the old man opened his misty eyes and instructed nonchalantly, "Leave your spatial ring behind, then only can you go in." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before taking his spatial ring off and placing it on the counter. He knew that the feeling of being monitored that he had earlier must have been the old man using his powerful spiritual energy to check on the spatial ring on his body. He was probing to see how many spatial rings he had.
Fortunately, the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was not something that the old man could detect using his spiritual energy.
Duan Ling Tian was not worried about placing his spatial ring on the countertop as well.
That was a spatial ring that had had a blood ownership claim performed on it. Unless he died, it would be useless even if someone else took it, as he would have no way of performing an ownership claim on it at all. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the rule of having to hand over the spatial ring in the second level of the merit pavilion. It was obvious that there were no other people guarding the second level of the merit pavilion. There were only a few people over there picking their materials. If they did not hand over their spatial rings, it would be hard to avoid people from sneakily placing materials into their spatial rings and intentionally sneaking them out through the ring to save their merit points. After Duan Ling Tian walked into the second level of the merit pavilion, he motioned to Elder Hua. "Elder Hua, please have a look whether there's any material here that you could use to repair the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda." Usually, if he did not take the initiative to signal Elder Hua, the latter would not look at the surroundings outside. Duan Ling Tian was very pleased with this. At the very least, Elder Hua would not take a peek at his privacy. Elder Hua was still quite sensible when it came to this. Now that Duan Ling Tian was the owner of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, he would be able to instantly find out if Elder Hua looked outside through the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. He knew that Elder Hua was not looking now, so he took the initiative to signal him. After going around the second level of the merit pavilion, Duan Ling Tian managed to find more than 10 items that could be used to repair the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. However, even if all of these items were added up together, it could only repair the third level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda by 10%. "It seems like I really lucked out when I was on the first level of the merit pavilion," Duan Ling Tian lamented to himself. The materials on the second level of the merit pavilion had their price clearly marked with no bargaining allowed. The 10-odd items that Duan Ling Tian found cost a total of 15,000 merit points, 10 times more than what he spent on the first level of the merit pavilion. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be filled with all sorts of emotions as he thought about this. Of course, he knew that there was no point in comparing. With the Nuwa stone fragment that was the most valuable being a gift on the first level of the merit pavilion, there was no need for him to spend a single merit point at all. After he returned to the counter and took out the crystal card straightforwardly to swipe 15,000 merit points from it, Duan Ling Tian slid the spatial ring back on his finger again before storing away the items that he had bought from the second level of the merit pavilion. "Thank you, Elder." Before Duan Ling Tian went to the third level of the merit pavilion, he thanked the old man behind the counter. This old man had powerful spiritual energy that surpassed every other person that he had come across before. Of course, every other person there was everyone who had demonstrated their spiritual energy in front of Duan Ling Tian before. As for those who had not, Duan Ling Tian had no idea either just how strong their spiritual energy was. It was also for this reason that he suspected that this old man must be an inner court elder. "I wonder whether Elder Dongfang is more powerful than him or not?" Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Elder Dongfang was Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Outer Court District of the Moon Illumination Sect. Duan Ling Tian had gone to find him before and had met him once. However, he did not use his spiritual energy to probe Duan Ling Tian, so the latter had no idea just how strong his spiritual energy was. That time, he had used a 4th-grade Saint Stone and 10 pieces of 5th-grade Saint Stones to ask Dongfang Quan to make a statement. That very statement was released just a few days before the death duel between Feng Fan and him. Many were taken aback by this then. It had never crossed his mind that the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, Dongfang Quan, would release a statement to become the witness for the bet that Duan Ling Tian set up and was willing to help him carry out his promises had he been killed. Many people tried to speculate the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Dongfang Quan. However, they would never be able to guess that Duan Ling Tian actually relied on these 11 Saint Stones to forge this relationship with Dongfang Quan. Of course, it was mostly because of the meaning these 11 Saint Stones implied. Usually, the Saint Stones that were mainly circulated around the surrounding districts of the Moon Illumination Sect and even the entire 9-sect Alliances district were 6th-grade Saint Stones. These 6th-grade Saint Stones could only be produced in a small number in an ordinary 7th-grade Saint Stone reserve. As for the 5th-grade Saint Stones, even if they managed to enter the 9-sect Alliances district, very few people would take them out to use. Most of them would use it for cultivation instead. As everyone knew, the higher-grade Saint Stones would not affect the cultivation speed, but if the Saint Stone was of a high grade, high-intensity closed-door cultivation could then be maintained for a longer period of time without the need to be interrupted halfway to change the stone. Many martial and Dao cultivators had missed the golden opportunity to make a breakthrough because they had to keep changing Saint Stones halfway. Therefore, a higher-grade Saint Stone would always be sought after by a martial or Dao cultivator who had a high cultivation base. For martial and Dao cultivators who had a high cultivation base, their closed-door cultivation would usually take up to several years long. It was not possible for some to have closed-door cultivation of up to several dozen years or even up to 100 years. Of the 11 Saint Stones that Duan Ling Tian gave to Dongfang Quan, 10 of them were 5th-grade Saint Stones while 1 was a 4th-grade Saint Stone. A 5th-grade Saint Stone would need to be produced in at least a 6th-grade Saint Stone reserve that a 6th-rated force controlled. It was very scarce in the 9-sect Alliances district, but the chances of coming across one were not entirely zero. The 4th-grade Saint Stones, on the other hand, were extremely rare in the 9-sect Alliances district. This was because it needed at least a 5th-grade Saint Stone reserve that was controlled by a 5th-rated force for it to be produced. Unless the people from the 9-sect Alliances district went to the central district of a district controlled by a 5th-rated force to get the possibility to exchange for a 4th-grade Saint Stone, it was basically impossible for anybody from the 9-sect Alliances district to possess a 4th-grade Saint Stone. Of course, there was another possibility, which was if somebody from the central district of the district controlled by the 5th-rated force came to the 9-sect Alliances district and left a 4th-grade Saint Stone behind. This 4th-grade Saint Stone that Duan Ling Tian took out was more than enough to keep Dongfang Quan from guessing his identity. That was also Duan Ling Tian's purpose. It was also why Dongfang Quan would have gone along with him so straightforwardly. Otherwise, as only an outer court disciple, what basis did he have to let the awe-inspiring Dongfang Quan help him? There are not many polite little fellas like you now these days. The old man smiled, never expecting Duan Ling Tian to take the initiative to thank him. In fact, usually, the people who came to the second level of the Merit Pavilion would leave right away after they had exchanged their materials. Who would give a damn about this old man like he did? Little fella, what's your name? The old man asked kindly. My name is Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian beamed. Why you're Duan Ling Tian? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, the old man was stunned before he shifted his eyes to his waist instantly. The moment he saw the outer court disciple order token, his eyes lit up right away. You're that outer court disciple who killed the Earth Rankings powerhouse yesterday in the death duel in the outer court district yesterday, aren't you? You've heard about that already too, Elder? Duan Ling Tian chuckled, acknowledging it indirectly. Great, great. You have such a solid innate talent in martial Dao, yet you're still so polite. How rare. The old man had a precious kind expression on his face. You flatter me, Elder. Duan Ling Tian smiled humbly. I'm Fong Gon. If you need anything in the future, you can just come to find me here in the Merit Pavilion. If I don't happen to be on duty at that time, you can look for me in the inner court.
Thanks for your kindness, Elder Fang Gan. It had never crossed Duan Ling Tian's mind that the old man would say such words to him. At once he quickly expressed his gratitude as his heart was filled with emotions. After all, he had only just greeted the old man out of politeness. After bidding farewell to the old man, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to leave the second level of the Merit Pavilion and went to the third level.
When he came to the third level of the Merit Pavilion, he could see a counter that looked more or less the same as the one on the second level of the Merit Pavilion by the entrance.
There were two middle-aged men sitting behind the counter, and it was obvious that they were the people in charge of the third level of this Merit Pavilion.
After sensing their spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian could distinguish that their strength was not as great as Fang Gan's on the second level of the Merit Pavilion.
These two people have a strength that is on par with an outer court elder. They should be either outer court elders or inner court deacons. Duan Ling Tian could more or less guess the identities of these two men. "Put your spatial ring down and enter," ordered one of the middle-aged men nonchalantly as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before putting his spatial ring down and entering the third level of the Merit Pavilion.
After entering the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian glanced all over and could not help but be visibly moved. This was because the third level of the Merit Pavilion was separated into 3 sections that each housed various treasures. These 3 sections were the Pill section, the Saint Weapon section, and the Dao Talisman section. Duan Ling Tian went to the Pill section and searched for many 3-star healing medicinal pills and 3-star sensory pills. On top of that, he also bought some 4-star Saint grade pills that were exorbitantly priced. He felt a sense of loss as he spent the merit points.
The price of just one 4-star Saint grade pill started from 10,000 merit points.
Duan Ling Tian was actually not surprised by this at all.
As far as he knew, the most outstanding alchemist in the Moon Illumination sect was also only a 3-star Saint Refinement Master who could only refine 3-star Saint grade pills at the most. These 4-star Saint grade pills that were even more valuable had been obtained by the Moon Illumination sect through other methods at a dear cost too. Therefore, the price set was particularly high. The pile of pills that Duan Ling Tian bought added up to almost 200,000 merit points.
After leaving the pill section, Duan Ling Tian came to the Saint Weapons section. He realized that almost all of the Saint Weapons there were Earth-rank Saint Weapons. Furthermore, a majority of them were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. Of course, the Saint Weapons that were inscribed with different Saint inscriptions were priced differently too. Without a doubt, the Saint Weapons that were not inscribed with any Saint inscriptions were the cheapest.
Those Saint Weapons that were inscribed with basic 1-star Saint inscriptions were slightly more expensive, while those that were inscribed with better 1-star Saint inscriptions were even higher priced.
As for those Saint Weapons that were inscribed with many 1-star Saint inscriptions, they were way more expensive.
Of course, all of these Saint Weapons could not compare to the Saint Weapons that were inscribed with 2-star Saint inscriptions.
The 2-star Saint inscriptions were categorized into various grades too.
Over there, Duan Ling Tian could see many Earth-rank Saint Weapons that were on the same grade with the 1000 Mass Sword and the Gale Hammer. On top of that, there were also other Earth-rank Saint Weapons that were much better than them and were inscribed with more than 2 Saint inscriptions.
Of course, the prices were even more ridiculous. It was so expensive that the price was labeled at almost 1,000,000 merit points. These Saint Weapons are really cash-burning items. However, in addition to having the sun-shooting bow, I also have the 1000 Mass Sword that I obtained from Fengfan, so for the time being, there's no need for me to buy any other Saint Weapon. Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue and left the Saint Weapon section for the Dao Talisman section. The items that were on sale in the Dao Talisman section were all Dao Talismans. Each of the Dao Talismans had a detailed description by its side. 2-star Golden Energy Talisman. Once it's activated, it'll form a layer of golden energy shield on the caster and will last for 15 minutes. It can be used to defend against attacks from a martial or Dao cultivator on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage or below. A martial or Dao cultivator who is on the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage will be able to break through it. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw the descriptions for this Dao Talisman, he could not help but be dumbfounded. With this Dao Talisman, even if one was only an ordinary person, One would be able to withstand the attack from a martial or Dao cultivator who was on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage or below for 15 minutes while receiving 0 damage. This is brilliant stuff. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up while he looked at the price of the 1-star adamant talisman. 20,000 merit points? When he saw the price, the corner of his mouth twitched violently for a moment. It's only a one-time usage Dao talisman, and it actually costs 20,000 merit points? This is not a sale. This is daylight robbery. Right then, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled why it was said that the Dao Talisman Master was one of the 2 main occupations that could accumulate wealth by unfair means in Dao Martial Saint Land. The other occupation that could accumulate the most wealth by unfair means was the Saint Inscription Master. After going one round in the Dao Talisman section, selected pieces of Dao Talisman entered Duan Ling Tian's sight one by one. Their respective descriptions also entered his field of vision one by one, dazzling him for a moment. 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. Once it's activated, it'll allow the caster to enter a level that's on par with a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage Martial or Dao Cultivator and will last for 15 minutes. The Divine Strider Talisman was a life-saving Dao Talisman. Other than the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman, the 3rd level of this Merit Pavilion also had many 1-star Divine Strider Talismans. However, there were only a few 3-star Divine Strider Talismans. Once the 1-star Divine Strider Talisman was activated, it would increase the caster's speed to be on par with an early Saint Rudiment stage Martial or Dao Cultivator and would last the same time as the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. The 3-star Divine Strider Talisman could increase the caster's speed to be on par with a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage Martial or Dao Cultivator and also lasted the same as the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. A Paramount Saint Rudiment stage's speed? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened up as he was overwhelmed with excitement. I must buy a few of such talismans for defense. However, when he saw the price of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on top of him, thoroughly extinguishing his excitement. 300,000 merit points? This is blatant robbery. He could not help but curse in a deep voice. However, despite swearing, he still took a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Bearing the pain of spending the points, this was indeed a valuable item. Could help to save his life at a critical moment. Another 300,000 merit points are gone now. Along with that pile of the Saint Grade pills, that's a total of 500 merit points. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the feeling of spending money like water now. At this moment, he regretted being so generous to agree to return half of the wagers to the group of outer court deacons and disciples. Of course, when the thought rose up in his mind, he instantly suppressed it down again. No matter what was done now. Moreover, doing so did not necessarily bring 0 advantage to him. At the very least, he had forged a good relationship in the outer court district. And this 3-star Golden Energy Talisman can withstand the attack from a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for 15 minutes. 200,000 merit points. Although it's slightly cheaper than the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, it's still kind of ridiculous. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. The 3-star Dao Talisman really was worth a lot. However, as a defensive Dao Talisman, the Golden Energy Talisman was still cheaper than the Divine Strider Talisman. Besides the vast difference between the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman and the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, the 2-star Golden Energy Talisman and the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman also had a difference of a whole 10,000 merit points. The 2-star Golden Energy Talisman was worth 20,000 merit points, while the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman was worth 30,000 merit points. No matter what, it's still the 1-star talismans that are cheaper as they only need 2,000 to 3,000 merit points. However, the 1-star talisman's effect isn't really that great, and other than this 1-star Divine Strider Talisman that has speed similar to an early Saint Rudiment stage Martial or Dao Cultivator, it can only withstand the attack from an early Saint Rudiment stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. To Duan Ling Tian, the 1-star Dao talismans did not have much significance. Since there were defensive and speed Dao talismans, there would surely be offensive Dao talismans too. There were various offensive Dao talismans. In fact, there were so many that Duan Ling Tian became confused. However, soon Duan Ling Tian was sure of something. which was that the price of the offensive Dao Talisman was much higher than the speed Dao Talisman, the Divine Strider Talisman. Not only that, but there were also only 2-star offensive Dao Talismans that were on sale. Not a single 3-star offensive Dao Talisman was there at all. Once a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman was activated, it could cast an attack that was on par with a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. If those Martial and Dao Cultivators who were on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and below were struck by the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman other than those who could defeat an enemy who was a level higher than them, they would either be crippled if not dead. The price of the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman is the same with the 3-star. How ridiculous! Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded again. However, he still took one of the 2-star offensive Dao Talismans with the intention of buying it. In just a short while, he had already taken a variety of items that were worth 700,000 merit points on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. It was fortunate that there was nobody else on this level. Otherwise, they would be stunned with jealousy. However, when Duan Ling Tian took these items to the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion to pay the bill, he still shocked the 2 inner court deacons for a moment. "Are you sure you want to buy all these?" one of the inner court deacons asked in disbelief. He had no choice but to ask for confirmation. Even an inner court disciple would never spend so extravagantly. On top of that, this young man in front of him had an outer court disciple order token hanging from his waist. It was obvious that he was only an outer court disciple. "Just swipe the card," Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. When 700,000 merit points were swiped out of his crystal card, he could not help but be hit by a pang of pain. Seeing how the 700,000 merit points went through, the 2 inner court deacons exchanged glances with each other right away. Both of them could see the inexplicable astonishment in each other's eyes. Since when had an outer court disciple become so rich now? In the face of the continuous provocation and threats from the inner court disciple, Duan Ling Tian could no longer hold it in and turned around to cast a cool glance at him before spitting out a single word, "Idiot." The moment Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth, the inner court disciple was instantly dumbfounded. Idiot? Had this guy just called him an idiot? Had an outer court disciple actually dared to call him an idiot? At this moment, all the inner court disciple could feel was his raging flame of rage that was about to burst out as he was unable to hold it in. However, when he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian had already picked out a few jade tokens and was already making his way to the great entrance of the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, the inner court disciple suppressed the boiling wrath of flame and followed him. Soon, he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and beat him to the counter before walking away after snatching his spatial ring. It was obvious that he was not going to borrow the golden rock mass tactic anymore. The white-clad old man behind the counter did not stop him because this inner court disciple had not taken anything from the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. He did not even touch the Saint tokens containing the Saint grade martial tactic inside the Merit Pavilion at all. Elder. When Duan Ling Tian took out the Saint token that contained the golden rock mass tactic and the few other jade tokens, he could sense that the inner court disciple's gaze was filled with cold murderous intent before he walked down the stairs. However, he just ignored it. He, Duan Ling Tian, was not a person who was easily frightened. The golden rock mass tactic? This is a decent human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. The old man took the Saint token to have a closer look and nodded his head before looking at the few other jade tokens. These jade tokens only contain some ordinary information, but the amount it contains is quite huge. So each of them will cost 1,000 merit points. This golden rock mass tactic costs 30,000 merit points for a one-time reading, and you can only read it here. Once you've handed over the merit points, you can start to read it, the old man told Duan Ling Tian. Let's just process all of them altogether. Duan Ling Tian took out his crystal card and swiped more than 30,000 merit points. After he had stored the few jade tokens that contained information away, he proceeded to take the Saint token with the Saint grade martial tactic golden rock mass tactic and began to read. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian could feel the vast information gushing into his mind, becoming part of his mind right away. The entire set of the golden rock mass tactic was now stored in his mind. This was his unique ability. An ordinary martial or Dao cultivator would need to borrow and read the Saint Grade martial tactic or Saint Grade Dao tactic 5 times before they could completely master it.
Duan Tian, on the other hand, only needed one chance to memorize basically everything in just a second.
Originally intending to drag the time to 15 minutes deliberately, he suddenly remembered the words that the white-robed old man behind the counter had uttered just now. It brought a smile to his face right away. I, as a young man, must have the dashing spirit of a young man?
In that case,
with a jolt in his heart, Duan Tian made up his mind. In the next instance, under the shocked gaze of the old man, Duan Tian put the saint token down. Elder, I've finished reading it. Finished reading it? Upon hearing that, the old man was bewildered for a moment as bafflement crept up on his face. Could you've started reading it when you were still inside?
Many people would start to read the Saint Grade martial tactic on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion when they came to borrow it.
Whoever picked the saint token up in the Merit Pavilion had to pay the loan fee no matter what, even if he took the token out now. This was also to prevent anybody from reading the Saint Grade martial tactic in secret without paying any merit points.
As the caretaker of the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, other than collecting merit points, the old man had to monitor the situation on the level 2.
Just take the inner court disciple who had left just now as an example. Because he did not touch any saint token or jade token, the old man did not stop him when he left. If he had touched any saint token or jade token, the old man would have definitely stopped him immediately when he was about to leave and ask him to pay the necessary merit points.
In the face of the old man's query, Duan Tian smiled. What do you think, Elder?
Boy, you really gave me a fright of my life. For a moment, I thought that you were really done reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in just 1 second. So, it turns out that you've already read it when you were inside the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, exclaimed the old man as he shook his head. It was apparent that he did not think that Duan Tian would be able to finish reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in just such a short span of time. Had he found out that, on top of finishing reading the content of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, Duan Tian had even finished the entire 5 stages, one would wonder what kind of expression he would have on his face.
This was also what made Duan Tian unique compared to the others.
He could memorize whatever Saint Grade martial tactic that was stored in the saint tokens in just the blink of an eye. This was what also gave him a unique advantage that no other ordinary people had. Just like now, he managed to memorize the entire contents of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in one go just by spending 30,000 merit points and no longer needed to reborrow it to read it. Unlike other ordinary martial cultivators who wanted to borrow and read the Golden Rock Mass tactic, he had saved a whole 120,000 merit points.
After all, an ordinary martial cultivator would need to read the Golden Rock Mass tactic at least 5 times if they wanted to cultivate it to the highest stage.
It was 30,000 merit points per session, so 5 times of borrowing it would equal to 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Tian merely smiled and did not explain further. What could he say?
That he had already memorized the entire Golden Rock Mass tactic and no longer needed to come to borrow it anymore?
Even if he really did say so, the old man would not necessarily believe him. Elder, I'll take my leave first. Duan Tian bade farewell to the old man and proceeded to leave. Just as Duan Tian was about to leave, the old man opened his mouth tacitly again to warn him. The inner court disciple just now was on the early Saint Rudiment stage. It was apparent that he never missed every single detail of the conflict between Duan Tian and that inner court disciple from the beginning till the end.
Although this isn't important to me, I still want to thank you, Elder. Upon hearing the old man's warning, Duan Tian smiled and expressed his gratitude.
Not important? The old man was stunned. Doesn't the sect have a rule saying that an inner court disciple isn't allowed to bully an outer court disciple at the outer court district?
Let alone the fact that he's on the early Saint Rudiment stage, even if he's on the intermediate or mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would he still be daring enough to attack me? Duan Tian smirked.
The old man was astounded. So, this is how you actually think. However, you're very mistaken. Oh! When Duan Tian heard that, he could not help but be filled with confusion. The Merit Pavilion is situated right at the juncture between the inner court and the outer court district. Strictly speaking, It isn't considered as the outer court district here. Of course, it's not considered as the inner court district too. It's more like a middle district, the old man explained. The inner court disciples are allowed to make a move on the outer court disciples here. As long as they don't kill or cripple the outer court disciples, there are basically no other limitations.
Oh, so that's how it is. If that's really true, this piece of information is indeed very important to me. Duan Lingtian had never expected the situation to actually be like this. Once again, he expressed his gratitude towards the old man.
Originally, when he had the conflict with that inner court disciple, he was already prepared to receive his revenge. Of course, that was before when he thought that that disciple did not dare to make his attack on him until he had finally entered the inner court. Even when he had already entered the inner court, he would not necessarily be afraid of that disciple.
Now that he heard the old man's advice, he knew just how wrong he was. It turned out that the Merit Pavilion was situated at a place where it was no longer considered as the outer court district, so the outer court disciples were not protected by the sect rules. Early Saint Rudiment stage? However, after knowing that the inner court disciple was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian's worries vanished again.
After leaving the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian proceeded to go down and came to the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion in just a while. Just as he was about to head downwards, an inner court deacon behind the counter of the great entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion suddenly called out to him, "Hey, are you Duan Lingtian?"
The inner court deacon's eyes were filled with curiosity. It was apparent that his partner beside him was equally interested too.
Obviously, they guessed Duan Lingtian's identity but were not fully certain yet. "Yes, I am." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, with the realization that dawned on the 2 inner court deacons, he left the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion and continued to walk downwards.
So he really is Duan Lingtian.
No wonder he can spend so lavishly. Exactly.
That was a whole 700,000 merit points gone just like that. I heard that he earned 3 million merit points yesterday. Today, he even generously returned half of the merit points that he has to the people of the outer court district who had given him those merit points.
As they exchanged their opinions, the 2 inner court deacons sighed emotionally. Elder Fong gone. When Duan Lingtian passed by the Merit Pavilion's 2nd level, he greeted the old man whose eyes stared widely open some time ago and who was smiling at him before heading to the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion after the old man had nodded at him. When Duan Lingtian reached the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion, he felt as though he had entered a morning market. Many inner court disciples were shouting and hawking their wares.
Some of these stalls weren't here when I came. Duan Lingtian cast a glance at the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion and noticed there were many new stalls. At once, he called out to Elder Hua and started to stroll around the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion once again. Unfortunately, he did not come across any materials that were needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda anymore. It looks like I've run out of luck now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and chuckled wryly before striding outwards, leaving the Merit Pavilion.
After walking a few steps, he came to a halt right away when he noticed somebody making his way to him with ill intentions. In just one glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this person was the arrogant inner court disciple whom he had met on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him right there ever since he left the Merit Pavilion. "I thought you didn't dare to come out anymore." Looking at him, the inner court disciple smirked. It was apparent that he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian for quite a while now.
Facing the inner court disciple's smirk, Duan Lingtian did not back down as he chuckled and mocked, "Didn't dare to come out?
Do you really think that just you alone are enough to scare me till I wouldn't have dared to come out?" Originally, the inner court disciple thought that the outer court disciple in front of him would seem bewildered the moment he realized that he was blocking him. However, who would have known that instead of being bewildered, this person had actually dared to talk back boldly? Somehow, he had no idea why, but dread started to rise up in his heart at this time. Could this outer court disciple have somebody backing him? Otherwise, why would he have dared to talk back to him, an inner court disciple, in such a manner? Was he not afraid that he would be beaten until he had to be bedridden for several months? At this point, many people had noticed the stalemate between Duan Lingtian and the man. One after another, they came forward to watch the show. Even the inner court disciples who were vendors on the first level of the Merit Pavilion had also closed their stalls to watch the show. To them, watching the show was much more interesting than guarding their stalls. Besides that, when there was such a performance to be enjoyed, nobody would have the heart to guard their stalls anymore because everyone had gone to watch the show too. It's Yi Nan. Somebody recognized the inner court disciple who was in a stalemate with Duanling Tian and mocked out loud. Yi Nan, you're an awe-inspiring inner court disciple. So why are you battling it out with an outer court disciple? Don't you feel embarrassed?
Upon hearing that, Yi Nan's face turned various shades of green and white. Eh? It's him. At this moment, a few inner court disciples who were also vendors from whom Duanling Tian had bought items before recognized him. He had left a striking impression on them, especially since he had slashed their prices to the point that it had reached their bottom line. Soon, the spectators surrounding them almost became a circle. Yi Nan had also never expected the scene to turn out like this. This had gone beyond his control and he was left with no option to back down now.
Who's your master? Taking a deep breath, he asked Duanling Tian via true energy voice transmission in a tamed tone.
My master. Upon hearing Yi Nan's true energy voice transmission, Duanling Tian could instantly tell what he was thinking about. At once he became delighted and asked with a grin, What? Are you worried that there's a master who's also a high-ranking official of the sect behind me and you're scared of offending him? Although Yi Nan used his true energy voice transmission, Duanling Tian had answered him out loud instead.
At once, everybody looked at Yi Nan slightly peculiarly. He's already blocked the person, but he's only now asking whether there's anyone behind him?
Isn't it a little too late? Many inner court disciples chuckled as they ridiculed Yi Nan.
Ha! Yi Nan, don't tell me that you're afraid now.
If you're already scared, hurry up and make way for this junior brother. Don't block him from returning to the outer court. Many people recognized Yi Nan, and the inner court disciples who were not so close to him taunted him.
TSK. Is an awe-inspiring inner court disciple actually turning into a coward in the face of an outer court disciple?
How embarrassing. More and more spectators ridiculed.
Yi Nan's face turned a shade of green as rage started to fill his heart. When his gaze landed on Duanling Tian again, it was piercingly cold. No matter who is behind you, since you don't know how to respect your seniors, I, as your senior brother, will teach you a lesson on manners.
Yi Nan's words were high-pitched and sounded noble as he changed the reason he had originally blocked Duanling Tian.
No respect for my seniors? Upon hearing Yi Nan's words, Duanling Tian chuckled. What terrible slander that is. Do you really think that after you've spoken such words, even if I had somebody behind me, he wouldn't dare to touch you anymore even after he knew that I'm in the wrong?
Yi Nan did not expect to have his limelight destroyed in just a few words. At once he was ashamed and resentful as he could tell that the surrounding gazes that were looking at him had started to turn judgmental.
Actually, you don't have to rack your brains so hard. Let me just be honest with you. I don't have anybody behind me, so you no longer need to speculate anymore. If you want to make your move, just go ahead. If you don't, scram. I still want to go back to Cultivate and I don't have the time to waste with you. Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. At the end of his sentence, he huffed, slightly exasperated. Many inner court disciples shook their heads and remarked as though they craved nothing short of watching the place go down in chaos. Haha, Yi Nan, don't tell me you're really scared. No, this junior brother has said that he has nobody behind him. So don't tell me that you're still scared to make any move now. How boring. At first, I thought that there'd be a show to watch, but who knows that Yi Nan would turn out to be this cowardly.
The remarks entered Yi Nan's ears one by one and forced his face to swell in crimson red. He was so pissed that he could no longer hold it back as he glared at Duanling Tian in rage. Today, as an inner court senior brother, I'll teach you a lesson on how to respect your seniors. Duanling Tian had unmasked Yi Nan's futile efforts again and again, causing him to be utterly infuriated to the point that he was almost losing his sanity.
Noticing that Yi Nan was about to make his move any time, Duanling Tian grinned and said coldly, Want to teach me a lesson? Well then, let's see whether you have that ability or not. You're looking for death. Yi Nan roared out loud and finally made his move. His body moved as though he was a tempest. In just a brief second, he had already gotten near Duanling Tian. With just a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared and slashed towards the latter in a flick. As the long spear cut through the air, the spear shadow blotted the entire sky. Like poisonous snakes that were charging out all at once, the shadows opened their mouths and snapped towards Duanling Tian. As an inner court disciple who was on the early Saint Rudiment stage, one must admit that Yinan's strength had indeed reached a spine-chilling level. At the very least, he was in no way weaker than Fengfan, who had not activated the 1,000 mass saint inscriptions on his broadsword yet. In the face of Yi Nan's countless spear shadows that were charging at him with menacing fury, Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged. Standing right there, he was unmoved as a mountain, as though he was willing to expose his entire being in front of Yi Nan. Just as many of the surrounding inner court disciples had their hearts hoisted up high while they started to break out in cold sweat for Duanling Tian, the purple-clad man finally made his move. A broadsword appeared in his hand out of thin air, and the moment it materialized, his true energy gushed out into it, causing an unfathomable mystical aura to ooze out of the broadsword as though it had transformed into a 1,000-ton gigantic hammer in just a brief second. Gargantuan Taishan, Duanling Tian recited in his heart. With a lift of his hand, the broadsword trembled and suddenly started to slash around as it charged towards Yiman's menacing spear shadow that blotted out the entire sky. The broadsword moved like a typhoon. Wherever it swept past, it was as though a mountain had crashed down, making the air quiver as it set off a series of continuous rumbling thunder. As the thunder boomed, it spread out all over the place along with a series of tyrannical hurricanes. "It's the 1,000 mass saint inscription," one inner court disciple exclaimed out loudly. It was obvious that he had recognized the saint inscription that was activated on Duanling Tian's broadsword. The moment Yinan heard the inner court disciple cry out, his face turned slightly pale. He could tell that this outer court disciple might really have an incredible background. What a joke! That was a 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000 mass saint inscription. The price of the saint weapon that was inscribed with the 1,000 mass saint inscription was at least 200,000 merit points in the merit pavilion. Could such a person who used this kind of saint weapon merely be an ordinary outer court disciple? Obviously not. At this moment, Yinan started to regret his decision. However, right now he had exerted his entire force, so it was already too late for him to retract his attack now. Yet, he soon noticed that even if he did not retreat, he would not be able to inflict any harm on his opponent at all. As the howling sound rushed towards him, the mountainous broadsword clashed together with the long spear that Yinan lashed out with. The air also seemed to erupt in this brief second. A gush of tiny impact waves spread out ruthlessly, setting off a series of even more ghastly hurricanes. The tyrannical hurricanes caused the robes of the group of inner court disciples who were watching by the side to flutter. However, none of them gave a damn about this at all as they continued to watch Duanling Tian and Yinan battle it out without batting an eyelid. As the air seemed to erupt, Duanling Tian's broadsword swept out, took 2 steps backward under everyone's gaze. As for the other side, the sword in Yinan's hand, the inner court disciple, had snapped in two and was sent flying away. His hand that was holding on to the spear was now badly mutilated. On top of that, being caught right in the center of the detonation force, he also received the force coming at him forcefully after the long spear in his hand was sent flying away. His entire body blasted away before he crashed onto the ground more than 10 meters away miserably. Exerting this gargantuan Taishan and the 1,000 mass saint inscriptions together is indeed awesome. Even though Duanling Tian's body was surging with his vital energy and blood, there were hints of excitement in his eyes. He had yet to start cultivating the offensive technique, the gargantuan Taishan, in the Golden Rock Mass tactic, and had just casually cast it. However, along with the 1,000 mass saint inscription, the effect it demonstrated took him by surprise and delight. That sword swept out grandly as though everything would have to make way for him. That kind of tyrannical satisfaction caused all of the blood in his body to boil with burning violence now. Right now, he only felt excited and he itched to throw his head behind with a carefree laugh. Inner court senior brother? Casting a nonchalant glance at Yi Nan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, Duanling Tian smirked. After he retrieved his 1,000 mass sword, he strode towards the outer court district under the horrified gaze of the group of inner court disciples. Yinan heard the mockery in Duanling Tian's tone, and at once, he was so infuriated that his energy and blood surged upwards, adding more damage to his injuries. In the end, he fainted at once. At that moment when Duanling Tian's silhouette disappeared in front of their eyes, the inner court disciples who were watching the battle started to snap back to their senses one by one, exchanging glances with one another. Each of them could see the bafflement in each other's eyes. One after another, the outer court disciples buried their heads in a discussion. The scene just now had given them quite a shock of their lives. Since when was there such a remarkable person in the outer court?
In the entire outer court, only 5 outer court disciples could have defeated Yi-Man this easily. They're all powerhouses who are at the peak of the mortal shedding stage and are listed in the Earth rankings.
You're wrong. It's 4. Feng Fan already died yesterday.
I didn't say it wrong. Yes, Feng Fan is dead, but somebody has taken his place. Don't forget that after killing Feng Fan, that monstrous outer court disciple who has risen abruptly lately has replaced Feng Fan's position and taken his place in the Earth rankings.
That monster seems to be called Duanling Tian.
Guys, do you think that it's possible that the outer court disciple just now was actually Duanling Tian? Suddenly, a voice resonated. Now that you put it that way, it's possible.
The broadsword in the outer court disciple's hand just now looks a lot like the broadsword that Feng Fan used before. Not only that, but it also has the 1000-mass saint inscription on it too. The moment somebody pointed it out, many of the inner court disciples finally returned to their senses.
In the end, they were almost certain that the outer court district earlier was the monster who had just recently risen up to the top unexpectedly, Duanling Tian.
After they were certain that the outer court disciple just now was Duanling Tian, the astonishment on the group of inner court disciples' faces increased.
I've heard that Duanling Tian's strong, but it has never crossed my mind that his strength is actually this ridiculous. Although it's partly thanks to the 1000-mass sword that he was able to defeat Yinan, it still didn't overshadow his own abilities, many inner court disciples mused.
His reputation is completely justified. Duanling Tian is even freakier than the rumors. Another inner court disciple added, I heard that Duanling Tian is still a martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage. He's actually this monstrous on the perfection mortal shedding stage. So I wonder how formidable would he be when he makes a breakthrough to the paramount mortal shedding stage, or even to the saint rudiment stage. Somebody cried out in astonishment the moment he recalled Duanling Tian's current cultivation base. At once, the entire scene fell into a dead silence.
In the end, they had forgotten this one thing, that Duanling Tian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator at that moment.
A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who killed Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth rankings, and replaced him. I think we've never had such a frightful person in the history of the 9 sect alliances who could charge into the Earth rankings with a cultivation base of just a perfection mortal shedding stage, have we? One of the inner court disciples asked. Duanling Tian is destined to rewrite the history of the 9 sect alliances' Earth rankings. Many inner court disciples were excited. Duanling Tian is a disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. This is an honor to the Moon Illumination sect. I heard that Duanling Tian has earned a whopping 3 million merit points from the battle with Feng Fan yesterday.
I also heard of that too, but it seems like he's given half of them back to most of the people today. However, even so, I'm sure the merit points in his hands must be still more than 1.5 million.
1.5 million? What insane wealth!
He can be compared to those inner court elders in our inner court already, can't he? The moment Duanling Tian's wealth was mentioned, many inner court disciples turned green with envy.
He's Duanling Tian? The rich guy who has at least 1.5 million merit points. The moment those few inner court disciples, from whom Duanling Tian had bought items, recalled the scene of how he had come up with different ideas to bargain with them, they were so pissed that they wanted to throw up blood.
At the same time, sorrow could be seen in their eyes. Come on, you're a millionaire who has millions of merit points. Did you really need to haggle so much when you buy an item that's only several thousand merit points?
You really haggled the price from the original several thousand merit points all the way to just several hundred merit points.
Of course, Duanling Tian had an idea about the sorrowful complaints of these inner court disciples.
After Yinan passed out, He returned to the outer court district and back to the standalone little courtyard that he stayed at. Upon returning to his room, he immediately entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After passing the piles of materials to Elder Hua, he went to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and took out the jade tokens that he had bought from the fourth level of the Merit Pavilion to study the ample amount of information it contained. There were many things that he was interested in inside the jade tokens. While Elder Hua was repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian's state of mind was completely immersed into the few jade tokens, or to be more precise, the ample amount of information stored inside the tokens. The information the jade tokens contained were all-inclusive. There was information related to the weapons and medicine refinement of the Saint Refinement Master and the Dao Talisman inscribed by Dao Talisman Master. Not forgetting the Saint inscriptions inscribed by the Saint Inscription Master too. There was also other information about other aspects that were too countless for the eye to see. The information that Duanling Tian read about first was related to the Saint inscription. Although he had the broadsword that was inscribed with the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000-mass Saint inscription, and he could see what exactly was the 1000-mass Saint inscription, he could only tell that the Saint inscription in the Dao Martial Saint land was different in approach but had similar effects from the inscription in the mortal continent. He was completely clueless about the other relations than they had. From the information recorded in the jade token in his hand, Duanling Tian now had a deeper understanding of the Saint inscription. So it turns out that there are actually so many similarities between the Saint inscription and inscription. As long as I could find a corresponding point, there's actually not much difference between the inscription and the Saint inscription. I think it's not impossible for me to upgrade the inscription to the Saint inscription. Perhaps the other memory of the Rebirth Martial Emperor is kinda useless for me now, but the memory regarding the inscription Dao might be my tremendous wealth in the Dao Martial Saint land. A Saint Inscription Master represents wealth after all. After having a further understanding on the Saint inscription, Duanling Tian also noticed that he might be able to find the corresponding point of the Saint inscription and the inscription if he personally studied the Saint inscription by himself. In that case, the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory regarding the inscription Dao would then be able to come in handy. He, Duanling Tian, might become a Saint Inscription Master in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the worth of a Saint inscription was even much higher than a Dao talisman. The reason this difference existed was because the Dao talisman could usually only be used once, meaning that it would be gone once it was used once. Of course, Duanling Tian also learned from the information in the jade tokens that a higher-grade Dao talisman would even be able to use 2 to 3 times. Those higher-grade Dao talismans were not something that the Moon Illumination sect could easily reach. To the Moon Illumination sect, they were merely a myth. Unlike Dao Talisman, the Saint inscription was usually inscribed on a Saint weapon, and as long as the Saint weapon was not destroyed, the Saint inscription could always be used. It was for this reason that the Saint inscription was very valuable. Just like the 1000-mass sword in his hand now, even though it was only inscribed with a 2-star Saint inscription, it was already worth 200,000 merit points. A 2-star Dao Talisman, on the other hand, was usually sold for several 10,000 merit points. Of course, there were some exceptions too, just like the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. Once the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman was used, it could launch an attack on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage level with a powerful force. After having a certain understanding of the Saint inscription, Duanling Tian proceeded to read about the Saint Refinement Masters of both weapon and medicine refinement. However, very soon, he realized that he was most likely unable to refine any weapon or pill in the future anymore. All of this was because the Saint Inscription Masters in Dao Martial Saint land would need to be equipped with a purely fire-attributed body. Only then could one communicate with the flame that was needed to refine weapons and medicine. This was completely different from the Cloud Continent. In the Cloud Continent, as long as one's cultivation base had reached a certain level and he possessed the innate talent of an alchemist or weapon craftsman, anyone could basically solidify the pill or weapon fire from origin energy. It looks like every place has its own method of doing things. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. However, he did not feel disappointed at all after learning about all this. This was because there was no lack of Saint Inscription Masters in Dao Martial Saint land, whether it was weapons or medicine refinement.
The one lacking was the Saint Inscription Master and Dao Talisman Master.
In Dao Martial Saint Land, other than the strong ones who were revered, the Saint Inscription and Dao Talisman were revered too. I guess when I'm free, I'll go ask Elder Fonggon where I can learn the Saint Inscription. As long as I've mastered the root of the Saint Inscription, it'd only be a matter of time if I want to connect the Saint Inscription and Inscription together. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he could not help but be overwhelmed with excitement. Saint Inscription Master.
He, Duanling Tian, had the potential and innate talent to become a Saint Inscription Master.
Not only that, once he became a Saint Inscription Master, he would become no ordinary Saint Inscription Master. Because of the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he might even stand a chance to become a Saint Inscription Great Master. Although it was only a matter of one word between the Saint Inscription Master and the Saint Inscription Great Master, the actual difference between them was huge like heaven and earth. Among 1,000 Saint Inscription Masters, there might not be even one Saint Inscription Great Master. After roughly learning about the other information the few jade tokens contained, Duanling Tian began to focus his heart back onto cultivating. First, he wanted to transform the defensive technique Silver Shirt to the Golden Shirt.
As the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt, the cultivation of the Golden Shirt was similar to that of the Silver Shirt.
Therefore, it did not take him long to cultivate the Golden Shirt at the third stage, the competent stage. Right now, by casting the Golden Shirt, Duanling Tian was covered with a golden sheer as though he had put on a layer of golden shirt. After successfully cultivating the Golden Shirt, he turned his attention completely onto the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Golden Rock Mass Tactic, and began to cultivate the offensive technique Gargantuan Taishan. This was a powerful technique that corresponded with the Thousand Mass Sword.
Today, before he had even cultivated the first stage of the Gargantuan Taishan, he managed to send Yinan the Inner Court disciple flying with a blast when he first cast the Gargantuan Taishan along with the Thousand Mass Sword.
An eye for an eye. The feeling of having his energy and blood surge to his heart contents made Duanling Tian feel extremely awesome. Of course, while cultivating the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Duanling Tian did not forget to cultivate his cultivation base too. Right now, his main target now was to bring his cultivation base up to the paramount mortal shedding stage as soon as possible. By that time, his strength would definitely experience a spurt of progress. His saint veins would be opened to their maximum limit too.
In the Azure Cloud Mansion in Dao Martial Saint Land,
a huge aerial island that was suspended in the air without any support was surrounded by clouds, appearing like a fairyland. There was a palace of incomparable luxury on top of this island. The palace was huge and sprawled across a large area. It was much larger than all the dynasties in the mortal continent. Behind the palace was a savanna-like garden with a lot of strange, docile animals and beasts roaming free, making the entire backyard appear extremely lively and full of vitality.
There was a spacious pergola at the corner of the garden. The pergola was also hovering in the air. Underneath it was a vast lake with a variety of fishes swimming in it. In the pergola was a young man and woman who looked like a pair of golden boy and girl sitting opposite each other around a stone table. The stone table was full of delicious food that would whet anyone's appetite.
However, right now, the man and the woman's minds were not on the delicious meals. To be more precise, the young man and the woman seemed to be lost in thought. Rower, are you thinking of Tiana again? The good-looking young man who looked similar to Duanling Tian asked in a soft voice.
Rutherfong, why is Tiana not yet here even though so many years have passed? Could something have happened to him? The young woman was none other than Li Ro, Duanling Tian's mother. Don't worry, as long as Tiana has the ability to open the jade box that I left for him, he'll come to Dao Martial Saint Land without a doubt.
I've already left him with a detailed address for him to find Elder Ku. The young man was none other than Duan Rufeng, Duanling Tian's cheapskate father. Looking at his wife, he reassured. When he has found Elder Ku will bring him to see us immediately. We should have brought him along with us that time, Li Ro said regrettably. Rower, didn't you agree with my decision last time?
Believe me, with the 3 Dao talismans that I left for him, along with the fact that he's an extremely blessed person, he will come to Dao Martial Saint Land safely.
Who knows? He might have already met Elder Ku already, Duan Rufeng replied.
That time, the reason he had left his son behind was that he hoped that his son would be able to grow up in the mortal continent step by step so that it could stir up his potential more.
If his son had already come with him to Dao Marshall St. Land long ago, his journey on the Marshall Dao would have definitely been affected. Which parent did not have great ambitions for their kids? Therefore, Li Ro had wholeheartedly agreed with this without any doubts the moment she heard about the stakes from Duan Rufeng. I hope so. Li Ro was still slightly worried. A few years ago when I went out, I came across the old prophet by chance and asked him to read Tianer's future before. Duan Rufeng looked at Li Ro and smiled as he said. Before he could finish his sentence, she already interrupted him. You mean that old prophet who knows everything in the heavens above and the earth underneath who claims to be able to read God's will? Li Ro had been here in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time, so she had already heard that there was an old prophet in Dao Marshall St. Land who could read God's will. However, his temper was extremely peculiar, and he was only willing to tell the fortune for the people that he was fond of. Otherwise, he would not give a damn at all no matter how powerful the force behind that person was.
It's him. Duan Rufeng nodded. I heard that other than having an eccentric temperament, he'll also only tell the fortune for those he's fond of. On top of that, even if he only tells the fortune of those that he's fond of, he'll usually only tell it to that person in concern.
Why would he be willing to tell Tianer's fortune all of a sudden? Li Ro asked in suspicion. I have no idea why. Not only that, but I also couldn't even recognize him at first, and he was the one who took the initiative to look for me. When Duan Rufeng answered, his face looked strange too. He was the one who took the initiative to look for you? Li Ro was stunned. Although her husband was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, it was still not enough for that old prophet to suck up to him, was it? Not only that, but Li Ro had also heard of the rumor that a leader from a force that was equally matched with the Azure Cloud Mansion had gone to the old prophet to ask him to tell his fortune but had been rejected by him instead.
Therefore, he did not think that it was because of her husband's identity that the old prophet took up the initiative to find him.
There must be some secret that he was hiding.
I also felt kinda weird as well, but he kept talking about how God's plan isn't something that could be revealed to the mortals. Besides, after I asked him to tell Tianer's fortune the moment I was certain his identity, he did not reject me and straight away agreed to it, Duan Rufeng replied. He said that Tiana is a greatly blessed person and in the future he'll definitely surpass me. He also said that it was a good thing that I didn't bring Tiana with me straight to Dao Marshall St. Land. Otherwise, I'd have caused Tiana to lose his great opportunity.
What great opportunity? Li Ro was perplexed. I've also asked him the same thing, but he said he had no idea. Duan Rufeng smiled wryly.
Is it another God's plan that can't be revealed? Li Ro raised his brows. Brother Feng, the old prophet whom you came across isn't a fake, is he?
Well, he didn't say that the great opportunity that Tianer would come across is a plan of God that can't be revealed. He just said that even he didn't know what that is actually. He only knows that it was a great opportunity. That's all.
From his words, the great opportunity that Tianer will meet has already surpassed the range that he could predict. As Duan Rufeng shared more, astonishment could be seen even on his face as well. After all, that was his son. The bigger the opportunity that he came across, the bigger his accomplishment would be. Of course, he as the father would be even prouder.
If it were not for the fact that he wished his son to succeed, he would not have left his son behind at the Cloud Continent in the first place. Looking back at it, the decision he had made last time was correct. If he had brought his son to Dao Marshall St. Land, he would have caused his son to miss that great opportunity.
As for the identity of that old prophet, I've double-checked many times and he's definitely not fake. Duan Rufeng was absolutely certain about this.
If he really was the old prophet, then I guess the things that he said must be true. A great opportunity that even the old prophet could not predict. Looks like Tianer must have obtained a one-of-a-kind opportunity in the Cloud Continent. A rare smile crept upon Li Ro's face.
Haha. Of course, my Duan Rufeng's son would be a person who is greatly blessed.
As the saying goes, like father, like son. Right? Duan Rufeng laughed as he remarked. Do you actually have the audacity to mention your opportunity?
Till now, every time I recall that incident that you said, I still can't help but break out into a cold sweat for you. If it hadn't been for the scattering of that devil cultivator's soul, you'd most likely still not able to fully master the ownership of your body now, Li Ro snapped. Upon hearing that, Duan Rufeng smiled awkwardly and had no words to refute. How's Jing Ru and our two other future daughters-in-law? When Li Ro recalled the three girls who came together with them, she asked. Among the three of them, other than Jing Ru, whose natural endowment is slightly trailing behind, Bai Yao and Xiao Lan's innate talents are pretty good. In just a maximum of one more year, Bai Yao and Xiao Lan's cultivation base will make another breakthrough again. Duan Rufeng chuckled. That's great. When Li Ro mentioned Bai Yao and Xiao Lan, her face was filled with a smile as well. They were her two future daughters-in-law after all. Besides that, they had a great personality and they were fully smitten by her son as well. So many years had gone by, but they did not have a change of heart at all. This was very similar to her situation, and such a social opportunity was very hard to come by. Rower, as far as I know, the two daughters-in-law have not fully acknowledged Bai Tian'er, have they? As for the two other daughters-in-law of whom I've never even seen before, is it really okay for me to not send somebody to bring them to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Rufeng asked. It's better to leave Kur and Fea in the Cloud Continent for them to accompany Tian'er. If we kidnap all four of our daughters-in-law, don't you think Tian'er would hate you to his bones? Upon mentioning the two future daughters-in-law, Li Ro's smile on her face never ceased. One could imagine that if Duan Ling Tian was there, he would feel an inexplicable sense of astonishment if he heard the exchange between his parents. The old prophet? Did he say that he would have a great blessed opportunity that even he could not predict what that was? If he had followed his father to the Cloud Continent and come to Dao Marshal Saint Land, he would not have met the great blessed opportunity, would he? Was that not the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda? If he had followed his father to Dao Marshal Saint Land in the first place, he would not have gone to the overseas Saint Island, and he would have never met the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was all going according to God's plans. Of course, Duan Rufeng and his wife, Li Ro, had no idea that their son had already come to Dao Marshal Saint Land since more than a year ago. Unfortunately, because the voice transmission jade slip inside the exquisite jade box had been damaged, Duan Ling Tian had no idea where to meet with the person whom his dad had arranged. They did not even know that they were going to become grandparents soon. Just like Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, who were completely clueless, Duan Ling Tian also did not know that his father was actually the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a powerful force in Dao Marshal Saint Land. The power of the Azure Cloud Mansion was even greater than the Greenwave Han Mansion behind Han Xuanai. Right now, Duan Ling Tian was standing obediently at the Moon Illumination Sect's Outer Court District on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda inside the room in his own standalone little courtyard. My cultivation base has made another progress in 3 months. I'm a step closer to the paramount mortal shedding stage now. Duan Ling Tian, who had stayed on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda for 3 months, was very satisfied with the results in. Furthermore, I've successfully cultivated the technique in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Golden Shirt to the 4th level, the proficient stage, as well. Not only that, but I've also successfully cultivated the technique in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Gargantuan Taishan, to the 1st stage, the Fundamental Awareness stage 2. To Duan Ling Tian, the progress that he had made in this 3 months' time was huge. Of course, even though he had cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Golden Rock Mass Tactic, he did not forget to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow as well. However, the techniques that he mainly cultivated in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow were the Aerolite Strike and the Body and Arrow Synchronization. He had now cultivated these two main techniques to a certain level, and he would need to spend a great effort if he wanted to raise them even higher. Of course, the progress that he made in the time that he managed to squeeze out in the span of these 3 months to cultivate was not particularly ridiculous. The reason the Golden Shirt was able to have such huge progress was that Duan Ling Tian's body was originally monstrous, causing the Golden Shirt's cultivation speed to become monstrous too. 3 months inside the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was equal to 1 month outside. After a month, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room to breathe some fresh air. However, the moment he opened his door, he noticed a dual invitation falling down right away. Has another person issued a dual invitation to me? Duan Ling Tian frowned but still managed to catch the invitation in his hand. The moment he opened the invitation,
he noticed that it was just an ordinary duel invitation. The person who issued the duel invitation was called He Zhong.
He Zhong?
Isn't he the person who is ranked third on the outer court rankings?
His ranking in the Earth rankings was much higher than Feng Fan's.
I think he's a powerhouse who's at the peak of the mortal shedding stage and is ranked 66th in the Earth rankings. It had been quite some time since he came to the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect. So he had already gained some understanding about the other 4 Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth rankings. Therefore, the moment he saw the name He Zhong on the duel invitation, he instantly knew who he was. Since it's not a death duel invitation, he mustn't be Lu Huan's man then. With a jolt in his heart, Duanling Tian speculated in his heart. Perhaps, he just wants to battle it out with me after hearing how I defeated Feng Fan to see who is better. That's all. The moment Duanling Tian thought about this, his frown eased up right away.
After placing his fingerprint on the duel invitation, he walked out of the courtyard.
When he walked out, he noticed many gazes looked at him instantly. Each and every one of them was looking at him with anticipation as though they were waiting for something. Looks like many people know about the fact that He Zhong has issued a duel invitation to me, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
At once, in front of the group of outer court disciples outside, he announced that he was going to accept He Zhong's invitation and let him pick a time.
He Zhong, on the other hand, had also responded very quickly. The battle would take place on the training field 10 days later.
10 days?
He still needs that long to prepare. After hearing He Zhong's respond, Duanling Tian frowned right away. Actually, it was not only Duanling Tian who was perplexed about this. Even the group of outer court disciples who were waiting to watch the show could not help but feel bewildered too. Senior brother He Zhong wants to battle it out with senior brother Duanling Tian in 10 days? Isn't that a little too late? Maybe the martial technique that senior brother He Zhong is cultivating is about to have a breakthrough soon. Perhaps. It looks like that senior brother He Zhong kind of fears senior brother Duanling Tian too. He took the initiative to issue a duel invitation but actually dragged it out for so long before the actual battle. That's not strange. Remember that time? It only took senior brother Duanling Tian a split second to kill Feng Fan. Senior brother Duanling Tian's strength is definitely in no way inferior to senior brother He Zhong's. That's right. It's also basically impossible for even senior brother He Zhong to kill Feng Fan using that kind of method in a death duel invitation.
Right now, the group of outer court disciples had already reached a stage of blind worship of Duanling Tian's strength. Even though He Zhong was a powerhouse who ranked 66th on the Earth rankings and was even the 3rd on the outer court's ranking of the Moon Illumination sect, they had a higher opinion about Duanling Tian in the battle with He Zhong. It was not because that Duanling Tian had killed Feng Fan a month ago, but because he had defeated an inner court disciple in just one move.
That duel had greatly raised the dignity of their outer courts. An outer court disciple defeating an inner court disciple. Just how glorious was that? You guys have that much confidence in me? When Duanling Tian learned that the group of outer court disciples had so much faith in him, he could not help but smile wryly, as he thought of setting up another bet.
However, come to think of it, even if he really set up another bet, most likely nobody would make a bet anymore. Of course, Duanling Tian also knew that nobody would set a bet for such an ordinary friendly duel. Even if somebody did, nobody would place a bet at all. Due to the fact that a friendly duel would not place a person's life on the line, under-table transactions could be carried out. If I take a step back, you take a step back too.
For the friendly duel between two opponents, they could join forces with the person who became the banker for the gamble and earn quite a lot. Nobody was a fool, so of course nobody would be willing to make a bet in such a gamble. Are Ling Yun and Xiong Hu in closed-door cultivation? Duanling Tian went to find Ling Yun and Xiong Hu and noticed that they were in closed-door cultivation. I didn't see them the last time too during the death duel between Feng Fan and I. Could they have been in the closed-door cultivation since the last time and still haven't come out yet?
The reason Duanling Tian went to find the two of them was mainly that he wanted to return the merit points that his teacher Fang Hui had asked him to safeguard to Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. He planned to give each of them 50,000 merit points, giving the entire 100,000 merit points that Fang Hui had given him to the two of them. After all, he was not lacking merit points at all. However, since the two of them were in closed-door cultivation, he could only wait till the next time. Just as Duanling Tian was about to go back to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to have another month of cultivation, an invited guest had gone to find him. "It's you." This uninvited guest was not unfamiliar to Duanling Tian. After all, they had met once before. It was none other than one of the two burly men from the residence of the Outer Court's Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan. "Duanling Tian, Elder Dongfang heard that you've come out of your closed-door cultivation and would like to invite you to his residence for a chat." The man did not beat around the bush. "Elder Dongfang invited me for a chat?" Duanling Tian was stunned. He had no idea why Dongfang Quan would look for him because it was only a trade between them the last time and a fair one between a buyer and a seller. Other than that, he had nothing to do with Dongfang Quan at all. "Please." The burly guy looked at Duanling Tian in a manner that said, "If you don't walk, I'm gonna carry you straight away." "All right." Even though Duanling Tian had no clue why Dongfang Quan would look for him, he did not reject the invitation at all. After all, he was still in the outer sect of the Moon Illumination sect, and it would not do him any good if he offended Dongfang Quan. No matter what, he was still the Grand Elder of the Outer Court, and if he wanted to go against Duanling Tian, it would only be a matter of time for him to settle him. Apart from that, Duanling Tian was also puzzled as to why Dongfang Quan would look for him. Once again arriving at Dongfang Quan's residence, Duanling Tian met Dongfang Quan under the guidance of the burly man. When he saw Dongfang Quan, he was enjoying his tea in the pergola. "Sit." After Dongfang Quan motioned to Duanling Tian to sit, he looked at the burly guy who had brought Duanling Tian there with a meaningful look, and sensibly the burly guy retreated immediately. "Are you curious as to why I invited you here?" Dongfang Quan asked. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. He was indeed curious. "I heard that you've accepted He Zhong's dual invitation, haven't you?" Dongfang Quan asked again. "Yes." Duanling Tian acknowledged. "Why? Is there a problem? Do you know about He Zhong's identity?" Dongfang Quan questioned again. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be the direct disciple of an inner court elder. Is that right?" Duanling Tian guessed. Although there was no rumor regarding He Zhong's background in the outer court, Duanling Tian knew that his background must not be ordinary. Just like Feng Fan before, nobody knew that he had a master who was an inner court elder. Shooting a wary look at Duanling Tian, Dongfang Quan said, "He Zhong's master is the vice sect leader." "Vice sect leader?" Upon hearing that, Duanling Tian was stunned as well. It was not his first day being in the Moon Illumination sect, so he definitely knew what it meant by the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. Even though he was not fully on the saint stage, he was at least half a step into the saint stage already. His strength was just merely beneath the sect leader and a few other saint stage powerhouses. It turned out that He Zhong was actually the direct disciple of the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. "That's right." Dongfang Quan nodded. "Although this news is a little surprising, there's no problem for me at all, is there? That dual invitation that He Zhong issued to me is only a mere ordinary dual invitation and not a death dual invitation." Duanling Tian said with an unconcerned look. "Well, you're greatly mistaken if you think like this. Despite the fact that I have no idea why He Zhong didn't issue a death dual invitation to you, I know that the reason he issued that dual invitation to you is definitely not that simple," Dongfang Quan explained. "Not that simple? I don't know him at all. So how could he have any enmity with me?" Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile. "You don't have any enmity with him, but how about you and his uncle?" Dongfang Quan asked again. "His uncle? Who is that?" Duanling Tian was perplexed. Under Duanling Tian's perplexed gaze, Dongfang Quan spat out two words, a name that elicited a shock from Duanling Tian right away. "Lu Huan." "Lu Huan? Really?" "It's not a secret in the circle of the higher officials in the sect," Dongfang Quan continued. "You're from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, and on top of that, you're the disciple of that city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui. Lu Huan will definitely not let you go. The reason I invited you here is to warn you that you must be careful of He Zhong." "He Zhong is Lu Huan's nephew?" Duanling Tian nodded his head, and at the same time, he stood up and expressed his gratitude as he cupped both of his hands in front of his chest. "Thank you for your warning, Elder Dongfang." "Haha."
If you're really sincere, just give me another piece of 4th grade Saint Stone. Won't you? Dongfang Quan burst out laughing as a crafty twinkle shone in his eyes. Yes, I will. Duan Ling Tian was not stingy as well. With a raise of his hand, he took out 2 4th grade Saint Stones and 10 5th grade Saint Stones before placing them in front of Dongfang Quan. After putting away the Saint Stones, Dongfang Quan laughed as he asked, Tiske, boy, could it be that you're actually a disciple from the 5-rated force who just joined our Moon Illumination sect temporarily to train yourself? In the face of Dongfang Quan's query, Duan Ling Tian merely smiled and did not reply to him. He still needed to keep his sense of mystery in front of Dongfang Quan regarding this matter. It was this sense of mystery that became the pivot which maintained the relationship between Dongfang Quan and him, allowing the elder to dread him and not dare to look down on him. Elder Dongfang, if there's no other matter, I'll take my leave first. After he bade farewell to Dongfang Quan, he left right away. When he left, his face turned gloomy at once. At first, I thought that He Zheng merely wanted a normal friendly duel with me, but who'd expected that he's actually Lu Huan's nephew? Lu Huan's nephew issuing an ordinary duel invitation to me? Things are definitely not that simple. After knowing He Zheng's background, Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. Zhou Qi hasn't mentioned this at all to me. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian was reminded about Zhou Qi and frowned right away. The first thing that came to his mind was that Zhou Qi was hiding this from him. But very soon, he returned to his senses again. Perhaps even Zhou Qi himself doesn't know about this at all. However, Lu Huan has such a nephew that has a vice sect leader as his master. Why does he still need to be so fearful and even grovel to that inner court elder, Zhao Feng? Although Zhao Feng has a high position in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect, it's still not as high as the vice sect leader, is it? Duan Ling Tian remained puzzled even after a long time of pondering. If Duan Ling Tian knew that Zhao Feng's backer was one of the few Saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, he would not think like that anymore. Because of Zhao Feng's background, even the few vice sect leaders would usually not dare to pick any trouble with him. Of course, only a few high-ranking officials who were the highest decision-makers in the Moon Illumination sect knew about this. Even the outer court elders and inner court deacons did not know about this at all, let alone those outer court deacons and the disciples of both outer and inner courts. 10 days' time was equal to 1 month in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In this span of 1 month, Duan Ling Tian had spent his time cultivating in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the time had come, he finally left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his little courtyard, heading to the vast training field in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect. The training field was filled with voices and shouts, making a great commotion. Other than those outer court disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation, there were many inner court disciples who made their way there too, far more than the inner court disciples who had gone to watch the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Fan a month ago. That time, only more than 10 inner court disciples had come, but today, hundreds of them had turned up. Some of these inner court disciples were those who had watched Duan Ling Tian defeat Yinan, the inner court disciple, outside the Merit Pavilion a month ago, while some of them had watched how he had killed Feng Fan, who was ranked in the Earth rankings. The remaining came because they admired his fame and wanted to watch Duan Ling Tian's abilities. Senior brother He Zheng is here. One of the outer court disciple with a pair of sharp eyes exclaimed loudly. His voice had also attracted the gaze of everybody present at the scene. Under the watchful gaze of the others, a large-built, devilish-looking yet handsome, young man strode with a majestic gait toward them. His green robe fluttered and made him appear to be dapper in appearance, unrestrained and graceful. Senior brother He Zheng. Many of the female outer court disciples' eyes shone brightly as though they were hungry wolves who had just seen their prey. In the outer sect, many of the female outer court disciples regarded He Zheng as their dream man. There were also many outer court female disciples who frowned and remarked, compared to senior brother He Zheng, I still like senior brother Duan Ling Tian better. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is handsome in a masculine way, while senior brother He Zheng is handsome in a softer, feminine way. That's right. Besides, I find senior brother Duan Ling Tian to be more handsome. I even dreamt about him yesterday. I've also dreamt about senior brother Duan Ling Tian a few days ago. I even dreamt about him bringing a palanquin with 8th carriers to come to marry me.
Marry you?
Dream on. How can such a monstrous genius like senior brother Duan Ling Tian fall for such a commoner like you? TSK. As though senior brother Duan Ling Tian would fall for you. Undoubtedly, there were more outer court female disciples who were on Duan Ling Tian's side. In just a short moment, they drowned out the voices of those outer court female disciples who admired He Zhong. Even though Duan Ling Tian had just been in the Moon Illumination sect for about 3 months, the few times that he made his moves within the sect had always taken the entire outer court by surprise.
In the history of the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect, there had never been anybody who was like Duan Ling Tian before. Everyone's taste is different. I still prefer senior brother He Zhong. One of the female outer court disciples snorted with displeasure. At once, the group of outer court female disciples broke into a commotion again. In the end, due to the reason that they had more people in their side, Duan Ling Tian's admirers managed to beat He Zhong's.
Although He Zhong did not really pay much attention to the fight between the female outer court disciples, he still listened to their exchanges. At once, he also snorted coldly to himself as a sharp gleam shone from his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, you'll become a cripple after today. By that time, I'd like to see who will continue to admire you. He Zhong's heart was a little twisted. Before this, he had never given a damn about these female outer court disciples, and even though they confessed their love to him, he merely basked in the attention and had never given any reply at all. Yet, right now, seeing how most of the female outer court disciples preferred Duan Ling Tian more, he could not help but be engulfed by jealousy as though Duan Ling Tian had just snatched his belongings. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is here. Just as an excited voice exclaimed out loud, the gazes that were originally on He Zhong shifted to the purple figure, walking slowly towards the training field. He was a purple-clad young man who was huge-built and handsome. His dashing eyebrows were defiant, and there was a smile as bright as the sun on his face, completely different from the devilish leer on He Zhong's face. He Zhong's face would make a person feel stressed, while Duan Ling Tian's face would give off a refreshing feeling.
He's Duan Ling Tian?
He's only 35 years old. How young! Among the group of inner court disciples who came to watch the show, there were a few powerful ones too. Boldly, they used their spiritual secret tactic to probe Duan Ling Tian and instantly found out his age of 35 years.
Upon sensing the streaks of spiritual energy that were sweeping out at him, Duan Ling Tian frowned but eased up soon as though he was unconcerned about it.
At this kind of time, it was difficult for him to be concerned about that. There were at least 20 over inner court disciples who probed at him using their spiritual secret tactic. How could he possibly just go to teach them a lesson one by one? Right now, he still did not have that ability yet.
To the outer court disciples, Duan Ling Tian's age was no longer a secret as they had already found out about it 3 months ago.
3 months ago when Duan Ling Tian joined the entrance assessment that the Moon Illumination sect held, he had already had his age probed by the outer court deacons using their spiritual secret tactic. Duan Ling Tian. Right now, the entire attention on the scene had shifted from He Zhong to Duan Ling Tian, the moment the latter arrived, causing He Zhong's face to turn glum right away. Even though not many in the outer court knew that He Zhong, was actually the direct disciple of the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect.
He was still at least ranked 3rd in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect, and he was a powerhouse who was at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who ranked 66th on the Earth rankings too. Yet today his limelight had been robbed by somebody who had just entered the sect for only 3 months.
How could he possibly accept this? An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 3 months ago had actually received cheers in the outer court louder than the one that he, who became an outer court disciple 5 years ago, had received. Because of this, he felt that his dignity had been trampled horribly and thoroughly. Your junior brother Duan Ling Tian? However, when He Zhong turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian to greet him, the bitterness on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a friendly smile.
Of course, the friendly smile on He Zhong's devilishly handsome face somehow looked a little strange.
He Zhong. Duan Ling Tian cast a nonchalant glance at He Zhong. Don't you think it's a little too early for you to call me junior brother now? In the world of martial arts, the stronger ones are revered, So if you turn out to be weaker than me, don't you think it's a little disrespectful to call me junior brother?
After learning He Zhong's identity, Duan Tian knew that he actually had ill intentions. Therefore, he did not bother to be polite at all even though it was his first time meeting He Zhong. Anyway, since it was a mortal enmity between him and Lu Huan and He Zhong was actually Lu Huan's nephew, they were both on the same boat, so it was natural for him to wish for Duan Tian to be dead. In the face of the He Zhong who was smiling fakely at him, all that he could feel was utter disgust. Clamor. The moment Duan Tian's words left his mouth, the group of outer court disciples burst into a commotion. It had never crossed their minds that the smell of gunpowder would be so overpowering the instant Duan Tian and He Zhong met each other. For a moment, they even became suspicious whether the two of them originally had an antagonism with each other. He Zhong had also never thought that Duan Tian would be this mad. At once, a glimpse of chilly brilliance flashed across his eyes. The brilliance flashed for a second and vanished in just the blink of an eye. However, Duan Tian still caught it. I was rash. I'm sorry. However, contrary to everybody's expectations, He Zhong did not get angry. Instead, he apologized to Duan Tian with a smile and for a moment he appeared to be the bigger person. Look, this is the senior brother He Zhong that I admire a lot. Look how noble he is, unlike the senior brother Duan Tian that you guys admire. The moment he met senior brother He Zhong, he's instantly so aggressive and wants to argue a point to death. What a petty man! An outer court disciple who admired He Zhong exclaimed. Petty? Police! This is senior brother Duan Tian's true character. Don't you know that? Besides, since senior brother Duan Tian uttered such words, it's obvious that he has the confidence to defeat that senior brother He Zhong of yours and become his senior brother. A female outer court disciple who admired Duan Tian replied, unwilling to take it lying down. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as an unnoticeable sneer crept up upon the corner of his mouth. If it were not for the fact that he had known about He Zhong's identity, he would have most likely be deceived by his amiability. However, at this moment vigilance rose in his heart. He Zhong swallowed the humiliation and bore the disgrace. The reason he gave an impression of weakness was to make his opponent put his guard down so that he could launch a lightning-like attack at the critical moment. As the saying goes, roll with the punches. I hope that he'll be more obedient. Otherwise, I Duan Tian am not some soft persimmon that can be easily crushed. Duan Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he cast a nonchalant glance at He Zhong before walking into the middle of the training field and turning to look at him. Let's start. My time is limited. I still need to go back to cultivating after defeating you. Defeating me? He Zhong grinned faintly. It looks like you really are confident about your own strength. Don't tell me that you're not confident either? In that case, there's no meaning to this battle anymore, is there? Just go ahead and admit defeat then, Duan Tian replied coolly. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, even though He Zhong swallowed his rage and did not erupt right away, he could no longer put up a polite facade in front of Duan Tian as he snorted with a grave face. I've long heard about your sharp mouth, Duan Tian. Now that I've experienced it, it does indeed live up to its reputation. Sharp mouth. Duan Tian smiled and mocked. Since you think that my mouth is sharp, then there seems to be no need for you to retort back, is there? Isn't it more straightforward to make your move directly? Humph. Do you really think that nobody in this outer court can defeat you anymore after you've killed Fengfan and defeated an early Saint Rudiment stage inner court disciple? Facing Duan Tian's mockery, He Zhong, who originally did not have an even temper, could no longer suppress his rage as he exploded all at once. Even if you're ranked 99th on the Earth rankings now, you're still too weak to withstand a single blow in my eyes. Since you want me to make my move, well then, I'll do as you wish. As He Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he smirked. With a raise of his hand, a twig-like 3-foot blade appeared in his hand. Although the blade was narrow and long, it was perfectly straight in He Zhong's hand. As he poured his true energy in, it emitted gushes of sharp aura. This aura was far from being comparable by an ordinary 3-foot blade. Saint inscription? The moment he felt this sense of aura, Duan Tian suddenly squinted his eyes as he realized that the narrow and long blade in He Zhong's hand was also a saint weapon that was inscribed with a saint inscription. Duan Tian.
I'll let you know very soon that you're absolutely nothing in my eyes, even if you could kill Feng Fan. As the blade in He Zhong's hand flicked, it suddenly bent and swept out like a keen snake with extreme flexibility.
You said that I have a sharp mouth, but you're not quite bad yourself either. Ma crept up the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he remarked. You're looking for death. As He Zhong's gaze turned cold, the 3-foot blade in his hand trembled and became perfectly straight again in a brief second.
In the next instant, his entire being seemingly transformed into a brief flurry. Holding onto the 3-foot blade in his hand, he charged out towards Duan Ling Tian in a straight line along with the sword swishing. Horizontal lightning slash. It was the only offensive technique in the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that He Zhong had cultivated. In fact, he had perfected it to the 4th stage, the proficient stage. Right now, as he cast his movement technique, the horizontal stride, he soon arrived before Duan Ling Tian in just the blink of an eye. The 3-foot blade that was as narrow as a twig charged towards Duan Ling Tian like a sharp thorn.
Horizontal lightning slash.
This attack was extremely speedy. It was so fast that it caused a sharp swishing to resonate in the air. This swishing seemed to be able to pierce through everything, causing the crowd watching from the side to turn horrified right away too. Of course, some of the outer court disciples whose cultivation bases were much lower could not even hear this sharp swishing sound at all. Gargantuan Taishan.
In the face of this attack from He Zhong, Duan Ling Tian took out his 1,000-mass sword and activated the 1,000-mass saint inscription. As he swept his sword out, it was like he had hoisted a mountain up and thrown it outward to head towards He Zhong's assault, striking out forward. You've overestimated yourself. In the face of the scene, He Zhong smirked. The true energy from the sword in his hand pulsated like green electrical snakes that were wriggling around as it gave off a sense of pressure.
The moment this aura appeared, Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave right away. This gush of aura gave him an invincible feeling. Just like the sword in He Zhong's hand, it had suddenly undergone an earth-shattering transformation at this moment and turned to become invincible. Rumble! The 1,000-mass sword sliced through the sky and brought along with it a series of thundering noises that charged towards He Zhong's horizontal lightning slice.
He Zhong's horizontal lightning slice, on the other hand, had traveled in a horizontal line from the beginning till the end, having no intention to dodge at all as it charged straight toward the 1,000-mass sword that Duan Ling Tian hoisted up and crashed down. In the face of the broadsword that swept out at it boldly, it had no fear at all. Finally, the sword in He Zhong's hand pierced Duan Ling Tian's 1,000-mass sword. Just as the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth smirked when he thought that his sword could send He Zhong and his sword flying away, a shocking scene took place in front of him. The sneer by the corner of his mouth froze right away. In confusion, he could see that the sword in He Zhong's hand seemed to be really capable of destroying all strongholds. As the 1,000-mass sword in his hand was hoisted up and smashed out, Zhang He's sword had pierced through the true energy he covered his 1,000-mass sword with and went through the sword as well. After piercing through the 1,000-mass sword, the twig-like, narrow, 3-foot blade pounded at him as though it had transformed into a poisonous snake. It was so fast that it was completely atrocious. Strange pupil. Within the time it would take for a lightning strike, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy swept out speedily and gushed into his left eye to activate his strange pupil.
At that instant, the speed of He Zhong's sword started to decrease its speed in the field of vision of his left eye. Seizing the chance in the span of lightning, he quickly dodged to the side in a split second, but still, he was still a step too late. He Zhong's sword brushed past his arm and tore his robe as fresh blood spurted out right away, pierced into his body deeply at once.
The piercing, heart-rending pain immediately shot up to Duan Ling Tian's consciousness through his nerves, causing him to gasp right away.
In the next instant, he quickly retreated backward. He Zhong, on the other hand, did not seize this chance to chase him. With an overbearing manner, he looked down at Duan Ling Tian from the top with eyes that were filled with mockery. Duan Ling Tian, you're not that impressive, are you?
What kind of saint inscription is that? It could actually pierce through the 1,000-mass sword. No matter what, the 1,000-mass sword is still an Earth-rank primitive saint weapon. The moment Duan Ling Tian recalled the scene just now, his heart was still filled with lingering fear. When he looked at the sword in He Zhong's hand, hints of dread could be seen in his eyes. Not only had the sword ignored the impact force of the 1,000-mass sword,
but it had also even pierced through his true energy and the thousand-mass sword to attack towards him.
The thousand-mass sword still had a hole as proof of the assault.
The thousand-mass sword has actually been pierced through.
Don't tell me that it's the penetration saint inscription? An inner court disciple gasped and exclaimed out loud. The penetration saint inscription?
The moment his words left his mouth, the entire scene burst into a commotion right away. The sword in senior brother He Zhong's hand has actually been inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription. The penetration saint inscription? As far as I know, there aren't many saint weapons that are inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription. Even in the Merit Pavilion, it would only appear once in a while. Besides, usually, when it appears, it'd be taken by the inner court elder right away. In the sect, higher-ranking officials like the inner court elders and above would usually have the wealth to buy a saint weapon that's inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription.
The price of the saint weapon that's inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription usually starts from 1 million merit points.
The group of people watching by the side buried their heads in a discussion. The gazes that they looked at He Zhong were filled with wonder. That sword seems to be kind of familiar. Somehow, looking at the sword in He Zhong's hand, an inner court disciple frowned as though he was trying to remember something. The next instant, his eyes shone brightly as he cried out loud, "I remember now!
That's the sword of our elder Lu Huan from the inner court.
I was once in luck to see Elder Lu Huan using this sword before. A saint weapon that's inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription will never have a duplicate in the Moon Illumination sect."
It's obvious that the sword in He Zhong's hand is none other than the one that belongs to Elder Lu Huan.
Elder Lu Huan's sword? I've never heard of He Zhong having any relationship with Elder Lu Huan at all. How come he has Elder Lu Huan's sword with him? Many inner court disciples gaped at He Zhong in surprise. Perhaps He Zhong has been secretly taken by Elder Lu Huan as his direct disciple. As far as I know, the higher-ranking officials in the sect like to take talented disciples from the outer court in secretly. Only when these outer court disciples have entered the inner court, then their identities will be revealed. An inner court disciple chimed in.
I've heard of this before. It looks like He Zhong must have been secretly trained by Elder Lu Huan, another inner court disciple added.
Lu Huan. The eyes of the spectators lit up right away the moment they heard the discussion between the group of inner court disciples.
Has Elder Lu Huan already made his move? Unfortunately, this isn't a death duel. Huang Cheng, the outer court elder who was at the scene from the start and concealed himself by the side watching the battle, smiled coldly.
However, even if it's not a death duel, with the enmity between Elder Lu Huan and Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, he would never let go of Duanling Tian this easily.
The enmity between Lu Huan and Fang Hui was not a secret in the Moon Illumination sect.
Therefore, after knowing that Duanling Tian had come from Mount Hill City, Huang Cheng had been waiting to see him face his doom.
Huang Cheng was none other than the outer court elder who had lost 300,000 over merit points to Duanling Tian over a month ago. In this 1 month or so, he had been watching Duanling Tian, and as long as he dared to leave the sect, he planned to instantly kill him right away. Unfortunately, all this time that he had been watching Duanling Tian, he had never once left the sect to train at all.
Elder Lu Huan? Deng Wei, the outer court deacon, had also grinned. Now that Elder Lu Huan's men have started to make their move, Duanling Tian will be crippled, if he doesn't die. With He Zhong's position in the outer court, he'll only suffer a punishment that's neither too light nor too heavy even if he cripples Duanling Tian. Even though Duanling Tian was a talented martial cultivator, he would no longer be worthy to the Moon Illumination sect if he was crippled. However, He Zhong, on the other hand, would still be very valuable, so without a doubt, the Moon Illumination sect would not punish him that severely.
Of course, if He Zhong dared to kill Duanling Tian, then it would be hard for him to escape death too.
That was because it was the rule of the Moon Illumination sect. If there was anybody who still lived even after they had killed, the Moon Illumination sect's prestige would be compromised and nobody would give a damn about the sect rules anymore in the future.
Duanling Tian. Yu Man was also present at the scene with anticipation glowing in his eyes.
He had also learned about the fact that Duanling Tian was from Mount Hill City and about the enmity between the inner court's elder Lu Huan in these 3 months that he had entered the Moon Illumination sect. Therefore, he also felt that He Zhong would not let Duanling Tian go this easily. Unlike before, Yiman now itched for Duanling Tian to be crippled so that it would be easy for him to kill him once and for all. 3-star Saint Inscription, the Penetration Saint Inscription? Lu Huan's sword. Duanling Tian's turned slightly grave. It had never crossed his mind that Lu Huan would actually lend his sword to He Zhong for the sake of going against him. However, the force of this 3-star Saint Inscription had still baffled him. The last time when he went to the Merit Pavilion, he did not come across any saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star Saint Inscription before. Otherwise, he would have bought one for himself.
Horizontal stride.
Horizontal lightning slice.
He Zhong, who heard how the onlooking inner court disciples spilled the origins of the sword in his hand, had also made his move again at that moment. When he made his move this time, the target of the sword in his hand was Duanling Tian's right hand that was holding on to the 1,000-mass sword. It was as though he wanted to cut off Duanling Tian's right arm in just one slice. In the face of He Zhong's atrociousness, Duanling Tian turned grave completely at once. Instantly, he activated his strange pupil right away. A steady flow of spiritual energy continued to accumulate in Duanling Tian's left eye, causing a tiny whirlpool to appear in his left eye. The speed of the whirlpool twirling kept increasing, and in the end, it had almost reached its limit. At this time, he had no choice but to use his strange pupil. As the person ranked the third in the outer sect, He Zhong's strength was originally powerful. Adding on with the sword that was inscribed with the 3-star Saint Inscription, the Penetration Saint Inscription, Duanling Tian had no way of blocking it at all. The strange pupil was activated spatial manipulation. In that split second, the sword in He Zhong's hand was also shifted to one side, away from Duanling Tian's right arm. Just as Duanling Tian breathed a sigh of relief, he was shocked to find that the gaze that He Zhong was looking at him with seemed to have a hint of revelation in it. However, there was no hint of panic at all, as though he had long known that this would happen. Has he already known about it? Duanling Tian's heart gave a jolt as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Duanling Tian, Feng Fan must have died under your spiritual secret tactic, did he not? Your spiritual secret tactic is indeed remarkable to the point that you can actually move the horizontal lightning slice that I exerted with my entire strength away. However, it's time for all of this to end now. He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced into his eardrums,
resonating with the impending feeling that haunted Duanling Tian. In the next instant, Duanling Tian realized that a yellow paper that was densely inscribed with a series of complicated markings had appeared in He Zhong's other hand. It's a Dao talisman. When the crowd recognized that it was a Dao talisman, so did Duanling Tian. Just as the Dao talisman was blasted toward Duanling Tian's side by inertia, He Zhong, who was glaring deadly at Duanling Tian, suddenly shouted out loudly, "Appear!
Appear!" Almost in that instant when He Zhong uttered that, an echo of appear resonated in the air. The latter had been announced by Duanling Tian.
When He Zhong's true energy voice transmission entered Duanling Tian's ear, a sense of ominous premonition rose in his heart right away. He immediately raised his guard up right away.
The moment he saw He Zhong bringing out the Dao talisman, he knew why He Zhong was so confident. It turned out that He Zhong wanted to use the Dao talisman against him.
Of course, he believed that He Zhong would not dare to kill him using the Dao talisman, but he would definitely dare to cripple him like that. Perhaps this was He Zhong's real intention after all.
Therefore, when He Zhong took the Dao talisman out, Duanling Tian also grabbed the Dao talisman with a raise of his hand. The second He Zhong's Dao talisman shot towards him after he activated its force with the word appear, Duanling Tian had also shouted appear in that gravely dangerous moment to activate the force of the Dao talisman in his own hand.
A non-offensive Dao talisman could be activated without the need to throw it out.
In the air, the Dao talisman that He Zhong threw out exploded in a split second, transforming into 4 streaks of sharp rays that were extremely fast before charging towards Duanling Tian's 4 limbs as though they were trying to tear his 4 limbs off his body forcefully. One could easily imagine that if these 4 streaks of sharp rays got what they were aiming for, Duanling Tian would have definitely become a limbless cripple. The 4 streaks of sharp rays were so fast that very few of the onlookers could see it clearly. 2-star offensive Dao talisman. Huang Cheng, the outer court elder, was one of the few people who could see the trajectory of the 4 streaks clearly. His eyes lit up right away as he was able to discern that He Zhong had activated a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. The force it contained was equivalent to the attack cast by a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The few other outer court elders turned horrified at once. They had never thought that He Zhong would be this ruthless to the point that he would actually use a Dao Talisman to cripple Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you're destined to become a cripple after today. The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had a bright smile on his face as though he already could envision Duanling Tian having his 4 limbs ripped off. If Duanling Tian was crippled, it would no doubt be jubilant news for him and his nephew. However, in the next instant, those who could see the trajectory of the 4 streaks of sharp rays that erupted from the 2-star offensive Dao Talisman clearly suddenly froze. In a flash, they noticed that Duanling Tian had disappeared before their eyes. From the beginning till the end, they had no idea how had he done that. It's a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Soon, one of the outer court elders exclaimed loudly, being the first to finally realize what was happening. Just now, he had also heard how Duanling Tian shouted appear, so he realized that he had also activated a Dao Talisman. The only Dao Talisman that could make Duanling Tian vanish before his eyes was a Divine Strider Talisman that was 3 stars and above. 3 stars was the highest level Dao Talisman in the Moon Illumination sect. As a result, he was certain that the one that Duanling Tian had used was a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Even though a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman cost 300,000 merit points and was too expensive for an ordinary outer court disciple to buy, Duanling Tian was no ordinary outer court disciple at all. He had earned almost 2 million merit points more than a month ago, so it would not be difficult for him to buy a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. A 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Upon hearing the exclamation of that outer court elder, Huangqing and Deng Wei's faces turned grave right away. Impossible! On the training field, He Zhong, who saw how the 4 sharp rays that he released missed their target, the instant Duanling Tian vanished, turned appalled with disbelief in his eyes. Just as He Zhong finally came to a halt after being shot out a distance away due to inertia, an eerily calm voice resonated timely by his ear, "Nothing is impossible." After activating the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, Duanling Tian, whose speed was equivalent to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, appeared by He Zhong's side like a phantom. Bang! Before the crowd watching the scene, including the few outer court elders, could realize what was happening, He Zhong's entire body had already been sent flying with a powerful explosion. Like an arrow that left the bowstring, he crashed violently onto the ground in distress. Slap! When He Zhong struggled to stand up, a crisp slap resonated in the air, while a fiery palm print appeared on his face. After spitting a mouthful of blood that contained pieces of teeth out, He Zhong gritted what was left of his teeth and announced, "Duanling Tian, let's fight honorably if you dare." What kind of bravery is this to make a sneak attack on me? When the onlookers surrounding them heard his words, a strange expression crept upon their faces right away. Did he just ask Duanling Tian to fight honorably with him? Did he just say that Duanling Tian made a sneak attack on him? Was he not the one who used the Dao Talisman first earlier? He Zhong is really terribly shameless. How dare he have the audacity to say such things? Right now, Duanling Tian is merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. An inner court disciple swept a glance at He Zhong with disdain and remarked. The other inner court disciples fully agreed with him. Even the group of outer court disciples bobbed their heads to his words as well. All of them felt that He Zhong only had himself to blame. Honorably? Do you think you're worthy of doing so? Duanling Tian's cold snort resonated in the entire training field, but nobody could see a trace of his figure at all. After activating the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, Duanling Tian's speed was equivalent to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage marshal or a Dao cultivator. On top of that, it could last for 15 minutes. When he was moving, nobody except the inner court elders from the Moon Illumination sect or above could catch his trail. A few outer court elders could also only catch a residual trace of an image when Duanling Tian made his move. Other than that, they could not see Duanling Tian's figure clearly at all. Slap! Another crisp slap resonated in the air. The other side of He Zhong's face turned swollen as well, causing his entire face turn to become like a pig's head.
That handsome face of his was nowhere to be seen. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you humiliate me in such a way?
Do you know who my master is? He Zhong snarled.
I'm not interested to know who your master is, but I know that you want to cripple me. In that case, I'll cripple you too. Duan Ling Tian's voice was extremely ruthless, frightening He Zhong so much that his face turned pale right away before he hastily called out, I admit my... He wanted to admit his defeat. Unfortunately, before the word defeat managed to leave his lips, he had suffered another slap from Duan Ling Tian and was forced to swallow the word back down before it even managed to leave his mouth. Following that attempt, every time he wanted to open his mouth to admit his defeat, he would be cut off by Duan Ling Tian's slap. In the end, he became completely obedient. Duan Ling Tian, if you don't cripple me, I promise that I won't go against you anymore. Under the watchful gaze of others, He Zhong completely succumbed.
He was afraid. If he were crippled by Duan Ling Tian, he would no longer have any future ahead of him.
In the face of this crisis that was related to his future, He Zhong had no choice but to bow his arrogant head.
Won't go against me anymore? Duan Ling Tian smirked with disdain. Do you think I'll believe you?
Right now, he completely held the power of authority in his hand. With a speed that was equivalent to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he could make He Zhong shiver with terror just by his swiftness alone. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was the deal-breaker, especially when Duan Ling Tian was so ridiculously fast now. I'll swear on it now. Afraid that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly attack him, He Zhong hastily broke the skin on his finger and swore on a blood oath, the tribulation oath, that he would no longer go against him in the future. Boom! 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 Boom!
9 thunderous roars reverberated, deafening the ears as they corresponded with He Zhong's oath.
Your resolution is admirable. Duan Ling Tian sneered again. However, today, you almost crippled my 4 limbs and even made me waste my precious 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Do you really think that everything from today can just be cancelled by your oath alone?
Taking a deep breath, He Zhong replied, I can compensate you with a 3-star Divine Strider talisman.
It's just reasonable for you to compensate me with a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. On top of that, if you want to safeguard your 4 limbs, I'd like to see how sincere you are then, Duan Ling Tian added nonchalantly. Even though he itched to cripple He Zhong's 4 limbs to give him a taste of his own medicine, the moment he recalled that the chief culprit of this matter was Lu Huan and that nothing would change even if he crippled He Zhong, he dismissed the idea at once and came up with another solution. Extortion. What do you want? He Zhong looked at Duan Ling Tian vigilantly. 1 million merit points to buy back your 4 limbs. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. I think that your 4 limbs are worthy of these many merit points, aren't they? 1 million merit points. The moment the words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. My God! This Duan Ling Tian actually has such a huge appetite. He actually asked for 1 million merit points from He Zhong straight away. Many inner court disciples clicked their tongues in disapproval. It was obvious that they were shocked by his demands.
Senior brother Duan Ling Tian asked for so many merit points, but I don't think senior brother He Zhong can take that much out, can he? Many outer court disciples muttered with stunned faces.
Even the outer court elders and deacons present at the scene were taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's exorbitant demand. 1 million merit points. None of them could even take out that many merit points at one go. Even though He Zhong knew that Duan Ling Tian would demand an exorbitant price, it had also never crossed his mind that he would have such a tremendous appetite, asking for 1 million merit points straight away. At once, He Zhong's face turned glum. I don't have that many merit points.
Of course, I know you don't have that many merit points. You should just ask the person who asked you to come up with those merit points. I think he has no reason not to pay this sum to buy back your 4 limbs, has he? Duan Ling Tian smirked.
Even if he doesn't give a damn about the relationship between you and him, he'd still give some face to your master and do something for you for helping him to do this. Won't he? Duan Ling Tian told He Zhong through true energy voice transmission.
Why you actually know about that? He Zhong was stunned. It turned out that Duan Ling Tian had already long known about his background. At that moment, a sense of being thwarted rose in his heart right away.
Uncle, it looks like you'll have to sacrifice a little this time. Right now, He Zhong's face was filled with despair and a wry smile. Swear that you'll hand 1,000,000 merit points and 1 3-star Divine Strider talisman to me by tomorrow. If you don't, you'll be punished by the thunder penalty till death claims you. Duan Ling Tian cast an icy glance at He Zhong.
Duan Ling Tian only let go of He Zhong after he had sworn using the Tribulation Oath, the 99 Heavenly Tribulation.
This speed is really amazing. Duan Ling Tian, aided by the 3-star Divine Strider talisman that granted him the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, began to stroll around the outer court after He Zhong swore an oath and left. He was so fast to the point that the outer court elders could barely catch any trace of his movement at all.
However, the 3-star Divine Strider talisman's effect had a time limit. After strolling around the outer court for a while, the effect wore off and Duan Ling Tian reverted to his original state.
Meanwhile, the news of Duan Ling Tian defeating He Zhong had also spread to the inner court like a typhoon, greatly raising Duan Ling Tian's fame once again. Although He Zhong was only an outer court disciple, he was ranked 66th in the 9-sect alliance's Earth ranking. His fame had even surpassed some of the ordinary inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect.
However, someone like that was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect slightly more than 3 months ago. Duan Ling Tian had also successfully replaced He Zhong and ranked 66th in the Earth ranking.
He Zhong, on the other hand, had traded places with Duan Ling Tian and was ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. This position originally belonged to Feng Fan.
Duan Ling Tian's fame spread to the inner court and caused many of the inner court disciples to click their tongues in disapproval.
All along, those who came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill usually have a bad ending when faced with Lu Huan's men. However, this Duan Ling Tian has placed Elder Lu Huan's men in a disadvantageous position. He's really not a simple person. Many inner court disciples who were privy to the dispute between inner court elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mound Hill City clicked their tongues as they discussed this. The news of He Zhong possibly being Lu Huan's disciple had also begun to spread. When all was said and done, Lu Huan had been greatly embarrassed. In Lu Huan's residence in the inner court, smack!
A furious Lu Huan raised his hand and slapped down on the stone table before him, shattering it. A 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 1,000,000 merit points?
He's got a huge appetite. Isn't he afraid of bursting?
His appetite has been huge all along. I heard he had earned almost 2,000,000 merit points more than a month ago. He Zhong sighed.
Uncle, I know you feel dissatisfied about this matter, but I've already made an oath. He Zhong reminded as he looked at Lu Huan. Little Zhong, don't worry. I won't make you break your oath. It's just a 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 1,000,000 merit points, right?
I still have that much at least. Lu Huan took a deep breath. His expression turned warmer when he looked at He Zhong. However, the rage in the depth of his eyes did not lessen at all.
However, that Duan Ling Tian is really courageous. How dare he beat you up to this extent? Looking at both sides of He Zhong's face that were still swollen, Lu Huan asked furiously, Little Zhong, don't tell me you're going to let this go? Uncle, I know what you mean, but I made an oath to not go against him in the future. Due to this reason, please don't put me in a difficult spot anymore, Uncle. I don't want to be struck to death by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. Naturally, He Zhong knew what Lu Huan meant. There was no doubt he was trying to drag him into this mess so they could oppose Duan Ling Tian together.
At this moment, he regretted complying with Lu Huan before this. Otherwise, he would not have to suffer so much humiliation now.
Although he did not suffer any material loss, the humiliation was more than enough to make his position in the outer court decline.
I know you've made an oath, but Vice Sect Leader Zhang. Lu Huan's eyes shone brightly for a split second.
However, he was interrupted by He Zhong before he could finish his sentence. Uncle, whatever Master wants to do is not up to me to decide. Since I've sworn that I won't go against Duan Ling Tian, naturally, I won't fan the fire in front of Master as well. Otherwise, I'll be considered as violating the Tribulation Oath, and I might get struck by the lightning penalty.
You don't have to say anything. I'll inform Vice Sect Leader Zhang about this matter. I think he won't let go of someone who had humiliated his direct disciple. A sneer could be seen on Lu Huan's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He Zhong glanced at Lu Huan indifferently and did not say anything. If this was the case, he would not be considered as going against his oath.
Uncle, the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 1 million merit points. He Zhong reminded Lu Huan as he looked at him. It was uncertain if he did it intentionally. I'll transfer 1.4 million merit points to you. Go and buy the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman from the Merit Pavilion. As for the extra 100,000 merit points, take it as my compensation to you.
After all, I was the one who asked you to battle Duanling Tian. Lu Huan took out his crystal card and transferred 1.4 million merit points to He Zhong. All right, He Zhong nodded. He was satisfied with how sensible Lu Huan was.
After He Zhong left, Lu Huan's face turned grave immediately. 1.4 million merit points had vanished just like that. It would be a lie if he said he did not feel any pain at all. His entire wealth only amounted to slightly more than 1.6 million merit points.
In just a blink of an eye, he had lost almost 90% of it. Duanling Tian, I, Lu Huan, will find it difficult to eat or sleep if you don't die. Lu Huan muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly.
In the next instant, Lu Huan began to rack his brain to come up with a solution that would rid him of Duanling Tian once and for all. The next morning, He Zhong went to look for Duanling Tian.
Not bad. You really kept your word. After receiving the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 1 million merit point from He Zhong, Duanling Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. He Zhong smiled wryly when he heard his words. Could he not keep his word?
He had sworn using the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation. He would not live if he did not keep his promise.
After He Zhong passed the Dao Talisman and merit points to Duanling Tian, he did not stay any longer and left immediately.
Although he had sworn to not go against Duanling Tian anymore, it did not mean he could face him with a calm heart. At this moment, he did not want to have anything to do with Duanling Tian at all.
To him, Duanling Tian was no different from a nightmare.
It's a good thing I bought a 3-star Divine Strider when I went to the Merit Pavilion previously. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to escape the critical situation yesterday. The moment Duanling Tian recalled yesterday's incident, he still felt a trace of fear. If it was not for the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he would not have been able to dodge the offensive Dao Talisman that He Zhong threw out yesterday. That offensive Dao Talisman was a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. When the energy contained inside it exploded, it was comparable to the attack of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Looks like I can't save my merit points and not buy the Dao Talisman. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he left his little courtyard and headed to the Merit Pavilion of Moon Illumination Sect. Unlike his previous trip to the Merit Pavilion, most of the inner court disciples there recognized him this time. When Duanling Tian arrived at the Merit Pavilion, he did not stay on the first level of the Merit Pavilion, but he went up the stairs immediately. His destination was the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. The 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion was where Dao Talismans were sold. When he passed by the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion, Duanling Tian noticed the person on duty was not Elder Fonggon, so he went up to the 3rd level. Duanling Tian. The people on duty on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion were the 2 inner court deacons from his last trip. When they saw Duanling Tian, their gazes turned a little complicated. They had also heard of yesterday's news. He had defeated He Zhong, the Earth Rankings powerhouse, who might be a disciple of inner court elder Lu Huan, and extorted 1 million merit points and a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman from him. When they heard of Duanling Tian's thug-like behavior, they instantly became speechless. It seemed like no one with such a thug-like behavior existed before in the history of Moon Illumination Sect. Duanling Tian nodded his head at the 2 people before taking out his spatial ring and entering the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. This time, apart from buying a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he had also bought 2 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. He wanted to buy offensive Dao Talismans. He did not see any 3-star offensive Dao Talismans. In the end, he bought 2 2-star offensive Dao Talismans instead. Currently, he had 2 3-star Divine Strider Talismans, 2 3-star Golden Energy Talismans, and 2 2-star offensive Dao Talismans in his possession. Duanling Tian, who had spent 900,000 merit points, could not help but ask when he was at the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. "Excuse me, I wonder why there's no 3-star offensive Dao talismans in the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion? Once a 3-star offensive Dao talisman was activated, its strength was equivalent to the full attack of a martial or Dao cultivator at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, it was only equivalent to an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. There's no 3-star offensive Dao talismans in our Moon Illumination sect. One of the inner court deacons shook his head. Among all the Dao talismans, it's most difficult to draw offensive Dao talismans. Although offensive Dao talismans will vanish in just a blink of an eye, its value is not something that the Divine Strider talismans and the Golden Energy talismans can compare to.
If you want to buy 3-star offensive Dao talismans, you'll have to go to the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters, the other inner court deacon chimed in. The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters? Duanling Tian was stunned.
The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters is located in the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's district, Hanyang City. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to go to Hanyang City. The inner court deacon who first spoke up replied.
All right, Duanling Tian nodded before asking again, do both of you know where Elder Fang Gan lives? After learning about the location of Elder Fang Gan's residence from the 2 inner court deacons, Duanling Tian left the Merit Pavilion and headed toward the inner court. This was his first time entering the inner court ever since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. The biggest difference between the inner and outer courts was its cultivating environment. The intensity of the heaven and earth spirit energy was far richer compared to the outer court. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy would only get denser the deeper one entered the inner court.
It's obvious the Moon Illumination sect's 7th grade Saint Stone's reserve lies in the center of Moon Illumination sect's estate. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian figure this out. The heaven and earth spirit energy would become richer the closer it was to the Saint Stone's reserve. Apart from that, the inner court was also a lot bigger than the outer court. It stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Following the 2 inner court deacons' direction, Duanling Tian arrived at the eastern district of the inner court.
The residences of the inner court elders were located here. There were many big mansions and statues of great beasts here.
Duanling Tian stopped a passing inner court disciple and politely asked, "Senior brother, do you know which mansion belongs to Elder Fang Gan?" "It's that one," the inner court disciple said as he pointed toward a mansion not far away. "Thank you, senior brother." Duanling Tian quickly thanked him and made his way to the mansion. An outer court disciple is looking for Elder Fang Gan? The inner court disciple was slightly surprised after he saw the outer court disciple identity token on Duanling Tian's waist. In the Moon Illumination sect, the gap between an outer court disciple and an inner court elder was like an impassable gulf. Logically speaking, there should not be any interaction between the two.
Duanling Tian was stopped by an old man when he arrived at Fang Gan's mansion.
"Senior, is this Elder Fang Gan's mansion?" Duanling Tian asked politely as he looked at the skinny old man standing before him.
"Why are you looking for my young master?" The old man responded with a question.
"Young master?" Duanling Tian was stunned by the old man's words before he realized the young master in question was Fang Gan. "Can you please help me pass on a message?"
"Just say that an outer court disciple, Duanling Tian, wishes to see Elder Fang Gan," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "You're Duanling Tian?" The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian's words. It was obvious he had heard about Duanling Tian.
He immediately looked at Duanling Tian's waist. More accurately, he was looking at the outer court disciple identity token that was hung on Duanling Tian's waist. "Young master has given an order to bring you in if you come looking for him," the old man said as he led Duanling Tian inside.
Duanling Tian did not expect Elder Fang Gan to be so attentive. He felt a little moved.
Following the old man's lead, Duanling Tian saw Elder Fang Gan in the backyard of the mansion. Elder Fang Gan was solemnly watering the vegetable garden in his backyard. He was so engrossed in his task that he even failed to notice their arrival. "Young master, Duanling Tian's here," the old man said respectfully as he looked at Fang Gan.
"Duanling Tian?" Elder Fang Gan immediately stopped what he was doing when he heard that and turned around to look at Duanling Tian. "It's really you, little fellow. What now?"
"Since you came looking for me, is there anything I can help you with?" Fang Gan asked with a smile. "Indeed. There's something I need your help with, Elder Fong Gon. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As the saying went, one would not visit a Buddhist temple for no reason. He would not have looked for Fong Gon for no reason at all. While Duan Ling Tian and Fong Gon were talking, the old man who led Duan Ling Tian in quietly retreated. Previously, I told you to come to me if you need help. I'll definitely help you if it's within my power. Fong Gon invited Duan Ling Tian to sit in front of a stone table and poured him a cup of tea.
Thank you, Elder Fong Gon. Duan Ling Tian thanked him before he directly stated the purpose of his visit. Elder Fong Gon, I came to ask you something today. Within the Moon Illumination sect, are there any Saint Inscription Masters who can inscribe a 3-star Saint Inscription on Saint weapons?
Yes. Fong Gon nodded. In our Moon Illumination sect, most of the senior officials in the sect that rank above Inner Court Elders have a Saint weapon with a 3-star Saint Inscription. All these Saint weapons came from Elder Bai Li. Elder Bai Li? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up.
Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in our Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, he's also a revered Elder of the Moon Illumination sect. His status is on par with the Vice Sect Leader. Even the sect leader and several Saint stage powerhouses are courteous toward him when they see him because of his special identity as a Saint Inscription Master. In that regard, even the few Vice Sect leaders in the Moon Illumination sect cannot compare to him, Fong Gon said. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this.
A 3-star Saint Inscription Master would receive special treatment even in a 6th-rate force, let alone a 7th-rate force like the Moon Illumination sect. I don't know if it's possible for me to ask Elder Bai Li to help me inscribe a Saint Inscription on a Saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian asked after he took a deep breath. He had an expectant expression on his face as he looked at Fong Gon. This was the purpose of his visit. Ever since he saw the power of Lu Huan's sword that was inscribed with a 3-star Saint Inscription, the Penetration Saint Inscription, he wanted to inscribe the Penetration Saint Inscription on his sun-shooting bow as well. If it was inscribed on his bow, the arrow shots with his sun-shooting bow would have a powerful penetrative ability. One shot was sufficient to penetrate everything. However, even if there were Saint Inscription Masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land who could inscribe a Saint Inscription on the sun-shooting bow, Duan Ling Tian did not think any of the Inscription Masters in Moon Illumination sect would be able to do it. That was why Duan Ling Tian thought to inscribe the Penetration Saint Inscription on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. Although it would still be challenging to inscribe on the bowstring of sun-shooting bow that was made from the vein of a 5-clawed devil dragon, it would still be simpler than inscribing on the sun-shooting bow itself. Inscribing Saint Inscription? What kind of Saint Inscription would you like Elder Bai Li to inscribe? Fong Gon asked curiously.
The Penetration Saint Inscription, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly.
The Penetration Saint Inscription? The 3-star Saint Inscription on Lu Huan's sword. Fong Gon knew the Saint Inscription on Lu Huan's sword was the Penetration Saint Inscription. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The strongest Saint-grade martial tactic I'm cultivating is archery. If I can inscribe the Penetration Saint Inscription on my archery set, the power of my arrows will increase greatly because of its penetrative ability. Once the Penetration Saint Inscription is activated after the inscription, it'll certainly increase your strength by leaps and bounds, Fong Gon said.
However, it won't be easy to ask Elder Bai Li to help you inscribe a 3-star Saint Inscription. Elder Bai Li's willingness to inscribe 3-star Saint Inscriptions is dependent on his mood.
Therefore, even in the Inner Court, not every Inner Court Elder has a Saint weapon with a 3-star Saint Inscription. Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared for this. Those who are highly skilled usually had their own quirks. Since you came to the Inner Court, I'll bring you to visit Elder Bai Li. I'll try my best to convince him, but I can't guarantee that he'll agree to it. Fong Gon reminded Duan Ling Tian in advance.
I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
In that case, let's go to Elder Bai Li's mansion now, Fong Gon said as he stood up.
Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was pleased that Fong Gon cared enough about his affair to immediately bring him to see Elder Bai Li. After leaving Fong Gon's mansion, Duan Ling Tian learned more about Elder Bai Li from Fong Gon. He found out that Elder Bai Li's full name was Bai Li Hong and he entered the Moon Illumination sect 30 years ago.
When he joined the Moon Illumination sect, He was already a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse and was just a step away from entering the Saint stage. However, after so many years, he was still at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It's really too difficult to break through to the Saint stage. I've broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage 20 years ago, but I still can't cross the last step. Fang Gon could not help but sigh when he spoke about Bai Li Hong's cultivation base. Similar to Bai Li Hong, his cultivation base was stuck at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He was unable to make a breakthrough and enter the Saint stage as well.
Although the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage was merely a step apart, the difference in strength was a world apart.
The weakest Saint stage powerhouse could easily kill a dozen Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who were working together. There was a saying in the Tao Martial Saint land. Before entering the Saint Rudiment stage, one is like a chicken or a dog. Once one enters the Saint Rudiment stage, they're like chickens and dogs that have ascended to heaven. That clearly described the difference between someone at the Saint stage and someone who was not at the Saint stage. Naturally, there was also a difference in strength between people who were at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
In Fang Gon's words, he was not Bai Li Hong's match. The Saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hands was an Earth-rank primitive Saint weapon inscribed with 3-3-star Saint inscriptions. It was also the #1 Saint weapon in the Moon Illumination sect.
With that Saint weapon, Bai Li Hong's strength was comparable to the few Vice sect leaders in the Moon Illumination sect. It should be noted that the few Vice sect leaders in the sect already had half their foot in the Saint stage. They had the most potential in the sect to break through to the Saint stage. All they lacked to make a breakthrough was an opportunity.
Half-Saint stage referred to those who were in between the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage.
They were stronger than those at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage but weaker than those at the Saint stage.
A Saint weapon inscribed with 3-3-star Saint inscriptions? After hearing about Bai Li Hong's Saint weapon, Duan Ling Tian could not help but stick his tongue out. So excessive. Duan Ling Tian, even if Elder Bai Li is willing to inscribe the 3-star Saint inscription, the Penetration Saint inscription, for you, he'll probably want millions of merit points as payment. Fang Gon reminded Duan Ling Tian before they arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion.
I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was mentally prepared for that as well. Elder Bai Li, I still have 1.1 million merit points in my hands. If I don't have enough, can you please borrow me some? Duan Ling Tian looked at Fang Gon and said, I'll return it to you as soon as I can.
This is a small matter, Fang Gon said with a slight smile.
After the people of Bai Li Hong's mansion notified him of their arrival, Duan Ling Tian and Fang Gon were led into the main hall of the spacious mansion. A middle-aged man with stubbles on his cheeks stood in the main hall, frowning as though he was deep in thought. Elder Bai Li, Elder Fang Gon's here. The person who led Duan Ling Tian and Fang Gon in said to the middle-aged man. He's Bai Li Hong? Duan Ling Tian's eyes instantly brightened as he stared intently at the middle-aged man.
You can retreat for now. The middle-aged man unfurrowed his brows and waved dismissively.
Then he looked at Fang Gon. Elder Fang Gon, what brings you here today? Elder Bai Li.
Fang Gon did not dare to dawdle in front of Bai Li Hong. He bowed slightly as he pointed to Duan Ling Tian and introduced him. This is Duan Ling Tian from the outer court. The reason I came today is to bring him here. Duan Ling Tian? When Bai Li Hong heard Fang Gon's words, his eyes immediately shifted to Duan Ling Tian. You're that Duan Ling Tian who caused the commotions in the outer court within 3 months of joining the sect? Duan Ling Tian greets Elder Bai Li. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also bowed at Bai Li Hong.
Elder Fang Gon must value you since you're able to get him to bring you here. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Bai Li Hong asked without beating around the bush. Elder Bai Li, I came to ask for your help in inscribing the Penetration Saint inscription on my Saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly as well.
The Penetration Saint inscription?
Bai Li Hong shook his head after hearing that.
If you came for the Penetration Saint inscription, I'm afraid you came for naught. I have to expand a lot of effort to inscribe a 3-star Saint inscription. That's why it depends on my mood if I want to inscribe a 3-star Saint inscription or not.
Did it depend on his mood? When Duan Ling Tian heard that, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
He was truly a highly skilled person with his quirk. Elder Bai Li, it seems like you're worried you can't inscribe a 3-star saint inscription on my saint weapon. If that's the case, rest assured I've decided to let you inscribe on the bowstring of my bow instead of the bow, Duanling Tian casually said as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Do you think you'll be able to goad me into agreeing? Bai Li Hong said as he looked at Duanling Tian calmly. A hint of disdain could be heard in his tone. Fang Gong, who stood at the side, smiled wryly. He thought Duanling Tian was being too rash. Even he could see through his goading tactic, let alone Elder Bai Li. Elder Bai Li, why don't we make a bet? Duanling Tian said, blinking, as a smile slowly formed on his face. What bet? Bai Li Hong asked faintly. If you can inscribe one saint inscription on my saint weapon bow, even if it's merely a 1-star saint inscription, then it's my loss. If I lose, I'll give you 1 million merit points. How's that? Duanling Tian said as he looked at Bai Li Hong. 1 million merit points. Duanling Tian's generosity shocked Fang Gong. Even Bai Li Hong was shocked as he shot Duanling Tian another glance. Are you sure? Although Bai Li Hong, as the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, had no shortage of merit points, he had no reason to reject Duanling Tian's bet since he insisted on giving away 1 million merit points. Even if it's a heaven-rank saint weapon, he was confident he would still be able to inscribe it. It did not cross his mind that he might not be able to do so on Duanling Tian's saint weapon. Elder Bai Li, is that a promise? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. That's right. Bai Li Hong nodded. Elder Bai Li, I haven't stated the price you'll have to pay if you lose, but you're agreeing to it so quickly? Duanling Tian asked, surprised. I won't lose. Bai Li Hong was very confident. He would not dare to speak if it was something else, but he was confident in regards to the saint inscription Dao. Although Elder Bai Li is very confident, I'll still have to state the price you'll have to pay if you lose. If you really can't inscribe a saint inscription on my saint weapon bow, please help me inscribe the penetration saint inscription on the bowstring of my saint weapon for free, Duanling Tian said as he looked at Bai Li Hong. No problem. Bai Li Hong promised immediately. Elder Bai Li, I haven't finished speaking, Duanling Tian added. Duanling Tian, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch, Bai Li Hong said with a frown. 1 million merit points was almost equivalent to the value of a penetration saint inscription. He was somewhat displeased when he saw Duanling Tian intended to add to the bet even though he did not think he would lose. Duanling Tian ignored Bai Li Hong's words and continued saying, if Elder Bai Li you lose, in addition to 1 free penetration saint inscription, you'll have to teach me the saint inscription Dao for a month without holding anything back. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, not only was Fang Gong stunned, even Bai Li Hong was stunned. This Duanling Tian was interested in the saint inscription? That's all. Elder Bai Li, are you still willing to bet? Duanling Tian asked with a smile as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Humph. Since you want to give me your merit points, there's no reason for me to reject it. Bai Li Hong snorted. Take your saint weapon out. I want to see what kind of saint weapon can give you this kind of confidence. I'm not bragging, but even if it's a heaven-rank saint weapon, I'll still be able to inscribe saint inscription on it. Heaven-rank saint weapon? When he heard Bai Li Hong's words, Duanling Tian could not help but chuckle inwardly. A heaven-rank saint weapon was nothing in front of the sun-shooting bow. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Li Hong and Fang Gong, Duanling Tian took the sun-shooting bow out and presented it to both of them. Fang Gong's mouth twitched when he saw the rusty sun-shooting bow. This saint weapon did not look like it would present any challenge to Elder Bai Li at all. However, Bai Li Hong's attitude was completely different from Fang Gong. As the saying went, only insiders know the ropes. Outsiders are only here for the ride. With just a glance, Bai Li Hong saw how extraordinary Duanling Tian's bow was. Setting aside the bow, just the bowstring alone was better than any human-rank saint weapons or earth-rank saint weapons. Bai Li Hong took the sun-shooting bow as he stared intently at the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. He gasped and asked, that's dragon tendon? Dragon tendon? Fang Gong was shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although there were plenty of rumors about dragons in the history of Dao Martial Saint Land, as far as the world is concerned, dragons were a legendary existence. However, Bai Li Hong just said that the bowstring of Duanling Tian's bow was made from dragon tendon? Elder Bai Li,
You recognize this? Duan Ling Tian looked surprised. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to recognize the dragon tendon. It should be noted that this was the first time someone had identified the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow as dragon tendon ever since he entered the Moon Illumination sect. In the Dao Martial Saint land, there's no shortage of bows with dragon tendon as bowstrings. The poorest among those are also heaven-rank primitive saint weapons. It seems like your saint weapon is also a heaven-rank saint weapon, Bai Li Hong muttered. Heaven-rank saint weapon.
Fang Gan was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to take a heaven-rank saint weapon out.
It should be noted that even the Moon Illumination sect did not own a heaven-rank saint weapon. Even the 9 sect alliances might not necessarily own a heaven-rank saint weapon. Heaven-rank saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian did not respond when he heard Bai Li Hong's words.
Although it's difficult for me to inscribe a saint inscription on a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon, it's not impossible. You'll definitely lose this bet. Bai Li Hong unilaterally announced his victory as he looked at Duan Ling Tian.
Elder Bai Li, isn't it too soon for you to be saying this? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Humph! Bai Li Hong snorted softly and ignored Duan Ling Tian. He raised his arm and retrieved an extremely fine iron stylus. It was the inscription pen Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters used in the Dao Martial Saint land. There were 2 ends on the inscription pen. One end was similar to an ordinary Chinese brush, while the other end was pointed. The inscription pen that emitted a cold aura was so fine that it was like a big needle. It was obvious that it was made from extraordinary materials. In the Dao Martial Saint land, inscription pens were categorized into classes. The inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was top-rated even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land.
His inscription pen could mark a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon.
Logically speaking, in the Dao Martial Saint land, an inscription pen like that should not be in the hands of a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Even 6-star Saint Inscription Masters might not necessarily own an inscription pen like this, not to mention a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. The reason why Bai Li Hong owned such an inscription pen was due to a fortuitous encounter. He had chanced upon the inheritance of a 7-star Saint Inscription Master. The inscription pen was also left behind by the 7-star Saint Inscription Master.
Due to that fortuitous encounter and a lot of hard work, he finally managed to become a Saint Inscription Master. Holding Duan Ling Tian's sun-shooting bow in one hand and the inscription pen in the other, Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, I don't have to try inscribing a saint inscription.
If my inscription pen makes a mark on your saint weapon bow, I should be able to inscribe on it. You can't deny that, right?
Of course, I won't deny that.
Duan Ling Tian said with certainty. As long as Elder Bai Li manages to leave a mark on my bow, I'll consider it as my loss. I'll admit defeat.
Very well. Bai Li Hong nodded, satisfied. Under Duan Ling Tian and Fang Gan's gaze, he sent true energy into the inscription pen and pointed the sharp end of the inscription pen at the sun-shooting bow with lightning speed. The 2 ends of the inscription pen were peculiar as well. The sharp end looked like a pointed cone used by Saint Inscription Masters to inscribe on saint weapons.
As for the other end, it looked like a Chinese brush, and it was for Dao Talisman Masters to draw Dao Talismans on talisman papers. An inscription pen was used by both Saint Inscription Masters and Dao Talisman Masters. Naturally, Saint Inscription Masters generally did not use the other end. Fang Gan stared unblinkingly at the scene before him. He was curious who would end up having the last laugh.
It was not that he did not trust Bai Li Hong, but Duan Ling Tian's confidence swayed his heart. After all, Duan Ling Tian did not suffer a loss at all ever since he entered the Moon Illumination sect. He was uncertain if this time would be an exception.
Duan Ling Tian looked on calmly. Although he did not know how extraordinary the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hands was, he had almost blind confidence in the sun-shooting bow. What a joke! The sun-shooting bow was made of special materials that could be refined into a celestial supreme treasure. It was definitely not an easy task to leave a mark on it. At least, Duan Ling Tian did not think that Bai Li Hong was capable of leaving any mark on it. Show! The inscription pen landed like a lightning. The true energy entwined around it looked like little green snakes. At a second glance, it also looked like bolts of green lightning moving around the inscription pen.
Chang!
When the inscription pen landed on the sun-shooting bow, it made a cacophonous sound. Meanwhile, Bai Li Hong focused his gaze as he shook his hand that was holding the inscription pen, fully intending on leaving a mark on the sun-shooting bow. However, the results left him dumbfounded when he moved his hands. He noticed there was no mark on the bow in his hand. How? How's this possible? With my inscription pen, I should be able to leave a mark even on a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. Bai Li Hong took a deep breath. He refused to believe this and tried again. Unfortunately, the result was the same. His inscription pen failed to leave any mark on the sun-shooting bow. There's no trace of a mark at all. Fang Gan was also stunned. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian with conflicted emotions after he recovered from the shock. Elder Bai Li, you won't go back on your words, will you? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Bai Li Hong did not answer Duan Ling Tian's question and asked with a dignified expression on his face, what kind of saint weapon is this? Is it one of the super saint weapons in the rumored 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land? No, it's not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said faintly, this is a saint weapon that my master asked his friend to custom make for me 20 years ago. It's definitely not one of the 10 greatest super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. With his words, Duan Ling Tian created a fake master for himself. Your master's not a simple man since he has a friend who can refine such an outstanding saint weapon. Bai Li Hong's face turned solemn when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Fang Gan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not open his mouth and ask Duan Ling Tian to be his disciple. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself. No wonder he only addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as teacher and not master. As it turns out, he already has an extremely powerful master. Fang Gan thought to himself. It was not difficult for Fang Gan to come up with that conclusion. He knew about Bai Li Hong's capability. Based on Bai Li Hong's words, he would be able to inscribe on a heaven-rank saint weapon. The fact that Bai Li Hong had suspected Duan Ling Tian's saint weapon to be one of the 10 greatest super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking undoubtedly proved that his saint weapon was comparable to the super saint weapons. As for the connection between Duan Ling Tian and the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had only learned about it recently. I don't know about that. In the face of a solemn Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and muttered unhappily. That old man isn't a competent master at all. He always leaves me alone, saying it's to train me. I've been deceived. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was just making up a story. However, it became a different matter when Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan heard this. If there was no sun-shooting bow, they might not necessarily believe Duan Ling Tian's words. However, with the sun-shooting bow that was comparable to a super saint weapon, they could not help but believe Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're lucky to be accepted by such a master. It's a blessing. How can you say you've been deceived? Fang Gan shook his head. I was thinking what kind of person can cultivate such a monstrous freak like you. I didn't think you would have such a mysterious and powerful master behind you, Fang Gan said. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, I admit defeat. 3 days later, you may return to retrieve your saint weapon. As for learning the saint inscription Dao, we'll start in 3 days. Although he had no way of inscribing the sun-shooting bow, he was very confident in inscribing the bowstring. This was because he could not figure out what the sun-shooting bow made from. However, he had already identified the bowstring as dragon tendon. Dragon tendon. With my inscription pen, I'll still be able to inscribe even if it's the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Bai Li Hong was filled with confidence. In the inheritance he obtained from the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, there was more than just Saint Inscription Dao, there were also a lot of secrets such as the secrets of the dragon clans. He even knew that 5-clawed divine dragons were the strongest in the dragon clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to the message left behind by the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, the inscription pen he left behind could even inscribe on the toughest part of a 5-clawed divine dragon's body, the dragon scale, let alone the tendon. However, Bai Li Hong did not know the dragon tendon in his hands belonged to a 5-clawed divine dragon. After receiving Bai Li Hong's promise, a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, and he hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Elder Bai Li. After thanking him, Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan again and said solemnly, I have another favor to ask from Elder Bai Li and Elder Fang Gan. Please don't tell anyone about my bow. I don't want to be everyone's target. It was highly likely that many people would covet and try to snatch his son's shooting bow if they find out his bow was comparable to a Super Saint weapon.
I'm not so foolish, Bai Li Hong said faintly. Naturally, he did not finish his sentence out loud.
Even if he was foolish, he still would not dare to do that because it might offend Duan Ling Tian's master. Although Bai Li Hong could not confirm the existence of Duan Ling Tian's master, he would rather err on the side of caution. Don't worry. Fang Gan's reply was even more direct.
Since Bai Li Hong intended to begin helping Duan Ling Tian to inscribe the 3-star saint inscription, penetration saint inscription, on the bowstring of the sun shooting bow, Duan Ling Tian and Fang Gan did not stay on.
After they bade Bai Li Hong farewell, they left his mansion together.
Fang Gan was curious about Duan Ling Tian's fake master. During their journey back, he asked Duan Ling Tian questions and he responded accordingly. He had made up a fake master as a protective measure.
From the moment he decided to show the extraordinary sun shooting bow, he had already planned to make up a story about a fake master that would make Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan wary, so it would deter them from snatching his bow away.
Although Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan did not seem like cunning people, he had to be extra careful.
As the saying went, one might know a person's face but not his heart. He was more guarded than other people since he had lived twice.
Duan Ling Tian wanted to change the topic, so he looked at Fang Gan and asked inquisitively, Elder Fang Gan, when I went to see you, that senior in your mansion addressed you as young master. Has he been with you for a long time?
Yes, he has been with me for a long time. Fang Gan nodded as he reminisced. More than 100 years ago when I was younger. I'm the young master of a notable family in the area ruled by the Moon Illumination sect, the Fang clan. He's the martial apprentice by my side who sparred with me.
After that, he accompanied me to the Moon Illumination sect until today. Fang Gan had a gentle expression on his face when he spoke.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was almost exactly like what he had thought. Duan Ling Tian left the inner court and returned to the outer court after rejecting Fang Gan's invitation to stay.
Once he arrived near the independent courtyard he was residing in, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar figure standing outside his independent courtyard.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the figure. He smiled as he greeted that person. Xionghu, senior brother Duan. Xionghu turned around when he heard Duan Ling Tian's greeting. He had an excited expression on his face. I didn't expect so much to happen during the time I was in closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian, you're too powerful. Now our Mound Hill City really has something to be proud of. It was obvious Xionghu had heard about Duan Ling Tian's recent accomplishment after he came out from his closed-door cultivation, killing Feng Fan and defeating an inner court disciple, He Zhong. When he first heard about it, he was so stunned that he did not react for a long time. Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Xionghu's excitement. He only smiled faintly. Xionghu, the last time I visited you, you were in closed-door cultivation. Since you're out now, I should return the merit points teacher gave you? Duan Ling Tian said as he lifted his arm and retrieved his crystal card.
Senior brother, you can keep the merit points and use it for yourself.
Xionghu grinned. Are you sure you want me to keep it? Are you sure you don't want to borrow the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic? Duan Ling Tian stared intently at Xionghu, making him feel a little awkward. He did not put much thought into it. He just thought the merit points would be more useful to Duan Ling Tian. Come on, you're a man. Don't dawdle, Duan Ling Tian said impatiently.
Only then did Xionghu took his crystal card out.
However, when he saw the number of merit points that Duan Ling Tian transferred to him, he cried out, Senior brother Duan, this isn't right.
I remembered Master gave me 20,000 merit points. Why did you transfer 250,000 merit points?
What can you do with 20,000 merit points? With this 250,000 merit points, you can buy an Earth rank Saint weapon with a 2-star Saint inscription, and also borrow a human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian said, This is all I can do to help you. As for the merit points you'll need to borrow human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics in the future, you'll have to earn it yourself. Senior brother Duan. Xionghu became a little teary-eyed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He knew Duan Ling Tian was trying to help him.
Even his master, the city governor of Mound Hill City, might not necessarily have an Earth-rank saint weapon with 2-star saint inscription.
That's enough. Hurry up and go to the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian said. He returned to his own courtyard before Xiong Hu even had a chance to reply. In regards to giving Xiong Hu so many merit points, he had given it a long thought. Currently, in the Moon Illumination sect, he had completely offended that inner court elder Lu Huan. If Lu Huan thought he was hard to deal with, he would definitely change his target to Xiong Hu and Ling Yun. Xiong Hu and Ling Yun would certainly be in a very miserable state if they could not protect themselves. Although Lu Huan would not have let people from Mound Hill City go so easily, Duan Ling Tian also played a part in fanning the flames. Therefore, he did not want Xiong Hu and Ling Yun to lose because of him. Bai Li Hong would only be done inscribing the saint inscription on the sun-shooting bow in 3 days' time. During those 3 days, Duan Ling Tian entered the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated for 9 days. He came out of after 9 days. Naturally, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. This time, Duan Ling Tian went alone to Bai Li Hong's mansion.
Your saint weapon. Bai Li Hong passed the sun-shooting bow back to Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian received it, he decided to test it out on the spot. Coincidentally, there was a huge stone in Bai Li Hong's front yard. Moreover, it was not an ordinary stone.
Even with your strength, saint weapon, and the penetration saint inscription, it's still too soon for you to penetrate this boulder with your arrow, Bai Li Hong said to Duan Ling Tian. That boulder was a unique stone in the Dao Martial Saint land. The metal extracted from it could even be refined into saint weapons. Naturally, it could only be refined into human-rank saint weapons. It definitely would not be easy to penetrate the large stone with his arrow.
Duan Ling Tian remained quiet even after hearing Bai Li Hong's words. With a raise of his arm, he lifted the sun-shooting bow.
In his right hand, true energy appeared and formed an arrow that he knocked on the bow before he pulled the bowstring back. This is the penetration saint inscription? While Duan Ling Tian pulled the bowstring, his eyes landed on the inconspicuous inscription on it. Obviously, it was the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, inscribed by Bai Li Hong. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian directed some true energy into it to activate it.
The penetration saint inscription was instantly activated. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in the arrow made from true energy. It was as though the arrow acquired the ability to penetrate through everything in just an instant.
After a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian pulled the bowstring back with all his might.
Chai! Chai! The bowstring sounded softly but sharply.
Bai Li Hong stood aside and stared intently at the scene before him.
He too wanted to see how strong this martial Dao prodigy who was so famous in the outer court was with a saint weapon inscribed with the penetration saint inscription. Once Duan Ling Tian knocked the arrow and pulled the bowstring, he straightened his back. It was as though he had transformed into a strong bow as well. Suddenly, the strong bow trembled fiercely.
In the next moment, the arrow that was knocked on the bowstring shook and transformed into a streak of light. It flew out and slammed into the boulder, leaving a hole behind. Before Bai Li Hong managed to regain his senses, he heard another soft noise. After the true energy arrow penetrated the boulder, it continued flying out.
Ah! At this moment, a scream from outside was heard. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. Someone was shot. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know what to think. Who was so unlucky?
Duan Ling Tian immediately rushed to the entrance of Bai Li Hong's mansion and looked outside. He saw an inner court disciple limping away quickly. It was as though he did not want to loiter too long near Bai Li Hong's mansion without any reason.
It seems like Elder Bai Li's status as a 3-star saint inscription master is quite high in the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to figure this out.
Even the sect leader and the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect had to treat him respectfully, let alone those below them.
The inner court disciple had to be the disciple of an inner court elder. As a disciple of an inner court elder, he would naturally know Bai Li Hong was not someone he could offend.
When Duan Ling Tian returned to Bai Li Hong's front yard, he realized Bai Li Hong was staring at him as though he was a monster. Elder Bai Li, it's no wonder you're a 3-star saint inscription master. The 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, is just too strong, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. That shot did not only penetrate the boulder, it had also penetrated the thick wall before it injured an inner court disciple who was passing by. Are you really just a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage? Bai Li Hong muttered as he looked at him intently, ignoring Duan Ling Tian's words. What? Does Elder Bai Li want to verify it with the spiritual secret tactic? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had suggested this himself. It was equivalent to shooting himself in his feet. You're really at the perfection mortal shedding stage. You're truly a little freak, Bai Li Hong muttered with a gasp. At this moment, he was even more certain that the master Duan Ling Tian had mentioned was real. If Duan Ling Tian did not have such a mysterious and powerful master behind him, how could he be such a freak? Bai Li Hong's thoughts were simple and straightforward. With your current strength, you should be able to rank at the top of the Earth ranking. When you break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid that even the number 1 person on the Earth ranking will have to relinquish his position, Bai Li Hong said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a myriad of emotions in his eyes. Elder Bai Li has so much confidence in me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Humph. I'm just confident about my saint inscription. Bai Li Hong snorted. Naturally, he would not admit that. Every time he remembered he had given away a 3-star saint inscription for free, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. Even the various materials needed to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription were worth around 200,000 to 300,000 merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. If Duan Ling Tian heard Bai Li Hong's inner thought, he would definitely curse him. Bai Li Hong actually sold a saint inscription that was worth around 200,000 to 300,000 merit points at the exorbitant price of millions of merit points. Even the crows were not as black-hearted as him. Elder Bai Li, am I going to learn about saint inscription from you today? Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes glinted. I certainly wouldn't go back on my word since I've already promised you. However, you can't learn the saint inscription Tao just because you want to. It'll depend on your innate talent. You'll have to prepare yourself for that, Bai Li Hong warned Duan Ling Tian. It's not easy to learn the saint inscription Tao. I'll need to be mentally prepared apart from being talented. Duan Ling Tian snickered when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. However, he did not respond to him. The rebirth martial emperor's lifelong experience and knowledge on inscription techniques was inherited by Duan Ling Tian. Although inscriptions and saint inscriptions were different, both of them were essentially similar when it came down to it. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not need to learn saint inscription Tao from scratch. He would be able to master the saint inscription Tao as long as he was able to find their similarities and master the differences. This was why he was confident about becoming an excellent saint inscription master. In the following month, Duan Ling Tian stayed in Bai Li Hong's estate to learn saint inscription Tao from him. In the beginning, Bai Li Hong was pessimistic about Duan Ling Tian's ability to master the saint inscription Tao. This was because Duan Ling Tian had already proven himself to be extremely talented in the martial Tao. Bai Li Hong believed that life was fair. He did not think life would bestow Duan Ling Tian with talent in both the martial Tao and the saint inscription Tao. However, the truth hurt. He felt like God was playing a prank on him. He could not help but ask himself, how can there be such a talented person in this world? Duan Ling Tian already managed to inscribe a 1-star saint inscription just after a month. Bai Li Hong suspected that Duan Ling Tian could have inscribed a 2-star saint inscription if it was not for his weak spiritual energy. During this 1 month, Duan Ling Tian had surprised him far too many times, from knowing nothing at the beginning to reaching the novice level and coming up with interesting ideas and concepts. Occasionally, Duan Ling Tian would give Bai Li Hong a feeling as though Duan Ling Tian was an experienced saint inscription master instead of a beginner in the saint inscription Tao. Although it was unbelievable, it was a fact that he felt that way. Inscriptions and saint inscriptions are essentially the same. Duan Ling Tian had found the bridge connecting inscriptions and saint inscriptions after 10 days of learning from Bai Li Hong. During the 20th day, Duan Ling Tian had already managed to cross the bridge and comprehend the saint inscription Tao in his own way. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian had fully mastered the similarities and differences of inscriptions and saint inscriptions. Moreover, he was also able to convert some of the inscriptions in the rebirth martial emperor's memory into saint inscriptions. There were too many types of inscriptions in the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. It would take more than a day to list them down one by one.
Currently, Duanling Tian was able to inscribe the 2-star and 3-star saint inscriptions, Thousand Mass Saint inscription, Gale Saint inscription, and the Penetration Saint inscription through the inscriptions in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory.
Similar to the other saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint land, Duanling Tian needed to refine the ink-like liquid from raw materials to inscribe the saint inscription before he could use the inscription pen to inscribe saint inscriptions.
Currently, Duanling Tian was only able to inscribe 1-star saint inscription due to his limited spiritual energy.
He would have to enter the saint rudiment stage before he could attempt to inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. At that time, his spiritual energy would be stronger and enable him to inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. Through this month of learning, I'm now able to convert inscriptions to saint inscriptions. As long as I have sufficient spiritual energy, I'll be able to inscribe a saint inscription of the same level with the help of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Duanling Tian muttered to himself.
This scenario was the same as when he was on Cloud Continent. At that time, he was able to inscribe inscriptions that was at a similar level with his spiritual energy.
Elder Bai Li, thank you. I'm sorry to have inconvenienced you for the past month. Duanling Tian sincerely thanked Bai Li Hong as he looked at him. It was time for Duanling Tian to leave since a month had passed. Duanling Tian, your talent in the saint inscription Dao far surpassed mine. Bai Li Hong looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated expression. Suddenly, as though he had made up his mind, he said to Duanling Tian solemnly, Duanling Tian, I wish to take you as a disciple on behalf of my teacher. Are you willing to accept this?
Elder Bai Li, you have a teacher? Duanling Tian was surprised.
Of course. Who do you think I learned the saint inscription Dao from? Bai Li Hong shook his head and said with a straight face, Duanling Tian. My teacher was a 7-star saint inscription master. Even the inscription pen that I'm using was given by him. A 7-star saint inscription master. Duanling Tian was undoubtedly shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although Duanling Tian knew that Bai Li Hong must have had a teacher, and his teacher had to be a 4-star saint inscription master at least, he did not think his teacher would be a 7-star saint inscription master. Do you know why I was so confident about making the bet with you a month ago? Bai Li Hong asked. Isn't it because you're confident about being able to inscribe saint inscriptions on heaven-rank saint weapons? Duanling Tian asked.
Then do you know why I'm confident I can inscribe saint inscriptions on heaven-rank saint weapons? Bai Li Hong continued to ask.
I think it should be because of your inscription pen, Duanling Tian said after he thought about it for a short while. The materials used to forge heaven-rank saint weapons were extremely tough and solid. Naturally, if an inscription pen was of poor quality, it would not be able to make a mark on a heaven-rank saint weapon. You're right. It's because of my inscription pen. Bai Li Hong nodded. He continued to say with a sparkle in his eye, Normally, a regular 3-star saint inscription master will own a 4-star inscription pen at most. However, a 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on Earth-rank primitive saint weapons and nothing higher.
A 4-star inscription pen is only able to inscribe saint inscriptions on Earth-rank primitive saint weapons? It's so specific, Duanling Tian said, surprised.
Of course. Bai Li Hong nodded and continued. Inscription pens are sorted into 9 different grades based on its quality. A 1-star inscription pen is the worst, and a 9-star inscription pen is the best. This grading is commonly used in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, according to my teacher, there are even better inscription pens than the 9-star inscription pens in the Dao Martial Saint land. Duanling Tian gained a deeper understanding of inscription pens in the Dao Martial Saint land.
Although he had already found the connection between inscriptions and saint inscriptions and mastered converting inscriptions to saint inscriptions, he was still in the dark when it came to inscription pens in the Dao Martial Saint land. After listening to Bai Li Hong, Duanling Tian finally understood more about inscription pens.
1-star inscription pens are equivalent to human-rank primitive saint weapons. This means that a 1-star inscription pen can only be used to inscribe a human-rank primitive saint weapon at most. 2-star inscription pens are equivalent to human-rank mediocre saint weapons, meaning that a 2-star inscription pen can only be used to inscribe a human-rank mediocre saint weapon at most. 3-star inscription pens are equivalent to human rank prominent saint weapons. 4-star inscription pens are equivalent to earth rank primitive saint weapons. 9-star inscription pens are equivalent to heaven ranked prominent saint weapons. You get the idea. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of inscription pens after listening to Bai Li Hong's explanation. Does this mean your inscription pen has more than 7 stars? Elder Bai Li? Duan Ling Tian asked, stunned.
Bai Li Hong said he was able to inscribe a saint inscription on a heaven-rank saint weapon a month ago.
Duan Ling Tian came to this conclusion after he learned more about inscription pens.
You're right. Bai Li Hong nodded and took out his inscription pen as he said, "This is the pen I inherited from the teacher I've never met. It's a 9-star inscription pen. With this, I can even inscribe a saint inscription on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. Now you know where I got my confidence from a month ago."
Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian after he finished speaking. At the same time, he recalled the bet they made a month ago and sighed. "I didn't think your saint weapon is superior to heaven-rank prominent saint weapons. It must be a super saint weapon." Bai Li Hong thought Duan Ling Tian's sun shooting bow was a super saint weapon.
However, only Duan Ling Tian knew the sun shooting bow was not a super saint weapon but a broken celestial supreme treasure.
A sleeping lion was still stronger than a barking dog. After all, the sun shooting bow was still a celestial supreme treasure. No matter how damaged it was still far superior compared to a super saint weapon in terms of toughness.
Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Bai Li Hong said the pen he owned was a 9-star inscription pen. As for the remainder of Bai Li Hong's speech, Duan Ling Tian did not register what he had said at all.
A 9-star inscription pen was the best inscription pen in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed that Bai Li Hong's inscription pen had at least 7 stars, he did not think it would turn out to be a 9-star inscription pen.
Elder Bai Li, didn't you say your teacher was just a 7-star saint inscription master? How did he come to possess a 9-star inscription pen? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong in shock. I have no idea about this as well.
Teacher did not mention this in the jade tokens he left behind. Bai Li Hong shook his head. You never asked him? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. Ask him.
Bai Li Hong was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's question. He forced a laugh and said, Duan Ling Tian, I told you earlier that I've not met my teacher at all. I merely inherited a spatial ring that my teacher left behind.
Apart from some raw materials for saint inscriptions, there were 2 jade tokens and this 9-star inscription pen. I don't even know which era my teacher's from. Bai Li Hong sighed.
I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood that Bai Li Hong's saint inscription knowledge was inherited from a 7-star saint inscription master spatial ring, and not from the 7-star saint inscription master himself. Since your teacher had passed, why do you want to take me as a disciple on your teacher's behalf, Elder Bai Li? Duan Ling Tian asked. My teacher left a request in his jade token stating that if I have average talent in the saint inscription Dao, and I meet someone whose talent in the saint inscription Dao far exceeds mine, I must take him as a disciple on behalf of my teacher, so that I can pass on the strange inscription art to him. Bai Li Hong turned more and more solemn as he spoke. Strange inscription art? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He said, What's that? Does it have any relations to the saint inscription Dao? According to my teacher, the strange inscription art is a different technique of inscribing saint inscriptions. Its main philosophy is to inscribe saint inscriptions that have the same effect as traditionally inscribed saint inscriptions by using the cheapest raw materials. Same saint inscriptions using raw materials of different value. In extreme cases, the difference can be very vast. Bai Li Hong explained. Unfortunately, due to my limited talent, I can't learn the strange inscription art my teacher left behind. I wouldn't have everything I have today if I didn't have the orthodox saint inscription cultivation technique my teacher left behind, Bai Li Hong said solemnly. He sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The fact that he could not learn the strange inscription art that the teacher he had never met left behind had always bothered him. He had met a few talented saint inscription masters throughout the years. However, none of them managed to learn the strange inscription art. The important part of the strange inscription art was the strange part. The saint inscriptions would only require less than half of the materials used in orthodox saint inscriptions and produced the same effect when the strange inscription art was applied. The strange inscription art was so magical because it required high spiritual energy. High spiritual energy did not mean having a high spiritual energy level, but it meant a high usage of spiritual energy. Only people who had an abundance of spiritual energy would be able to master the strange inscription art. Some people were born with powerful spiritual energy and could summon them with just a thought, like the soul and thought synchronization. Unfortunately, Bai Li Hong was not one of them. Thus, he was destined to not have fate with the strange inscription art. That had always been something that troubled him. Ever since he had obtained the inheritance from the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, he knew the 7-star Saint Inscription Master was eager to find an heir for the strange inscription art. Therefore, he had always been looking out for an eligible heir for the 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Although he had never met that 7-star Saint Inscription Master, he had always treated him as his teacher. After all, he would not be who he was today without that 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Throughout the years, he had searched for a lot of cultivation resources with the help of Saint Inscription Dao to achieve what he had today. He would not have everything he had today if he had just depended on his talent alone. He was someone who knew how to feel grateful. That was why he had been looking for an opportunity to return the favor. He finally found his opportunity. Duan Ling Tian was the person he had been looking for. The heir who could inherit his teacher's strange inscription art. When Duan Ling Tian was inscribing inscriptions, Bai Li Hong could tell the way he applied his spiritual energy had already reached the peak of perfection. He truly admired him for that. Strange inscription art. Duan Ling Tian became curious about the strange inscription art after learning about it from Bai Li Hong. The orthodox Saint Inscription Dao in the Dao Martial Saint Land was undoubtedly similar to the inscription Dao on Cloud Continent. However, this strange inscription art was different from the inscription Dao on Cloud Continent. That was why it piqued his interest. This jade token contained the recording of the strange inscription art. I think you're the most suitable person to have this. Bai Li Hong lifted his arm to take out a jade token and handed it over to Duan Ling Tian solemnly. He said seriously, Duan Ling Tian, I know you already have a master, but if you manage to learn the strange inscription art, I hope that you'll treat my teacher as yours too. I'll definitely do that. Duan Ling Tian did not reject the jade token that Bai Li Hong handed over. He was curious about the strange inscription art. It was only natural he did not reject the opportunity that was presented to him. It was a matter of course for him to treat Bai Li Hong's teacher as his own since he received the inheritance from the 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Moreover, nobody knew which era the 7-star Saint Inscription Master was from, and it was uncertain if he was even alive. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not take long to think about it before he made his choice. Only idiots would reject good fortune that was sent to their doorsteps. From today onward, you're my Bai Li Hong junior brother. Bai Li Hong said with a smile. Stop calling me Elder Bai Li from now on. Just call me senior brother. Senior brother. Duan Ling Tian was not someone who paid attention to trivial matters, so he instantly changed the way he addressed Bai Li Hong. A charming smile appeared on Bai Li Hong's face when he heard the way Duan Ling Tian addressed him. No matter if teacher's still alive or not, he'll definitely be happy if he knows I managed to get him such an outstanding disciple like you. Senior brother, don't praise me so much. I'm not even certain if I'll be able to learn the strange inscription art yet. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he shook his head. Judging by the way you applied your spiritual energy, if you're unable to learn the strange inscription art, I'm afraid nobody in the world would be able to learn it. That was how much confidence Bai Li Hong had in Duan Ling Tian. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian got an inner court elder to be his senior brother before he even entered the inner court of Moon Illumination sect. Furthermore, this inner court elder was not an ordinary inner court elder. As a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect was not only on par with the few vice-sect leaders in the sect, but his position was even higher than some of them. His position was so high that even a few of the Saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, had to be polite to him when they met. Junior brother, I heard you came from Mound Hill City? Bai Li Hong asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
It was not a secret in Moon Illumination sect that he came from Mound Hill City.
I'll deal Lu Huan later. I'll let him know that Bai Li Hong's junior brother isn't someone he can mess with. Bai Li Hong's eyes flashed, and his tone was domineering. It was obvious he knew about the conflict between Lu Huan and the people from Mound Hill City. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not reject Bai Li Hong's kindness. However, he knew very well that Lu Huan would only behave himself on the surface even though he was afraid of his senior brother. Lu Huan would still see Duan Ling Tian as a thorn in his flesh.
Lu Huan would definitely have sleepless nights if he did not get rid of Duan Ling Tian.
That's still good. At least Lu Huan will behave himself outwardly. That's a good thing for Xiong Hu and Ling Yun. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Senior brother, since a month has passed, I should head back now. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Bai Li Hong. Junior brother, leave your bow here. Senior brother will inscribe another 2 3-star saint inscriptions for you. My current limit is inscribing 3 3-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon. More than 3 is beyond my ability, Bai Li Hong said to Duan Ling Tian.
Now that Duan Ling Tian was his junior brother, it was only natural that he wanted to help him as much as he could. He would be a little unwilling to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for Duan Ling Tian if it was in the past. However, he could not be happier to inscribe more 3-star saint inscriptions for Duan Ling Tian now. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian thanked him immediately as his eyes lit up. If there were 3 3-star saint inscriptions on his son's shooting bow, its power would be undoubtedly boosted. It would be immensely helpful to him. Although he had mastered both saint inscriptions along with regular inscriptions and his comprehension of saint inscription Dao was not inferior to Bai Li Hong, he could only inscribe 1-star saint inscriptions at the moment due to his weak spiritual energy. According to Bai Li Hong, he would need to break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage at least to be able to inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions. You can stay in my mansion from today onward, Bai Li Hong said to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother will get a hold of a quiet courtyard for you. It'll definitely be better than the courtyard you're residing in the outer court.
Senior brother, I'm grateful for your kindness, but I would like to stay in the outer court during this period of time. It won't be too late for me to stay in your courtyard when I enter the inner court in the future, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile.
That's a promise. You must stay here when you enter the inner court in the future, Bai Li Hong said solemnly.
Of course, Duan Ling Tian replied immediately as he nodded. Duan Ling Tian left immediately after he handed over his son's shooting bow to Bai Li Hong.
He was eager to return so he could study the strange inscription art. If he really mastered it, he would be able to earn twice as much compared to ordinary saint inscription masters. After all, the materials needed for a saint inscription master who mastered the strange inscription art were less than half of what was required for ordinary saint inscription master.
Duan Ling Tian thought that, perhaps, that was not the only amazing thing about the strange inscription art. This was because Bai Li Hong did not learn the strange inscription art. It was only natural that his knowledge of it was limited.
Naturally, this was all just his speculation. He would have to find out if he was right.
When Duan Ling Tian left the inner court, news began to spread in the inner court.
The one and only 3-star saint inscription master in Moon Illumination sect, inner court elder Bai Li Hong, announced that he had accepted outer court disciple Duan Ling Tian as a disciple on behalf of his teacher.
From now on, Duan Ling Tian was his, Bai Li Hong, junior brother.
The news spread like a tornado in the inner court and created an uproar. It was as though the inner court had gone through an earthquake. Elder Bai Li took an outer court disciple as his junior brother? This is a joke, right? Who's that outer court disciple? Is he outstanding? Is he so outstanding that Elder Bai Li took him as his junior brother?
At this moment, those inner court disciples who usually showed no concern about the happenings in the outer court were stunned by the news. How can it be?
You don't know who Duan Ling Tian is. Duan Ling Tian is so popular in entire sect recently. How could all of you not heard of him?
Those inner court disciples who had heard about Duan Ling Tian informed those who were unaware of the things Duan Ling Tian had done since he entered the sect. This caused Duan Ling Tian's fame so spread even more in the inner court.
Even those inner court disciples who had heard of Duan Ling Tian earlier were shocked to learn that he had become Elder Bai Li's junior brother.
Some of them tried to get to the bottom of the news and eventually found out that it was true. Duan Ling Tian really became Elder Bai Li's junior brother.
Since the news had spread to the inner court, it was only natural that Lu Huan had also heard about the news. Lu Huan crushed the teacup he was holding in his hand into powder in a fit of rage when he heard the news. Who is Duanling Tian that even Bai Li Hong, that old fella, acknowledged him as his junior brother? Damn it! Damn it!
Lu Huan had always treated Duanling Tian as an eyesore. It was only natural he felt as though he had eaten a fly when he found out that Duanling Tian had gained such great support out of nowhere.
Elder Bai Li accepted Duanling Tian as a disciple on behalf of his teacher. And now he's Elder Bai's junior brother? Su Qi came to look for Lu Han but came to halt outside his courtyard when he heard him screaming. Although a complicated look flashed in his eyes, a subtle smile appeared on the edge of his lips. After that, he turned around and left. He did not meet Lu Huan in the end.
He knew Lu Huan's temper very well. He would only be looking for trouble if he went and looked for Lu Huan now.
In the next few days, the news spread from the inner court to the outer court. Needless to say, the outer court was shocked by the news as well. It was not surprising if one of the outstanding outer court disciples was secretly taken as a direct disciple of an inner court elder. It was not a rare occurrence in Moon Illumination sect. However, this was the first time in Moon Illumination sect's history for an inner court elder to take an outer court disciple as his junior brother. Moreover, the inner court elder in question was not just an ordinary inner court elder. Elder Bai Li took Duanling Tian as a disciple on his teacher's behalf. And he's now Elder Bai's junior brother? Is that true?
The news came from the inner court and it was confirmed by the people from Elder Bai Li's mansion. It's impossible for the news to be fake.
Isn't senior brother Duanling Tian too extraordinary?
The fact that he became an inner court disciple from an outer court disciple causes people to be envious and resentful. Good for him on becoming an elder's junior brother. His position is on par with the inner court elders.
Most importantly, the inner court elder in question is Elder Bai Li. Who doesn't know that Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect? In the 9 sects in the 9 sect alliances, our Moon Illumination sect and one other sect are the only ones who have a 3-star saint inscription master. The other 7 sects don't have one. They would have to beg our Moon Illumination sect if they need a 3-star saint inscription master. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to slack in front of Elder Bai Li. After all, Elder Bai Li might leave the sect if he's unhappy. It would be a great loss to the sect if that happens. As expected, a commotion broke out in the outer court when the news spread.
Almost all the outer court elders, deacons, and disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation heard about the news. In a mansion in a remote corner of the outer court Grand Elder Dongfang Quan almost spat out the tea he had just drank when he heard the news. Elder Bai Li accepted Duanling Tian as his junior brother? Dongfang Quan inhaled sharply. He was still in shock even after he had a sip of tea. Dongfang Quan's position as the Grand Elder in the outer court was not inferior to the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. In fact, his position was even higher than ordinary outer court elders. However, even he had to be respectful when he saw Elder Bai Li.
This was not because Elder Bai Li was extremely powerful. It was because he was a 3-star saint inscription master. If he had to reveal the people he feared the most in the Moon Illumination sect, apart from those saint stage powerhouses and the sect leader, Elder Bai Li was one of them. And now Elder Bai Li had taken Duanling Tian as his junior brother? Elder Bai Li isn't an impulsive person. Why would he take Duanling Tian as his junior brother? Dongfang Quan could not figure it out even after thinking for a long time. Eventually, he could only come up with his own conclusion. Perhaps Duanling Tian revealed his real identity to him. That's why he took Duanling Tian as his junior brother to cover things up and protect Duanling Tian? He did not think Duanling Tian and Bai Li Hong knew each other prior to this. If Duanling Tian and Bai Li Hong had such a relationship, why did Duanling Tian spend 4th grade and 5th grade Saint Stones just to get Bai Li Hong to act as a witness? Therefore, he was quite certain Duanling Tian and Bai Li Hong only became closer recently. Apart from Dongfang Quan, who was shocked by the news of Bai Li Hong accepting Duanling Tian as his junior brother, Huang Chang, who was in his courtyard in the outer court, heard about the news as well. Pa! Huang Chang's expression was grave when he heard the news. A deafening noise reverberated in the air when he slammed his hand on the stone table and turned it into dust.
Is this news true? Huang Qing asked solemnly as he looked at the outer disciple who told him the news.
It's true. I heard even the people from Elder by Li's mansion confirmed the news. The outer court disciple nodded. All right, you can leave now, Huang Chang said after he took a deep breath, gesturing for the outer court disciple to retreat. After the outer court disciple who brought him the news left, Huang Chang had a solemn expression on his face when he groaned in his deep voice. Does this mean the matter between me and Duanling Tian has to end just like that? Doesn't this mean I lost over 300,000 merit points for nothing? He was unwilling. Eventually, Huang Chang took a deep breath in before he muttered to himself, Duanling Tian, I can't do anything to you in the sect since you have Elder by Li's support. However, I'll make you regret this if you dare to leave the sect. It was clear Huang Chang was not going to give up.
Meanwhile, outer court deacon Deng Wei had also heard the news. He had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. I wonder what exactly does Duanling Tian have to earn Elder by Li's favor and even become his junior brother?
Suddenly, the opportunity for him to take revenge turned extremely slim. Forget it. Forget it. Yuer is the reason for my seeking vengeance. Now that Duanling Tian obtained support, it's pointless for me to continue treating him as an enemy. Otherwise, I'll definitely die if Elder by Li finds out about it. As opposed to Huang Chang, Deng Wei had decided to give up on the idea of revenge.
I must let Yuer know about this. I must get him to let go of the grudge he has with Duanling Tian. Deng Wei took action immediately. He wrote a letter and had someone send them to the Deng clan.
He did not want the grudge between Deng Yu and Duanling Tian to bring disaster to the Deng clan.
In another independent courtyard, Yiman's eyes turned red and his expression was grave. Elder Bailey?
The one and only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. Duanling Tian, were you born just to oppress me, Yiman?
I'm unwilling.
I'm unwilling, Yiman growled in his deep voice.
At this very moment, he realized Duanling Tian would always be better than him.
In another independent courtyard, He Zhong sighed when he heard the news. Although it's impossible, I hope Uncle will stop doing what he's doing. That Elder by Li is someone even my master, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, is afraid of.
Although his master was the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect and a powerhouse approaching the saint stage, their abilities were on par.
This was because Elder by Li had an Earth-rank prominent saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star inscriptions. Due to the saint weapon, it allowed Elder by Li to fight on equal footing with someone close to the saint stage, even though he was only at the saint rudiment stage.
Eventually, He Zhong clenched his teeth and left the outer court to enter the inner court.
Lu Huan was his uncle by blood after all. He thought it was important to talk to him. I know. Lu Huan nodded perfunctorily when he heard He Zhong's advice. Although He Zhong knew Lu Huan was brushing him off, he knew that was the best he could do. Uncle, now that Duanling Tian is Elder by Li's junior brother, I'm afraid even my master wouldn't want to offend him. I know. Lu Huan nodded lightly. You may leave if there's nothing else that you want to say. He Zhong sighed and left when he heard Lu Huan trying to send him off. That was the only thing he could do. No matter what, he had given his best. He had done in part on behalf of his late mother who had passed away many years ago.
Lu Huan smirked after He Zhong left. Want me to stay my hands? That's not going to happen.
I've taken an oath that anyone from Mound Hill City will either die or come under my tutelage. There's no exception. That includes Duanling Tian.
5 days later, a guest arrived at Lu Huan's mansion.
Elder by Li. Lu Huan's expression was a little unnatural, but he bowed respectfully anyway. Although both of them were inner court elders, this person's position in the Moon Illumination sect was high above him and could not be compared. Elder Lu Huan. It was by Li Hong, Duanling Tian's senior brother. I've never liked beating around the bush. I'm here to remind you that Duanling Tian's my junior brother. Whoever messes with him will be messing with me. Bai Li Hong. Although Bai Li Hong's tone was calm, it was overbearing. Elder Bai Li's close relationship with your junior brother is enviable. It took quite an effort for Lu Huan to force a smile on his face and suppress the rising rage inside. That's all I have to say. You better behave yourself. Bai Lihong left immediately after he glanced at Lu Huan. He entered and exited Lu Huan's mansion as swift as wind in a barren land. Once Bai Lihong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely solemn and said with hatred, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm not human as long as you're still alive. Unless you hide yourself in Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life like a coward, there's no way for you escape death." Lu Huan left Moon Illumination sect soon after. He headed north in the direction of Han River City. Han River City was the biggest city within the 9 sect alliances. It was also the most bustling city with all walks of life, and it was also where the 9 sect alliances headquarters was located. Now that 10 days have passed, I suppose Senior Brother should be done with inscribing the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions on my son's shooting bow, right? After leaving the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian left the outer court and entered the inner court. Did you see that? That's Duan Ling Tian. Unlike before, he was soon recognized after he entered the inner court. Many inner court disciples' eyes were trained on him wherever he went. No wonder those outer court disciples looked at me differently when I left my courtyard. It seems like the news of Senior Brother taking a disciple on behalf of his teacher and making me his junior brother has spread out. He had not gone out ever since he left Bai Lihong's mansion 10 days ago. He only left the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda after a month. A month was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. He knew the news had spread when he recalled those outer court disciples looking at him respectfully during his journey here and the complicated expression in the inner court disciples' eyes. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Bai Lihong's mansion again. "Young Master Ling Tian, please come in." Even the servant in Bai Lihong's mansion was respectful to Duan Ling Tian now. He treated Duan Ling Tian as his second master. "Junior brother." Bai Lihong welcomed Duan Ling Tian from far away. He was extremely friendly. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. "I hope this doesn't disappoint you." Bai Lihong took out Duan Ling Tian's sun shooting bow immediately and handed it over to him. Duan Ling Tian looked the sun shooting bow as soon as he took it from Bai Lihong. Soon, he saw the 2 extra saint inscriptions on it. "Senior brother, what are the 2 3-star saint inscriptions that you've inscribed for me?" The 2 3-star saint inscriptions are Explosive Flame Saint Inscription and Corrosion Saint Inscription. Bai Lihong said with a smile, "These are the 2 3-star saint inscriptions that I exclusively picked for you. I think it'll go well and work great with the penetration inscription." "I would like to hear more about it." Duan Ling Tian had a curious expression on his face. "It's useless to talk about it. Let's get out of the sect and experiment on the wild beasts outside," Bai Lihong suggested. "That's a great idea." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, it would be useless to talk about it. It was better to put it to practice. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Bai Lihong left the Moon Illumination sect and arrived outside of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It was Duan Ling Tian's first time leaving the Moon Illumination sect since he arrived close to 4 months ago. "Humph. You're lucky Bai Lihong is with you." A silhouette loomed at the side of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. From the distance, it looked blurry, making people think it was just a figment of their imagination. However, one would be able to tell it was a person upon closer inspection. If it was an outer court disciple, they would be able to tell it was outer court elder Huang Qing with just a glance. Although Huang Chang was only an outer court elder, and his cultivation base was not as powerful as Bai Lihong, he obtained a secret tactic to hide his location when he was young. Now that his cultivation base was at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, it was impossible for people to see him as long as they were not powerhouses at the saint stage. This was why Bai Lihong did not detect his presence. He had requested to keep watch of the monastery gate recently. Apart from a few outer court disciples, usually there would also be an outer court elder in charge of the monastery gate duty. Naturally, Huang Chang had an ulterior motive for making this request. His target was Duan Ling Tian. He would follow Duan Ling Tian if he dared to leave the Moon Illumination sect without any powerhouses accompanying him. He would kill Duan Ling Tian once he was far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate. He would then take his spatial ring and his crystal card. His goal was to take back the merit points he had lost to Duan Ling Tian and kill him to vent his anger. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware someone else at the Moon Illumination sect was plotting his death apart from Lu Huan. Duan Ling Tian followed by Li Hong to a remote place, away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate. There was a lot of wild beasts in this place. Wild beasts were beasts with no sentience in the Dao Martial Saint land. They were similar to wild animals on mortal continent that killed each other for survival and only the strong lived. Each powerful wild beast had a territory of their own. They were very territorial and would fight to the death if someone were to invade their territories. This area is an early Saint stage wild beasts territory, Bai Li Hong said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Bai Li Hong told him about this place before they arrived. This place was called Beast Ridge. All wild beasts above the Saint Rudiment stage had their own territories here and were kings of their territories. Bang! As soon as Bai Li Hong lifted his arms and swung them down, an invisible force slammed down on the ground in front of them. Not only was one of the big trees crushed, but a gigantic pit appeared on the ground as well. Watch out! It's coming, Bai Li Hong said. Shoot him with all your might when it appears. Don't shoot at its vital points, though. Don't shoot at its vital point? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Then how do we kill it? Just do as I've said. However, you must activate the 3 saint inscriptions at the same time without missing anyone. Bai Li Hong reminded him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Soon after, a gigantic beast appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, following the sound of a howl. It was a mountain-like wild beast. The earth quaked violently in its wake. The wild beast's appearance was very odd. Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to find words to describe it. It had a triangular head with huge eyes on all corners. All 3 eyes were glaring at him and Bai Li Hong ferociously. Bang! When a loud explosion reverberated in the air, Duan Ling Tian saw the mountain-like wild beast stomping. It shot into the sky like a cannon, aiming directly at him and Bai Li Hong. Duan Ling Tian focused on his left eye and activated strange pupil quietly during the critical moment. Suddenly, the wild beast's speed slowed down in Duan Ling Tian's left eye. However, it was still quite fast. The rumbling sound of wind echoed in its wake. Duan Ling Tian lifted the sun-shooting bow with his left hand and formed a true energy arrow with his right hand. He then placed the arrow on the bow. As he pulled the bowstring, waves of true energy surged out of his qi through the 70 over saint veins. They rushed into the bowstring he was pulling and activated the 3 saint inscriptions on the bowstring. Penetration Saint Inscription, Explosive Flame Saint Inscription, Corrosion Saint Inscription. The 3 saint inscriptions were all 3-star saint inscriptions. While he held on to the bow and arrow, Duan Ling Tian's left eye was focused on his target, the wild beast's lower abdomen. It was not considered a vital point. Since there's the penetration saint inscription, the arrow would penetrate through the wild beast's body. But since it's not its vital point, it'll only be injured at most. Although Duan Ling Tian had many concerns, he chose to listen to Bai Li Hong's words. Swoosh! The second Duan Ling Tian released his fingers, the true energy arrow he was holding turned into a bolt of green lightning immediately and shot across the air. Due to the penetration saint inscription, the arrow seemed like a falling meteor tearing into space as it shot into the air. In just a blink of an eye, the true energy arrow tore open the wild beast's scales on his lower abdomen and it cried out in pain. The arrow pierced through it. The arrowhead could be seen exiting from its back in just an instant. Look closely. At this very second, Bai Li Hong sounded. It was like an explosion when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian did as he was told. The scene before them paused in Duan Ling Tian's left eye. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. In the next second, Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see the true energy arrow that pierced through the wild beast's body easily, due to the penetration inscription began to sparkle with a green light. Subsequently, the bright green light exploded. Bang! Following the explosion, the green true energy flame exploded, causing a massive hole in the wild beast's lower abdomen. The hole was big enough for 2 adults to pass through at the same time. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription? As they listened to the wild beast's devastating cry, these 4 words appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind immediately. Whatever happened before them was not his doing. The only possible cause was the saint inscriptions. The corrosion saint inscription is the only thing left. As if it was responding to Duan Ling Tian's thought, black smoke began to emerge from the wild beast's body. The black smoke began to spread and parts would vanish in its wake. The hole on the wild beast's abdomen turned bigger and bigger. The wild beast's flesh was completely corroded when the black smoke spread to it. It was as though it was splashed with sulfuric acid or decomposing powder. The wild beast's cry was getting softer and softer. After a while, it stopped completely. In the end, the wild beast's body corroded until it completely disappeared. All that was left was a cloud of black smoke drifting up into the air before it vanished. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. A wild beast at the early saint stage that was alive a second ago disappeared completely in just a blink of an eye. There were many inscriptions similar to the Corrosion Saint inscription in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. The Rebirth Martial Emperor had even used some of it before. However, those inscriptions could only be used to fight martial artists with mediocre cultivation base. They were useless when used against martial artists with powerful cultivation base. However, this saint inscription managed to turn a wild beast at the early saint stage into ashes. Duan Ling Tian was extremely shocked.